Hello everybody and welcome back to Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour 26 here at the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Show. Specifically today looking at the Fusion World Digital as well as later on Masters. With me I am Espira and I have Egg here. Egg, how you feeling today on this day 2?
I'm doing well. One of my favorite things about the digital thing of a digital client for Fusion World is it's a different format. We saw, single deck format for the physical card game, but we're now doing a conquest. So we bring 2 decks, you got to win with both of them, and that's what we're going to get into our top 4 match.
Yeah, 100% of the players have played out through the digital circuit through the entire season to earn their spots here. And today we'll be featuring the best of the top 4 players of the digital format. We'll be playing out in 1 round of Swiss to decide what the top bracket will be. From there, we'll be going into the 3rd place match and wrapping it up with the grand finals. The players are getting geared up now and we'll be jumping into the match in just a second. So as the players get geared up and get ready, we're looking at a 2-deck format. It does change up how you play things, right? It's like now I have to choose 2 decks. You could arguably just choose the 2 best decks, but then you have to figure, well, what's my opponent taking? Should one deck I take over another because it counters what my opponent is doing? And there's a lot of minutia strategy there when we're trying to figure out, what should my picks be?
Yeah, and especially in this format where there's just so many decks and there's, a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors format where, this deck counters this deck but loses to the other. Your sequencing is really important, that mentality of like, well, I know the 2 decks they're playing this, my 1 deck needs to play against that specific deck, so I have to maybe queue it up first, and if they choose the counter to it, then maybe I'm kind of starting off with a 0-1 deficit, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're on the back foot where, depending on how your first game goes, you're now forced to beat a deck that you weren't ready for, or you now have to beat, the specific lineup. And if you do lose to the one that you're favored against, now that's a tough position, right? We can always play out of those positions. So spooky position depending on where you place, but it is an exciting format. It's kind of a derivative of best 2 out of 3. So here we're looking at 4 different decks.
Yeah.
We are looking, one of our players is repping Gogeta BR, and a deck that we have yet to see this weekend, MUI Goku in blue. So a very interesting strategy that leans on universe cards to fill in the drop, and then go jump all the way into a big 6-drop Master Ultra Instinct Goku, who's able to swing 40k, swap out on defense, swap out on offense, and make a cool strategy there.
Yeah, and the big thing that I like this format is, like, normally I can usually narrow it down to 2 decks that I like, right? I can never find a favorite, so now I don't even have to worry about that. I can just choose my 2 favorite decks and that's it. So, but it looks like we are getting into it, and then on the other side we do have, I believe, 2 different Gogetas. Or is it SS3 and GT? SS3 GT. Okay.
Yep, that is correct here. So here we see in the first match, we got Guy versus Toma here. So Toma on the top with Gogeta BR, and then Guy here at the bottom with SS4 Gogeta here. So my personal deck of the format, a big fan here. Opening hand, we do have the promo Trunks. You got 2 of them, so there are ways to be able to potentially get there. The Trunks in combination with the Vegeta could potentially line up a play here, so we'll see what the draw. Another Trunks.
Yeah,
I mean, we like the card, but 3 is probably more than we'll ever need.
Yeah, and I really do like the online client. If you guys haven't checked it out, make sure to do so. It's free to play. There also is a campaign right now in the client. For the first 10 days you log in, you get 10 packs every day throughout all of the sets that exist. And yeah, make sure to check it out. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, 100%. You don't want to miss it. It's a great time to jump into the game, especially since we got such strong starter decks.
Yes,
They're
we do.
a great way to be able to jump into the game here as we go ahead and jump into the first early turns here. So Gogeta with the first SS4, I think will be the best way to say it, with the first swing as Super Saiyan Blue takes it. Likewise, swing and take here for our SS4 player, finding a super combo.
Yeah, no, it's also really nice on our side, right? We get to see all the cards, right? We don't have to like make it guess on combo math. There was a lot of combo math yesterday, right? So let's let the machine do it for us. But yeah, this is looks like a mediocre start for Guy. We're not seeing our 2-drop pan, which would be kind of our best in spot here, and we kind of prefer to go first. So
yeah, I think it's one of those things with SS4 where if the deck opens the right hand, it feels unbeatable.
Yeah.
But sometimes we'll just lose on not having the right combination of cards to get started off the foot, and then you kind of have to play back foot, and that's not really where the deck wants to be. It can do it, but it can be a little bit difficult here. As we get off with the Piccolo, find ourselves a Goku Vegeta, and now another cantrip Goku. So a lot of setup early, and then pass on over back to SS4 here. We find the Sparking. I mean, what's the charge here? Looks like it will be the Sparking.
Yeah, I mean, it's only really good against the SR Gogeta, I think, specifically, but, you know, that is pretty good. Oh, we do see our pan finally rewarded for it, so that's going to be really helpful.
Yeah. A little unfortunate that it was post-swing, but...
Yes, yeah, but what are you going to do? But this is going to be really great because we are going to be able to awaken this turn. So playing the pan for 2 over the marker, getting the marker back, and then we can use one of our many Trunks that we've drawn to give that second marker to pan and get on to the flip side.
Yep, the fact that pan costs 1, technically, since she replaces the marker, is always really nice. Here we're going to be able to get the Awaken. We're at a 20k, which will be great because, you know, with the Goku and Vegeta's in hand on the BR side, we could be facing a 20k leader on the other side as well. So.
Yeah, and I saw Toma was kind of thinking on that last turn, like, all right, do I play the 2-drop and get greedy? If they don't remove it, I get a huge amount of advantage. And, you know, if they would have been removal with the Big Bang Kamehamehas. We see 2 in hand. So good weight there. And back to Toma.
Holding on to those, it is very tempting to charge those sometimes. Because, like, you know, like they're not doing anything in my hand, but the free removal as you're able to start getting your key on board is huge.
Yeah, especially since we do see the 3-drop Vegeta into 4-drop Vegeta combo online for the next turn as well. Even just playing out the Vegeta for the full 4, you're going to get the marker back anyways. So, you know, a lot of flexibility, and we're going to Toma's 3 energy turn.
So a couple of options here. Does have the Goku and Vegeta to be able to go and find a little bit more out of the deck, find a fusion. Will take the life, will awaken, and we'll be able to get the swing as well for that additional dig.
Yeah, it's important in this matchup too because it's normally, especially at the beginning, the power levels are so you know, minor. Like it's very easy. We don't have to get any additional reduction. Where before, you know, we can just go into the quick Vaku. We also can do Vaku with the 1-drop Gokus he's been playing out. So it's gonna be nice to remove the board and just keep those key markers low.
Yep. Benefit here though is that, you know, typically this early on in the game, Gogeta might be negging by 5,000 as opposed to, you know, 10. So odds are if he uses the leader ability, you can get rid of Pan. At least Pan will draw you a card, even if you lose essentially your key tanker for the turn.
The other thing is we saw this in you know, yesterday's matches as well. The 4-drop Vegeta can be very tough to remove, but it's very cost-based removal, right? That's the protection you get from it. But with it just being a 30k, the removal is a lot easier in those situations. Man, doing a big 30k with our Goku Vegeta there, and then using the 1-drop.
Yep. So finding ourselves Chila here. We're gonna draw ourselves another Gogeta. Great place to be. And then out here comes the Goku. Get the reveal, and that'll probably be the rest of Trunks' days. Maybe?
Yeah, it's either that or we can give the double -5 from the from that one,
A lot fancier than when they fuse with their actual cards.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of this BR this week, and I've almost been defaulting more to the promo one, but the extra draw one for this ends up being really, really relevant.
Yep, so here's the swing. Looks like we're going to combo the 3-drop Vegeta, potentially indicating this next turn that we're just going to hard play into the 4. That's fine.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
And then we got the leader swing to be able to account for as well here.
Yeah, but this kind of just shows how strong this deck can be from both. You know, we saw it really defensive, I think, in a lot of matches earlier against like SS3 and stuff yesterday, but today when you are able to be more of the aggressor, right, you just have so much removal, you get so much pressure, and it's tough for GT to really establish stuff on the board because of it.
Yeah. Especially since like SS4's game plan in this matchup is just kind of very strict.
Yeah.
It is very much, I need to play, you know, once I can start doing so, I need to play 4-drop after 4-drop after 4-drop, because the opponent can remove one essentially every single turn.
Yeah.
So I'm just in a position where I constantly need to be applying pressure. Like you said, we wanted to be first in this matchup to get to 6, so now I got to wait an extra turn to be able to get there. If the deck gets there, it can very much close out the game. So it's a question about being able to do so here. So with the leader swing, we're able to swing there. If that can't get through, we do have the Big Bang Kamehameha afterwards that we'll be able to use with the key. Even if you use the 2 key off of Vegeta, that's still going to be a level 5. Nope, looks like we're just going to clear that. We're not going to give the opportunity for that to happen, but now we have a big 45k swing on board here. Presumably a take, and that does look like it's going to be Gogeta down to 4.
All right, and there we go. So moving back to our VR, we've got 4 energy, and so with Chilai, we can always kind of extend our plays depending on how many we have. I believe, if I'm looking at the upside down cards correctly, we've got 1 in the far right of the hand there. So if we want to go into the SR Gogeta for the double attack, we definitely can this turn, or we can maybe wait for next turn to be able to try to get into a 6-drop secret rare.
Yep, and this is one of those matches where the 6-drop is very much live and dangerous. You are susceptible to it as Gogeta. Your board isn't super well protected. You could run the tech cards, like there are tech Whis that some of the decks will play, big 35k for 1 that can't attack, but in the deck it's just a lot of stats.
Yeah.
Right, so it's something that you can play in combination with another 4-drop that'll just sit there, harder to remove, so it makes the BR players having to work a little bit more for it. But otherwise, you are susceptible to being in a position where you can go down to 1 life without a board, so you just need to maintain your life total, which if you don't have something like the 3-drop Gohan going, where you're drawing additional cards per turn, can be tough on this black deck.
Yeah, and so we're going into here, starting off with a 20k attack here. And the other thing is that I think we do have the promo Gogeta around the middle of the hand here. So that minus 15k and then the removal effect from the BR leader will be able to get rid of the Vegeta here. So likely what we're aiming to do this turn.
All right, so still choosing on our search here.
This is one of the big things about BR. We just are able to get so many attacks off a turn. You know, another 20k, just making you have to discard a card to save the damage is really, really rough.
Yeah, this is one of those strats where going really wide works, and black really has to be on the back foot. The inability here to go first is really tough. Thankfully, you know, for a guy does have another set of games to be able to crawl back from it.
Yeah.
I do think the you know, in a world where he's going to have to take SS4 into the next round, into the next game, I do think the matchup versus MUI is a little bit more favorable in terms of just the speed at which that deck tries to play is more favorable to what this deck is trying to do.
Yeah, and I think the other big thing is, like, we look at the hand now specifically. If you know, if the Vegeta goes away, what are we doing next turn? Right, we've got 4 energy in the marker, but we've got really nothing to take advantage of it. So that Bola is actually a really good hit. We're maybe able to find another Vegeta next turn and help take care of this 5-drop. But yeah, a lot of momentum on the side of the BR Gogeta right now.
Yep, and that's what I was saying, where you need to go back to back to back on turns with threats, because otherwise you just give too much momentum to the red deck. So having to find that is key here. I mean, I'd argue you have a free charge in one of the 6-drops at the moment.
Yeah. Well, which one do you choose? If you're worried about not being able to play out the 6-drop, would you be doing the S, the double star or the single star? Which one's going here?
I think I like that look of this double star up there in my hand.
Yeah. just to let them know that we have it. Yeah.
All right, so there's the Bulla now. We did opt to keep both 6 drops. I mean, I do see that there's a world where next turn we just play it out. Not necessarily for the extra turn effect, but just because we need to draw 2 cards. It's not the best place to be in the world, but it is something that we can do. Finding another cantrip. I mean, look, the 5K combos can go a long way in terms of if they don't get removed right away, then at least there are 5K combos we can utilize defensively. But it is a tough spot to be. We do have the Hercule. If we want to be able to set more on board, draw more cards, and get more dig, that is something we can definitely do as long as we have the marker. It's just tough putting 10K on the board that's so easily removable. There's a good chance that that card might not see another day.
Oh. And now we see the pan after the fact. The other issue here is that we're not going to have 3 key on the board, which just means that we're not actually getting the 30K attack. This is just a big 20.
Big 20. And this is extremely savable here from Toma if he just wants to hold on to it. Especially knowing that there's not enough level on board for the Big Bang Kamehameha to do anything at this point either.
I mean, hey, if you want that, get rid of that 1-drop Goku, you can do it.
You absolutely
I don't recommend it. I'm just saying we could.
we do have a level 1 on board.
And then there's the
always a draw too late.
Now that we need a card with combo,
no combo power. Yeah, that's tough. 2-0 combos here, back-to-back draws. And we're seeing where SS4 can falter at times where your draws need to line up right, and when they do, things go incredibly well. But if they don't, you're in a back-foot position the entire game.
I was kind of joking, but I actually might use a Big Bang Kamehameha here. use
just get something
no
off the
combo
board
to get rid of a 5K. It's going to make a difference when you got an extra backup one.
I mean, technically, that turns your Big Bang Kamehameha into a 5K combo.
It really does, right? When you know that you're losing your markers. It's the funniest thing, but I'm like, well, I guess
honestly,
so.
Unironically, it actually would have turned it into a combo card. All right, so first 25K swing here with the neg effect as well.
Yeah, there goes the markers again.
And then, look at that. Wouldn't have had the 5 to do it.
No, I'm telling you. I think I cracked into something.
All right, so 30K swing here on lead. I mean, we do have the super combo, but we don't have much after that. Tough position to be in. Look, we're just going to be taking it here down to 3. We do draw 10K.
Yeah, we do appreciate that.
I mean, there is a world where maybe next turn we can line up a double Big Bang turn. That's not unlikely. You could play the Pan, and then you could play into the Vegeta. You will have enough key after your leader swing at that point to be able to double Big Bang, depending on what's on the board. You won't be able to, however. No, you could, depending on how you line it up. Be able to get rid of both things. Your leader can swing for 30. So there's some cleanup turns that can happen next turn, but it's just you're now at 3 life. Your opponent's still going to apply pressure the next turn, and you need to do so in a way that doesn't put you down to 1 life so that you lose to the alternate win condition of the Gogeta Secret Rare.
So here's the other condition. So we have both the 6-drop Gogeta Secret Rare and the promo in hand. If we want to play out the promo, it's going to really, again, prevent them from doing anything too spectacular next turn and prevent you from playing out the 6 cost. So we're going to start off with Chilai, likely putting out the 2-drop Goku, to get the removal of one of these 1-drops.
Yep, so just decimating this early board here.
And that's probably the one we're playing if we're showing it. I feel like such a villain when I play that promo, but I love doing it.
I mean, we've seen how decimating it can be with our game yesterday here, especially when it gets that additional BP boost from the Vegeta here. Reveal the same promo Gogeta here. 5K to both Goku and Vegeta. Swings for 25K. What do you do? I mean, we got 10K in hand that we can just cleanly use.
I mean, we got a 10K for it, and maybe they're thinking about adding a little extra juice to it, but... Oh, double 5Ks. Okay. Wow. I mean, you're going to lose that anyways, so try to get
might as well use this on board.
But I think we might have needed to use that super combo in the 30K.
Yeah, because now we no longer have a 5K here for the leader swing.
Now, luckily, if they do play the promo, we do have the Vegeta. The Vegeta 4-drop in hand will be helpful to be able to get there. Get the removal and the marker and such, but don't love it.
The board can be clean next turn, but it is still not a comfortable position to be in, especially now that you need to defend against 50K, and it is mathematically impossible for us to do so.
Yeah. All right, going down to 2.
All right. Promo Gogeta raises all costs for the turn by 1. So now we're still keeping secret rares in our hand here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, biggest lineup here, go into SS4. We're able to pay that for 4, technically, since we replaced the energy marker once again. We can get a leader swing here for 30K. Still have a big bang, potentially.
Yeah, we're still, like, these are fine plays. It's just, like, you know that there's going to be so much pressure on the next turn. Now, one of your saving graces is that, you know, they don't have another 2-drop in hand. They only have the 1, but they can just play out the Gogeta for a full 6.
Yeah.
And we drew another super combo, so we're doing all right.
Yeah, and we can, quote-unquote, effectively get rid of this 5-drop for free, even if he defends it anyways.
Yeah.
Try to get as many cards out of hand as possible so that the opponent has less offensive combo to be able to try to push in that last piece of damage there and set us up. Like you said, we don't have the other 2-drop yet, so at least there's that. But we do have the searches in hand to be able to find it. We'll just let the 5-drop go here.
Yeah, so there's this interesting interaction. One, we can play the Big Bang Kamehameha for 2, but we have to lose 2 markers, which means the Vegeta's a 5 cost, which is not big enough to get rid of the 6 cost. So we're just kind of one off. If we had 1 more marker, or if we were, you know, even if we had 1 more energy, because I would hard play that for 3.
Oh, for sure.
If we could.
Just to get rid of the 40K on board.
Yeah.
Here we're in a position where we're effectively just telling the opponent to combo. Got 3 super combos in hand, but also has combo power across the board from the Piccolos and the Goten. So has means to be able to get out of this. It's just how many cards does he want to lose offensively? And the question is none. We want to keep all of our offensive gas here. Huge surprise here. I guess just deciding, since we don't have the pieces in hand right away, don't want to gamble on losing the cards. I might need to dig myself out of this situation.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't just use a 10K for that. Maybe they thought it could have been removed anyways off of the 2 cost, but from our side, we know that that's not possible at the moment.
Yeah.
So,
especially when, like, you know that, you know, if you're able to get rid of this Vegeta, just the secret rare by itself does not permit you to go for that extra turn. It needs to come in combination with another key generator, and we've already seen 3 Trunkses. We've seen, I think at this point, 3 Pans. So the likelihood of being able to find that last one is unlikely.
Yeah, and so we're going 30K here. We also were able to find another 2-drop, and it's the Vegeta, which is kind of the better one for you here. So you can play out the 2-drop Goku and the Vegeta, use the effect to go 2 25Ks, and then try to finish the game with a big 50K secret rare to hit them down to 1 and clear their board.
Yep, and this is just a tough numbers game. I mean, the opponent has, you know, Gogeta BR has, you know, at minimum 3 swings as the free removal of the card on board. And that's not even including combo power, whereas right now Guy is just working with 2 cards of combo in hand. The other 3 cards cannot be comboed.
Yeah.
So just from a number of swings, we're just not in a surmountable position here.
Yeah, and I like the sequencing here. We could have used the Vegeta earlier, but I think they're trying to play around the sparking. So, you know, you just kind of lose out on 1 5K power, but you're still able to do both attacks, which I think is more important.
Yeah, and I mean, here with, you know, cards in hands, it's really just about numbers of swings. 30K is really solid, and at this point, Guy...
we can't get out of it, so...
Yeah, guys just got to hope and pray that that secret rare is not there, but we know that he is there. Pay 2, Fusion Evolve here into Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta here, massive 50K on play, will minus 25K. The leader will be able to get rid of this SS4 Vegeta, and from here it'll be a pass turn alternate win condition win here, or traditional win. You know what? I can do it both ways.
We paid the cost. we can still attack with this boy. And Toma takes game 1 of our Conquest series here.
So Toma up 1-0, but of course Conquest means that this is not over. Players must win with both decks that they bring in. So here Toma will be bringing in his blue MUI deck. whereas Guy still needs to win out with both SS4 and SS3. Thankfully, like we were saying in the pregame, I do think the matchup of SS4 into MUI is more forgivable. The deck's not as fast, doesn't pressure as many swings as early. And if Guy's in a position to be able to go first and get the extra turn off, I think you're in a great position, especially since MUI, as good of a card as it is very susceptible to being removed.
Yeah.
You know, like the whole strategy leans on being able to utilize them multiple times, but odds are the deck with the Big Bang Kamehamehas existing in SS4's deck will only be able to be there for probably just one turn.
Yeah, so I haven't seen this matchup as much, but it's really cool to see UI. It's honestly a really strong deck as well. We're just in a format where a lot of good decks came out. So I'm looking forward to seeing that deck today, this weekend, and show it off, because there are a lot of cool interactions. The redirect is really unique for the deck itself, and really thematic for Goku in general.
Yeah, 100%. Especially with how much recursion the deck can get. You're self-milling yourself a ton, but eventually the cards can go back into your deck, utilizing cards like Zeno and stuff like that. So you could see a player unironically play 7, 8 super combos throughout an entire game, which is incredibly powerful.
It really, really is. All right, and so again, we've got so Toma just has to win with the UI. On the other side is Gogeta, and did we say SS3 for Guy there? So that deck being able to be super strong. We saw it, win the,
it did take it all down.
Yeah, it did, and
literally first and second.
Yeah. So 2 spots in the top 4 for our World Championships for the physical card game yesterday. So definitely a pretty safe pick, I'd say.
Yeah, 100%. As the players get geared up to play here, we can just see from the corner that the players are jumping into their match here. So we'll see how the players play out, which one's able to go first or second. Of course, reminder on the format is Conquest format. They need to win with both of their decks to be able to take the entire match. The tournament structure, the first round will decide who goes into the first and second place match and who will go into the third and fourth place match. So after this one, we'll be jumping into the third place match, seeing the victor there, and then finally going into our grand finals here. We do see Gogeta being able to go first. Double super combo hand with Hercules and the draw here. So we do find the Trunks that could maybe allow us the potential to be able to high roll if we're able to top deck into a Pan afterwards. That could be pretty decent here, but not a very gassy hand at the moment. Very much just utility, which we would like to see later. But again, slower matchup. You have the means to be able to take a little bit more time here as this is for. And both of these players, God-ranked players, who would have guessed?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just, if you need some practice, the rank ladder is pretty good at that. It shows you a lot of different decks, gives you a lot of different situations. So,
yeah. So this is the first time that we've seen MUI, so just as an explanation. The deck leans on sending cards into drop, not only to awaken, but as a cost to pay for a lot of abilities, whether it's milling from the deck or discarding from the hand. Once you're at 7 universe cards in the drop, you'll be able to awaken your leader, and the benefit there is that from every discard from a universe card at that point will convert into a draw. So now the deck is recycling a ton of cards, which gives it the ability to really be able to just continue going, cycling, finding what you need. So in terms of hand quality, the deck can be very powerful here, but kind of a middling turn for SS4. Didn't really have a turn 2 play here. Did draw into the SS4 Vegetas, which is nice. Be able to get those at some point, but not too much going on for the SS4 side of the board here as we go into MUI's turn 2 with already 3 cards in drop and likely more going into their turn 2.
Yeah, and it's really tough. Like, this deck really lives and dies on getting the Pan a lot of the time. I do also think, on the other side for the UI, the Priest is such a good card for helping us out. So,
all right. So first swing here, we did draw into the MUI Goku. The deck also has access to an evolved Vegeta, which can be decently powerful as well. And then a little bit of juice on top, getting that to 25.
Yeah, these animations are fantastic. You don't always combo for damage on the front side, but man, when you do, you get the benefit of this.
Yep, it's a nice little treat to be able to see that bonus there as we go into the Frieza. which will be able to bottom deck the Dell here. Yeah. So as we see here, Frieza says discard 2 cards from hand. That is one of those things that once the leader is awakened, will then trigger the leader ability to draw 2 cards out of hand. So every discard later on in the game will turn into cycles, which is a really nice place to be. So now we're in turn 3, and again, not a phenomenal turn. We can't really force an awaken here. We could go into the 3-drop Vegeta, but it'll only have 1 marker on it. Could set up for next turn if it doesn't get removed. But there's definitely a slower set of turns here for SS4. Doesn't even swing, does not want to give the opportunity of awakening to the opponent. Wants to make him work for it first. So we'll deny ourselves the draw to deny our opponents the life here.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of an issue sometimes with this deck. It's like you do have to be, awakened by getting those 2 energy markers. And when blue has so many kind of removal options, it can be really tough.
Yeah, if we get rid of the 3-drop here, there is still a line next turn where you can go into 3-drop into Trunks, and that will provide you the energy markers needed to be able to awaken from there. So we'll see how defensive we want to be. Don't really want to combo a ton in our hand. Looks like we're debating on the Hercule maybe. And that will be it. Hercule combo, stay in the 6.
Yeah, it's kind of expensive here, right? Again, like when you're able to awaken, like I've seen this deck, awaken at 7 or even 8 life for the GT, but now we're just kind of have to wait till 4 before we can get the double energy on the board here. So,
yep,
very tough. And honestly,
the right hand for it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Here on Toma's side, could swing with the Frieza if we want to. We have another Frieza in hand. Could play the Goku as well. Wouldn't be able to Evo into MUI right away. Also has the double strike Kefla in hand.
Yeah. And the other thing here too is that we are kind of wanting to awaken. The UI kind of effect is based off of discarding cards to get some additional effects. And if you are awakened and you discard cards with Universe 7 cards, you are able to draw them back. So it just offers like a lot of cycle. And you also are using your drop as a resource, which is important for that as well.
Yep, I think a very heads-up play here from Guy to not awaken Toma here, not swing in, not put him at a life total where you can do so. Just to deny him the ability to be able to start keeping a healthy hand size here. As long as Toma has to keep hard discarding for his effects, it's a way to manage that hand size total until you're in a position where you can stabilize. Now we are in that position where we can make some plays happen. You've got the Trunks, you're able to get that extra energy marker, so now you're in a position where you can awaken your leader, you can swing with a 20k, you can apply some aggression pressure. So now the question is just how aggressive does Guy want to get here, but now the game plan is online and we can start to get going.
All right, thinking on this here, so we can add another marker to this GT, or we could just play out the 4-drop by itself. We can get a double 4-drop out on this one. So we're going to play out the Vegeta GT for 4. We can use this to generate marker and put a key underneath this. That's enough for our leader to be able to awaken. And then on the attack, we put the extra 2 on the 3-drop, and we can use that to play out the 4-drop once again.
Yep, so big play here in terms of being able to shift the tempo back to your side. It's already hard enough to be able to get rid of one Vegeta, especially as a blue deck, because you need to reduce its cost via blue abilities to be able to get it in range for your removal. Having to do that across 2 cards, significantly more difficult. So first 20k swing here. That would be a take down to 6 here for MUI.
Yeah, and then we got the big 30k now, since we're going to have 4 markers on the board.
Interesting.
Again, the Awaken here, going Ultra Instinct for Goku.
Will take anyways, however, so here's the Big Bang Kamehameha from SS4.
Man, one of my favorite things about GT is it always has a power boost almost, right? So you almost get to see the animation every time it attacks.
All
right? We're going to use the GT effect, so we've got enough key on it, so we are able to play out another 4-drop, which will offer us another chance to get another draw, or another key and get another marker. So we're going to play out the Videl for 1, use the marker, and then we're going to be able to generate it again. And now we've got 2 35K attacks coming in. This is a lot of pressure from Gogeta GT.
Yep, and 2 5-drops aren't the easiest thing for the deck to be able to deal with on subsequent turns here. So these are pretty huge. Could opt to not attack with them, and that does look like what we're going to do. We're going to save them in the back here. Maybe concern for the Zeno, which we did just draw. So Zeno would be a clean way to at least be able to clean up some of the board. Interesting decision here. Opting to play a little bit more conservatively. We do have the cards in hand. I mean, this SS4 Goku could do a massive board cleanup on the subsequent turn. So
yeah. And I mean, maybe there's like a decision like, do we attack? Do we attack with 1? Do we try to keep 1 safe? Like, with them being 5 cost, they're a little bit tricky to interact with. So I could see that also being a decision. Yeah, so not doing that, and we're going to 4 energy and marker for our UI Goku here, and we're gonna, I think, have a lot of evolve techniques here.
Yeah, lots of considerations here for Toma, because you can get MUI out at this point, but is that sufficient to help me deal with what's on board? And instead, looks like we might have to go for some Vegeta lines here, which will be able to reduce cards on the board by 1. And then going into the Evolve Vegeta.
I'm really happy we're on the online client for this one, right? We're able to see like the true cost of things. We're also seeing cards and trash, which is really important for this Goku deck. It needs to use that as a resource. So we go into the Vegeta, be able to get rid of 2 4 less, which we reduce the GT, so that will get the full removal. And then, we got rid of 2 of our opponent's cards. We discard 2, draw 2, and then we draw a 3rd one just for fun.
Yep, so they're playing out the rebalancing the board. Not attacking with those Vegetas. I understand we didn't want to give the opponent additional cards going into their next turn. But didn't end up getting a lot of value out of that second Vegeta. But granted, by playing 2 Vegetas, you were able to keep 1 on board. So big 35K swing here. Could use a super combo. Looks like we will stay at 6 life. Makes sense considering you're going to be facing 40K swings anytime now.
Yeah. 20K here.
Could just use the Videl potentially. Yep, 5K, get ourselves out of it. Still have the leader swing available as well.
Yeah, the big thing too is that we do see that 4-drop Goku on the bottom far right. If we're able to generate 6 markers next turn on the board, which I think we will be able to, that can offer a really good board clear for our GT. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. But yeah, if the Vegeta 5-drop stays on the board, that's going to offer a lot of protection and removal next turn.
Yep, 100%. You can get the 6 markers with the SS4. It would be nice to be able to do so before swinging. However, I think we'd have to swing with, at least with the hand we have now, unless you want to be able to play Trunks and stuff like that. You are in a position where you maybe will have to swing with the Goku first, which loses out on combo power. But the important thing is clearing up the board. That's that we don't have any Big Bang Kamehamehas in hand at this moment, so we kind of have to may have to look into being a little flexible here with when we want to use our removal.
Right, so not committing to the 6-drop this turn. I think that's pretty safe. I think you can say, well, if I can't get rid of this Vegeta, I can pretty confidently say it's going to get removed. I'm going to wait to just get some value while I can and probably wait for the next turn to pop it out. So I think that's a really good heads up of, I know on board they have removal, so let's get the most value with the cards outside of that. And
yeah.
force them to have something else.
Yep. So here, SS4 maintaining 5 life total, pretty good. You're gonna have to face, double 40k swings coming in the next turn. And we've drawn the Big Bang, which is a great position for us to be. We do go ahead and play out the SS4. So we will be able to generate up to 6 markers if we include the leader swing, the marker generated by the both SS4s. To get to 6, we won't be able to use it ahead of time, which denies us some combo power, but that's fine. We more so care about the removal factor.
Yeah, this will still offer a good amount of removal. So the Goku, they're able to use an ability where you are able to remove amount of key from your board from any source, from leader, from your other battle cards, wherever it is, right? And so with that, you are able to, if you're able to find 5, you're able to get rid of every card on their board since it's 5 or less. And then you also get a plus 1,000 for every key, for every card removed here. So, since this is an ability, you're probably going to get rid of the 2-cost Goku, get the combo while we still can while it's on the board.
Might as well, because you're going to lose it. So it's unfortunate that we couldn't line it up properly here, but again, we care more about the removal than we care about smashing with a big combo here, especially since we actually probably don't mind if the opponent defends this, because it's going to require an additional card out of hand. And at the moment, we have a guy playing in a manner that is very defensive. But no, does look like we're not going to be able to take that bait here, so it will just be a take here from MUI, going down to 4 life. Next up, presumably, we sequence here the swing of the Gogeta, get those additional 2 markers on the Vegeta. Now, the scary thing is you do need to board wipe via the SS4 Goku here. It's just something that needs to happen. That said, you do lose out on the markers on the Vegeta, which will lower it down back to a 4-cost, removing Vegeta as a 4-cost significantly easier than if it is a 5 or higher. By the time Vegeta is a 7 against this deck, outside of like a Xenoplay, it's almost impossible to be able to remove. So you will be a little bit more susceptible on that front. That said, you are going to 6 next turn. If you can maintain a marker somewhere on board going to the next turn and then go into the 6 drop, you're in a pretty good spot. That's it. We haven't found our secret rare yet. So it's on the table, but we know that. Toma doesn't know that yet.
Yeah.
And it's something that he'll actively be playing around going to the next turn.
And there's the 35. So, over using cards a little bit, we do have a super combo. We do want to get that 2-drop off the board, though.
I'd almost argue there's a line here where you attack into... Okay, no, we're just going to go rip all 5. That makes sense to me. I was going to say that we maybe just swing into the 5-drop, see if the opponent defends. And if they don't, well, then you only have to pay 2 key. You can keep your Vegeta at level 7 or a 7-cost. That'd be pretty big here. That said, this line of play, we've seen Guy not attack with SS4. He wants to keep it on board for, his big turn and not give the opponent additional cards. Makes it harder to remove, and that looks like that's where we'll be keeping it for now.
Yeah, this Vegeta, I almost feel like it's a trap that it gives it the extra power offensively, because you really get rewarded for not attacking with it more times than not. The fact that it just is a constant source of energy markers and key, the fact that it can offer some removal with the Big Bang Kamehameha, very helpful there. All right. So we're going to 5 energy here. We've yet to show off the 6-drop Goku quite yet, and we do have an opportunity here. The issue is that it is so tough when we see both the Goku and the Vegeta out on this board. And it's still thematic, right? Seeing both of them out here, and then if we get a 6-drop secret rare, we're able to go into it. And we are charging from there, so to 5 it looks like another Grand Priest, which again very important for the early game, a little bit less important through these late games, and we're going to start off with a leader swing 20 to 20.
All right, so defending the swing here. Low cards in hand, but we are maintaining a board, and we are threatening SS4. That is the scary thing here that Guy has to consider. Like, okay, can I deal with that this turn? versus, you know, going into a Goku, going into MUI, deciding that it doesn't look like it. So we will go ahead and play out the Zeno, being able to get a card from our drop. And then Zeno has a, when attacking, you send 12 cards from your drop back into your deck, which does prevent you from milling out, which is very important with this deck. As we can see that right here, our MUI player is at 5 cards left in deck.
Yeah, and so, you know, this is another reason to not attack with your Vegeta. This is like some of the best removal in the game right now that this deck gets access to. So when you're like that, so, you know, you have to kind of choose the 12 cards, so you got to manually click and figure out which ones you need back in there. Any super combos, as mentioned, you love to have those back in your deck, back in play. And, you know, 12 cards in your drop is a good amount, but you definitely want to get rid of that Goku there.
Yep. You also have the benefit that it like cycles back away your super combos and stuff like that. So here we do see the Vegeta again to be able to reduce the cost of this SS4 Vegeta. A tough spot to be in here where the Vegeta has never been at a cost higher than 5, which is where I felt a little concerned about the current situation with the deck here. But it does look like we'll just go ahead and get that first 20k swing off. That'll be a take here from Toma.
Yeah, and I think we were really hoping to try to find another 4-drop Vegeta. We'll find another. We'll play another Zeno though, which will let us get there. But you know, we are worried. We are kind of on the clock where the idea of a 6-drop secret rare could be coming down next turn. Unknown to Guy. It's not in the hand for Toma here, but honestly, I do like how they're playing their UI. They're not just like putting up the 6-drop as soon as possible to get removed. They're trying to get value around that. They're playing around their removal, and it's getting them a lot of value, I find.
Yeah, like being aware that your opponent's going to be able to get rid of it the turn it comes down, especially with a Vegeta just hanging out on board, it is incredibly free. So here we do see the charge of the Trunks holding on to that Big Bang Kamehameha in hand here, hoping for a draw of a secret rare here. Did not find it, however. Does get those additional 2 key on the SS4 Vegeta, turning it into a 7-cost, 45k, 30k swing here on the MUI Goku. Now just has to debate, how defensive do I need to go in a world where I might have to face a SS4 secret rare. Unbeknownst to him, that is not a threat at the moment. Gets to use the Divine Domain as a free 15k. Very solid.
Yeah, one of the hallmark cards, especially because every time you discard, you draw one. So not only is it for free, but you get to kind of dig deeper into your deck, and we're missing some cards that's really helpful. And now looking at like Toma's hand for GT, we're just kind of a little mediocre for our cards, right? We don't really have a big play this turn. I mean, we kind of feel forced to play Big Bang Kamehameha on Zeno, which is really funny to think about because otherwise that's just like another 1-drop removal.
Yep. I mean, now that we have 2, we know that we're safe to not have to use 1. Thought we might have been attacking a Zeno here. Looks like we are just going to attack face.
Yeah, and you have like a bit of a, thought to use the 1-drop Trunks.
Looks like we will combo out of the attack here. 30k on 20.
You're just like, what do I use? Is it really for the Zeno? Like, that's so.
It could
so
just,
tough.
I mean, there's 2 of them, and you didn't attack into 1, so you just get rid of the Vegeta.
It's canonical, but like, yeah, I think you have to say like, man, if they want to use, 12 cards in your drop is not a light cost, right? It's something that's important, but
Sparking
we do get the
is
draw
not
from the
terrible
Gohan
here, and this is just where SS4 can be extremely powerful, but we've just seen if the right sequence of draws just do not show your way, which they have not for Toma in this set, it can be very tough here. Still anyone's game. They both have high life totals. They're both playing very methodically. Here getting that additional draw from the Gohan can be pretty big, but it's definitely a tough spot to be in.
Playing out the 2-drop Goku. Getting the cycle again. I think we are going to try to go into the super rare this turn.
All right, here we go. MUI Goku here coming down. 40K swing will just be a take here from SS4.
Immediately.
Yep, and then MUI with the activate battle can tag out with another attacking, or just as the card that is battling.
Yeah,
I think is the way
the first time I
to
read
say
this, I'm
that.
like, okay, you just get a redirect on defense, right? But the way it's worded, you really can get a redirect offensively. And even though we just have these one-drop Xenos, we do have these ways to then change the attacker into the Goku once again, even though it's rested. So it looks like we are going to think about using the Xeno effect here. The 12 cards in drop are important, but I think we're so far ahead in cards in drop right now that we can afford to do this trade here.
Yep, so there we go, cleanly getting rid of the 2-drop Gohan, denying future draws. Still no clean way to be able to get rid of this Vegeta, though, which can be scary if we do end up finding our SS4. But there we go, swing with the Zeno, activate battle on the Goku. We'll be able to tag in for Zeno. 40K swing on leader here. Will demand a super combo plus a card. Just to take here, finds himself another Son Gohan. Leader swing here. Does have the pan, could just use, or just take. All right, saying, I need as many cards as possible. I'm going to find my secret rare.
Yeah, and it's somewhere.
Found ourselves another Big Bang into another Big Bang.
I mean, and it's such a difference from previous game, right? We saw 3 of them through our hand when we really were kind of hoping for something else. We are doing the attack first, another Trunks. This is real brutal for Toma here. Not
yeah, this is super tough. Especially, at least you got the Big Bang Kamehameha, so you can get rid of the Goku here. And given the cards that are available in our hand, you probably just hard pay for it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately here, we probably could have done it before the swing, but we wanted to see if we want to use the energy for the secret rare. A lot of considerations here.
I do think them having to use 4 cards in their energy or from their drop there was important enough. So their Xenos really aren't doing anything anymore, and they're going to have to try to make another set of 4 in there. But you just got rid of their UI. That's 2 more cards in the drop there. Sparking doesn't work with how the Goku effect works either, because they're not attacking, they're redirecting and then becoming the target of the attack. So all kind of tough things for it, but we are going to be able to get a draw at the end of the turn, though I'm sure we would have wished for another one and another pan.
Yep, and here we're just sustaining as much combo power as we can because we are down to 1 life now. So very tough position to be here for Toma. Just has not been able to find his SS4. Gogeta's secret rare is on the back foot at the moment. Now, thankfully, he's not working against Agi, who has a massive hand. But, every single time Divine is used from MUI, that's a free 15K, right, cycled away. So it's just the hand consistency here could be very tough for Toma to have to deal with on the defense.
All right, so thinking on the charge here, we also got to notice we don't have much time left for UI. We've got what looks like about 2 minutes left in the timer based off the little gauge there, so we do have to be a little bit quicker here. I do think the game is in their favor, but again, we do have to close it out. The 5-drop Kefla is really nice, but you have to have an empty board, which I'm not sure if that's going to be. We have to be able to combo off these Xenos. We don't have a 6-drop UI currently in our hand, so maybe trying to search with that with our mini draw cards. We're just starting off with the 20 to 20.
And here's the first Divine Domain. Discard 1 card from your hand. Your card in battle gets 15K, and of course that card will replace itself thanks to the leader ability here. So 35K. We're going to go ahead one more time. Huge combos here, and we do have combo power in our hand defensively for Toma, but after these free combos, we'll have to deal with whatever battle cards comes his way here. We combo the Xenos.
Yeah, so I like this here. So it does let you play the Kefla for 5. It does let you get another Divine Domain, and that's going to be a lot of damage. And so 50 to 20 here, and you likely have to defend it here. Looking at the Sparking, do we just use it now, or what's the time to use it?
Yeah, I mean, save for whatever comes down the pipeline. Maybe there's a lineup of multiple swings, and you might be able to get the Sparking off. opting to not combo away the Gohan, which is interesting considering you're not entirely sure if that's going to be able to survive another turn cycle. We still have decent defense here on the 64 side. We've got the sparking, we've got the super combo, we've got a 5k, 10k. But here into the Kefla, get ourselves another Divine. It's a 50k base here. The double strike doesn't matter too much, but it's a big swing going in with the first Divine. An additional 15k on top of that. We've got a 65k Kefla before we add additional combos. Are we throwing more on top here? We do have some 60k combo in hand if we want to go all in with that. 75, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130 here. Big swings. We're going to dump out our entire hand, but unfortunately that will not be enough with the sparking here. Down 65. That'll be a take here, and that'll be Guy winning it out 2-0 over Toma with MUI and Gogeta BR.
Yeah, so that is the game. There's some big numbers off that Kefla, and I'm really happy we're able to show off the Blue Goku, right? Really unique deck. We can see how the drop ended up being a really good resource. A little bit unfortunate for Toma or GT player, just not finding the sequencing for it, but yeah, very, very strong there. And guys are going to be in the finals.
Yeah, 100%. A little corrections on our side. We know at some point we had the players flipped on screen, so we can confirm that Guy in actuality was the BR and MUI player, showcasing there how the consistency of those decks can really get the edge, even if SS4 has a powerful game plan.
Yeah.
So that's it. Congratulations to him making it over into the digital finals. However, it is not the last time we'll be seeing Toma, as Toma will be able to walk himself over into the third place match, which will be our next match, and then have the opportunity to hopefully walk away with the third place title.
Yeah, so not done for the weekend quite yet, and honestly really refreshing to watch the digital online client too. So again, if you guys haven't checked it out, it's free to play. There will be a campaign going on right now where you do get 10 packs from every set for the next 10 days, so make sure to do so, and looking forward to our third place match as well.
Yeah, 100%. It's been an exciting set. I mean, just from the games that we saw yesterday, we know how back and forth these matches can be, and with the UI adding in, it does feel a little bit nicer knowing that, like, oh, he's attacking with 100,000 power. Okay, here's the leader, like, charging up some big blast, right? Like, the aesthetics of the client definitely adds to the intensity
a little
of the
bit
battle.
more climactic than, all right, we all agree these numbers are right?
Just both players just, like, stun locked on the board. As the translations come through that, okay, this means 130,000 in both our languages.
Yes, yeah, we're all in agreement there. So, but yeah, we will get into the top three. We'll probably take a quick break before that. Thank you guys for hanging out, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Dragon Ball Super Card Game, Fusion World, Booster Pack, Rivals Clash, Android 18. Attack your opponent's board with the Android deck. King Piccolo. Complete your ambitions with your men born from eggs. King Goma. The king makes his move in an unknown world where conspiracies abound. Son Goku. Unleash the skills of a world tournament competitor. The first secret rare is Son Goku. Broly. A sleeping warrior now awakens his hidden power. No one can stop the evolved warrior. Another secret rare is Broly. Booster Pack Rivals Clash. On sale from May 2nd, 2025. Starter Deck Vegeta Mini Super Saiyan 3 will also be released. Unleash a series of super strikes with your fellow adventurers. Check out the official website for release details.
Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World 2nd Anniversary. Three Gogetas unleashed. Fusion World Booster Pack Dual Evolution.
Booster Pack New Adventure. The strongest fighters gather in this special anniversary booster pack. Enter the special event and get the promotion cards. Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World's 5th booster pack. New Adventure is now available.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Digital Championship. We're still in the first Swiss round here as we try to figure out which bracket is which, but we do have another game jumping in. Game 3 of the other side of that bracket is still going on, so we'll go ahead and be jumping in right into that gameplay, try to get you guys a little bit more game while we're getting ready for our top cuts.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Let's jump on into it right now. We do have a SS3 Goku versus the Gogeta BR here. Game 3, trying to get rid of this life here from the Goku, hitting a 30k, comboing out with the 35, ending the turn, and going to the 5 energy turn for our Gogeta, but not many cards in hand.
Not
right
a
now.
great hand at the moment. Must have played really defensively, but matchup that we were very comfortable with at this point, having seen it quite a number of times yesterday here. We did draw into a Gogeta, so technically we do have lines of play available, especially that Chilai in hand there. So just drawing our way out of that position where we would have had to do a little bit more dig, but that's what this deck is so incredibly good at. Between the 2-drop Goku and Vegeta, between being able to use your leader ability to draw 2 bottom deck 1, you can definitely cultivate a hand that's able to get additional attacks here. Gogeta BR here being at 4 life total, still healthy enough to be able to defend yourself against some big turns, but not a ton of defensive cards. You got a super combo, a couple of 5 to 10k combos here. So this is one of those things where hand advantage wise, if you pressure Gogeta and he defends too much, can find himself in a position where just not all that many cards in hand.
Yeah, so we did get the Veku. I mean, we could have gone like the SR Goku or Gogeta if we want to be a little bit more aggressive, but these double 25s are going to be nice. I think we're probably going to go to Veku to then do another 20k attack here, get the 2 10ks back into hand, or get some combo back into our hand, and then we can maybe even end with a Sun Goten that's on the far left there. So we're going to go into the Veku. The plus 5k from both carry over, so it's going to be at 20k power right now. Maybe one more little hit into the leader, 20 to 20.
Yeah, so heads up play here. You know, could have went aggressive with the Gogeta here, but you know what? I have a low hand size. I'm against an aggressive deck. We do want to lean into trying to do our best to conserve our hand advantage here. So we'll just have to see Veku tag out back into Goku and Vegeta back in hand, and then presumably play out the Goten, get ourselves an additional card.
So likely kind of thinking on what cards we actually want back. There's also 2 cards that are underneath the Veku right now that we will have in the drop and get back if we want to. Definitely want to try to get something with combo, and then I don't know if like the 2-drop Goku and Vegeta is really nice. Yeah, we're just going to get both of them back.
Yep, so
the
get
non-combo is a little scary.
And then just hoping the opponent doesn't have the aggro necessary to be able to for us next turn.
And looking, so Sun Goten looks to any red non-Sun Goten battle card with a cost of 3 less that includes Sun. So there are some Gokus we can get from here. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a 1-drop Goku to get a 5k in there and pass it back.
Going into the 5 energy turn here for SS3. First swing finds a super combo, so triple super combo in hand here. So a lot of defensive prowess here in terms of going into the next turn. We'll go ahead and combo away the Goten before we lose it, defending up to staying at 4. Not an extremely aggressive hand here for our SS3 player. Could play out the 1-drop Goku and see if we can find ourselves in SS3. Would allow us to be able to apply pressure that way. Maybe see if we can then draw into a Gohan or something somehow. But does look like we find the SS3, so that's step 1.
Yeah, that is really helpful. And getting the 5-drop there. We had to combo with one earlier, but yeah, just rewarded with another. We got the 2-drop Sun Gohan Adolescence here. Again, another top 3 search, and then being able to get the 2 energy back immediately is nice. And we do get the Results of Training. Really nice card here.
Yep, very solid both defensively and offensively. Effectively acting almost like a super combo, but it replaces itself, so it could be even better than a super combo at times. Fantastic card here as we do pay the 2, go into the SS3 30k swing here. If we decide to go for that secondary swing, it's going to be an additional card draw, an additional life that Gogeta is going to have to defend against with this dwindling hand.
Yeah, but honestly, like, we're not being at 4 life. We're pretty safe as the Gogeta here, and we do have pretty much 2-card combo that we need. Now we're going to 6 energy. We don't need the Chi anymore, so our 4-card combo's gone down to a 3-card combo. And since we're going to be able to get some good searching and drawing, we could offer a lot of pressure with our 2 drops into our secret rare, and with the 3 life currently for the SS3, we're in a good spot. Ooh, the super rare Gogeta, another good option for us to go into next turn to offer some aggression.
Yep, now we get to play with some options here. We're not hard stuck into digging specifically for the secret rare. If that play is the play that we want to open up with, we could just go into the promo instead, mitigate the board a little bit, and then provide the open way for the next turn. Not too much left here for our SS3 player to be able to utilize on his turn. I mean, almost not at all. Could, I guess, cycle away that 1 extra card to get that draw. And replace it. Could be something that we do here, but no, it does look like we're going to start off with the restand of the SS3. We do draw into a Vegeta, which for the most part is just combo power at the moment. That will be a take, though. Gogeta going down to 2, saying, you know what, I know you're not getting me this turn, and that looks like that's exactly the case as the pass on over Gogeta 2 life, SS3 at 3 life Gohan. One of the easier cards to be able to remove on the board at the moment will probably be done for effectively for free.
Well, hello.
Sorry about that. So as we jump right back into the game here. A little bit reversed here as we're back down to 3 life, and we're considering the restand here on the SS3. Play so good that if you missed it the first time, we're going to learn it.
Yeah, we got to, I mean, sometimes I feel this card just keeps attacking, so we got to keep seeing
it just
it
keeps
the,
on
the third
withstanding,
time there.
and I think it's done. Another 30K swing. So here we go, back down into the end of turn, pass it on over here, and now Gogeta BR 2 life, 2 SS3's 3, saying, you know what, I think I can do a lot of damage here. Gohan, not the most difficult card to remove on this spot here. Will be able to get removed with a simple minus 5K, and then the additional swing outs. And the last turn was too good. 2 turns ago was fantastic. So looking back a couple of turns ago here, just see how we set up the board.
Okay. So it looks like, unfortunately, we're not going to have the full footage for this game, but we will know the result in a little bit, so do apologize on that. Going back to us. As we are. Hello.
Hello. So, of course, technical difficulties do happen. Our team will keep right on top of that. Won't be an issue as we jump into the semifinal match and the final match in just a moment. But what we're seeing there, very typical of both the SS3 deck and the Gogeta BR deck. If anything, nice dichotomy there between what we're seeing with the SS4, where SS4 had to line up the perfect cards versus SS3 and Gogeta BR, just being able to sculpt their hand in ways that are very flexible to what they're seeing, outside of just naturally seeing a hand of full of super common and stuff like that, where both would be able to make plays, apply pressure on the board, able to find what they were needing to, never needing a one specific card, but a set of cards that allow them to be able to maneuver their turn in a way that works with what they have in hand.
Yeah, because based on how the footage ends there, we were trying to go all in, right? We didn't have a secret rare yet, but we were trying to find it. We'd have the leader draw 2, bottom deck 1. We had to play the 2-drop that we could take the life, go down to 1. Take a top 5 from there. So there was a lot of opportunity for us to go for game there. So we'll have to find out who ended up taking that one, the SS3 or the BR. But one of those players will be in the top 3 match, and the other one will be in the finals.
Yeah, that was the 3rd game. So whoever's going to be winning that game will be moving on into the final. So as a reminder of our schedule, we will, once this first and only Swiss round will be concluded, that will decide the rankings. From those rankings, we will have the players who will be going into the first place match and then the 3rd place match. So don't go too far. We're going to go ahead and get the players situated, get them ready, find out the information that you guys will need as we jump into that 3rd place match. So we've got Topu Koko won their match, so we'll go ahead and they'll be going over into the finals. So that's very exciting. They'll be facing off against Guy, which is very exciting. And of course, we'll be seeing his opponent facing off in the third place match next. So don't go too far. Get a snack, get a drink, kick back in your seat, relax. We'll be right back with even more Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Digital Championships. Welcome back, everybody, to the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Digital Championships. We just had our first and only Swiss round for our top 4 players, which will decide who will be playing in the first place match and who will be playing in the third place match. So coming up, we've got the match of Toma versus Triple O, who we just got a brief view over in the last match. I'm Aspira. This is Egg and Egg. How are we feeling going into what is now the first placement match of the day?
I'm really excited for it. There's honestly just a lot of variety. I really like the Conquest format that we're able to do in the digital version of the Fusion World card game. And we're looking at some even new decks again that we didn't see during the first round.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to be providing that. You had mentioned the Conquest format for those of us at home who are just joining in. Digital follows a special tournament format, often called Conquest, where players take multiple different decks and must win with all of those decks to be able to move forward. So both players taking 2 decks of their choice must be different decks of different colors, and they must win with both. So effectively, this could be a best 2 out of 3 depending on how things line up. Their match time is 90 minutes, and again, both players must win with both decks, and these players are playing for some phenomenal prizing, of course. Not only do you have the digital prizing, the tags, but they get to walk home with some amazing playmats. I mean, look at that Sun Gohan playmat with the Grand Finals tag right there, dead aside.
Yeah, this is great for just showing up here. Of course, the event's going to be fantastic. Top 4 also on the client. We do have some goodies. I mean, if you're playing on the digital version of this World Finals, you're definitely going to be playing later. So get some swag for your account there and looking really nice.
Yeah, 100%. We've got the avatar there, and of course for third, second, and first, we've got those additional prizes there as well that the players will be able to take home. So, like we were talking about, we've got the top 3 Fusion World. We've seen these yesterday, and once again, these players will be able to fight these out for the GT Goku there with the Spirit Bomb with that top 3 marker. And then on the second place, very similar, but alternative angle.
Yeah, and we got our second place here. So this is the Son Goku GT again, and all 3 of these first place, second place, third place cards are unique, which is great. Again, the title, you're playing a lot on the online client anyways. That's how you're getting there. And we also have the championship one here. Love this art. I'll say it every time. Fantastic.
Absolutely art. Iconic with Goku sleeping on Shenron set as he takes him away at the end of GT. And, you know, in person, gleams. I'm telling you all right now. Absolutely exhilarating. So with that said, the players are getting lined up. Once again, a reminder on this is the third place match before we jump into our finals. We do have Toma, who is on SS3 and SS4. So we've got our black and yellow deck there. And then we've got Triple O, who will be repping Black Nameku, which we did see a little bit of yesterday. And then BR Gogeta. So Red Gogeta doing what Red Gogeta does best.
Yeah, and I was saying yesterday, SS3 was probably my choice to pick. And I promise I said that before we saw the World Finals, all right? But Nameku would be the second pick. So in this format, it's perfect for me. So I can choose the strongest second, but also my favorite deck, and I can get some results there.
Yeah, you really like your BR matchup, right? You just don't want to face
For sure.
Okay, so it looks like we've got it kicked off here. Toma on the bottom, Triple O here on the top. However, that might be a little bit flipped. We do know that Toma is the one currently running Super Saiyan for Goku. So just do note that the player images will be flipped there for just a moment. So Toma here on SS4, and then Nameku with Triple O. Nameku going first with that Gohan charge. Has a couple of 1-drops that we can also play here, going first into the Bulma. See what we can find off the top 4 cards of our deck.
Yeah, and we don't see a Krillin quite yet. That's kind of one of the more important cards for us. But we do have kind of our backup combo, which is our 1-drop Nail into the 3-drop Piccolo. So kind of a good consolation prize for not seeing the Krillin, but still in a good spot.
Yep, so here we go with the first swing. Now the 15 on 15. See if we try to remain at a higher life total. And we will combo away the Bulma, staying at 8. Alternate awaken conditions does switch up with the way the game plays. You know, earlier iterations of the game, you did want to take that early damage to get closer to awakening. Now that we're playing a bunch of decks that decide to just being able to cheat their way through to their awaken, we do see these decks playing a lot more defensively.
Yeah, and both these decks specifically are really, inclined to find a certain 2-drop. So we did miss it for our Krillin here, but we do see the Pan GT definitely the better, one of our best cards here. So great for Toma off the start.
Yep, especially if Toma doesn't want to rely on the pan, he can just go into the Gohan instead. That'll get the 2 key right off the bat. It'll draw you an additional card. While Gohan is the consolation inclusion in the deck, it is one that I don't actually particularly mind, right? It just oftentimes in specific matchups, it can just kind of sit there. It'll draw you additional cards, which is a great spot. Here with the first swing, the leader swing of Nameku, defended with the combo way on board here. But then we got the 2-drop Krillin. We did draw and find it, and this card generates so much value for the deck. A reminder for those at home, Nameku is able to utilize Ki on the board to be able to combo from the drop for free once per turn. So effectively, every single time that the deck generates a Ki, it's almost like it's drawing an additional card.
Yeah. If you're a Nameku, player, you just have no doubt. Krillin's going to show up right when you need it. So right there, being able to get our first marker and underneath our leader with the Ki, and being able to generate another one if they don't get rid of it. And even if they do, you get that when KO'd marker, which again will let you awaken. And Nameku being able to awaken at 8 is going to be really, really nice.
And can I just shout out how thematic the designers of the game are, right? Like Krillin will attack, he'll generate a Ki, and then if you kill Krillin, it generates the second Ki, which is the 2-key Goku needs to go Super Saiyan. It is incredibly on theme.
I really love what they've done with this deck. It's fantastic. And yeah, there goes Krillin, unfortunately, but we do get that Ki on our leader. And with 2 underneath it, we will be able to awaken on next turn. And just, being able to awaken on 8 life is unheard of.
It's huge. It's absolutely
great.
Massive. You don't have as big of a hand size as you would going down to like 4 life back in the old day.
Sure.
But you've got the buffer that is so much more, especially with these cards having alternate ways to draw, right? Here where the leaders are pseudo drawing with the way that they use Ki. Here we're literally drawing with the Gohan. I like the play of not attacking, not making him susceptible, saying like, you have to answer me with your extra card. We do have it, so if we want to go there, we probably do it, try to deny any future draws, but heads up play here from Toma as Triple O is swinging in for 20K here.
Yeah, so unfortunately we haven't seen
super
our 7
combo.
drop. Oh, super combo on a 20K.
Saying we like the rest of our hand more.
I suppose, yeah. I mean,
as opposed to the Bulla, I guess.
I see a 5K. Hopefully not a misclick there, but we're going to start off with the nail here. And we are going to go give it a little boost here.
Playing a little aggressively here. We're going to get a 10 with the Krillin there, so swinging for 20.
I mean, if we did the first 20 and they gave us a super combo, we're probably feeling pretty okay to keep going 20K.
And then we do get to play Piccolo, which will have its cost reduced because Nail is there. Down Nail goes into the drop, and then we net an energy marker for the leader and Piccolo.
Yeah, and this is just a pretty good start for Nameku, especially compared to the game we saw yesterday. We are going to use the Legendary Warrior as well. So as long as we have 3 or more Ki on our leader, which we do, it costs 1, and then we get rid of anything 6 or less, and we get to KO it. So there goes the Gohan.
Yep, so back up to 3 energy here for the GT player, and no great 3-drop. It has not been GT's day today. Just cannot line up a great set of back-to-back plays here. We do have the 6-drop when we want to get there. Eventually, it looks like we're going to be starting with the Bulla. Maybe that's why we comboed away with the super combo last swing, was because we just needed something to be able to find us something to play here. So we will go ahead and now draw the Videl, a couple of cantrips, get some stuff on board. We can swing, get the 2 markers, unfortunately. There we draw to the Vegeta, so there for next turn. But will not be enough to be able to swing for 30K here. But odds are Nameku probably... No take. You know what? I'll just use a free card.
Yeah, especially when we have a Ki floating on one of our battle cards. That can just be lost if the battle card is lost. So it's going to be nice just to get out of this attack for free, and just so much momentum for our Goku player here. I think the Piccolo is going to stay around. We've got time to play Krillin next turn. We could just play another Piccolo too. That card doesn't need to have the nail out. You just get the bonus reduction if you do. Honestly, you've got so many good plays this turn now.
Yep, solid turn here. Nothing that SS4 can't deal with, but it is going to be an annoying amount of pressure here. Quite a few avenues that Triple O can opt into here in terms of getting through. So we will go ahead and combo that out for the 10K, defending the first 25K swing.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential for good sequencing. So we're just going to use this. This is also going to offer us a draw 1. We are also playing Pan in this leader. I would normally do not see this for the deck. We're going to go another 25K.
Maybe just opting to have a way to generate an energy marker if you're going first.
Yeah, and it still adds key to the board. You'd obviously rather have it on your leader, but the on-KO effect is also, I think, pretty relevant. So, interesting add there.
Comboing away the Vegeta.
All right, just doing a 20, now 30, using, again, the key that's floating on the Piccolo there.
Yep, comboing away with the nail here. 30k swing, super combo, so dedicated to staying at 5 life here for SS4. We'll see if a future draw will be able to push him through.
And then using the Sun Gohan there, and then we get another removal card. So, again, a lot of pressure here. Now, the fact that we didn't get rid of the 1-drop means that they do have some key floating. If they do end up finding a 4-drop Goku, it's a very good board wipe here. But again, we're still at 8 life. That's absurd.
That's a tough spot. I mean, the benefit being that means that Nameku doesn't have a ton of life to deal with, but, you know, or a ton of cards to work with. But technically, 4 key is 4 cards if needed. Now, the benefit for SS4 here is that we do see a SS4 Vegeta on the right side of the hand there, so we will be able to start making something happen. Putting the key somewhere that's going to be useful for sure. So here we go with the additional key there. The swing with the leader will be able to push that through as well. Probably going to have to do a little bit of board cleanup here this turn. And of course, the higher level that Vegeta is, the harder it is for the opponent to get rid of it.
No, I could see us using a key this turn if we want to. Looks like they agree.
10k is free.
10k is pretty good, so 35 to their 30. Piccolo survives it here.
Yeah, and then, you know, the beauty is we do have the Big Bang Kamehamehas if we want to. Do we want to make our Vegeta a level 5 cost? Looks like we do.
No, so we can use it on the 1-drop. Yeah,
I completely forgot that Bulla had those 2 just hanging out on here.
That's totally. I mean, compared to yesterday when people were, you know, flashing their gold energy markers, a little bit more obscured.
True.
But really heads up keeping that as a 7 cost, knowing that the removal stops at 6 cost here.
Yep,
so
yep.
The Vegeta's pretty safe here, but again, 8 life to 5 with pretty similar hand sizes is kind of tough. Now, it does look like this might be a little potentially mediocre turn for...
No bombs is the one benefit that SS4 doesn't have to deal with.
Yes.
Well,
never mind.
Well, I said that before the draw.
We found the card we wanted here.
And we had already utilized most of our super combos. We still have one in hand with that 5k on board, so we can make some stuff happen, but that's going to be an uncomfortable play here as we try to bait more combo power out of SS4 hand before going into the critical Goku. It is a 7 cost that gets its cost reduced if there's no other Goku on the board and you have the key conditions met. Now, big 45 crit attacker on board.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge here. So we're actually, going to pressure the Vegeta. I do like this. And we're actually going to use some key to bump it up. So, you know, the removal prospects for this card are almost exactly a Vegeta with some keys. So probably want to make it a 60 with this
right?
Gohan.
Because otherwise, I don't know about that one. Because now that's just super combo 10. I mean, you save this every single time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because if we used the Gohan, it would have been
that would have been 3
double
cards.
super combo. Yeah. But understood.
Okay, and pass it back on over to SS4. Huge opportunity here for SS4 to mount a comeback. You can use the Hercule. Hercule can generate a lot of card advantage for you as you pick up another Bulla or a Videl to be able to draw into more cards. Helps you find what you need. You got an additional energy marker. You know what? I don't know what I'm talking about. We're just going to charge the Hercule. We are now at 6. Technically, we do need to find an energy marker, but hey, look, we need card draw. This is a great time to be able to deploy this, put it down, find ourselves some cards. If the opponent can't get rid of it, which, you know, they need to not work too hard to make that happen, then they can go and do that. But it's just the fact that it's on board, it's demanding an answer, and it draws you 2 additional cards when we're already low on cards in hand.
Yeah, the draw 2 is probably the most important thing here. You know, we've been, I think, doing a really good job at kind of draining their hand, but this is such a great card, and we're going to go 30 and delete, maybe finally hitting them down to 7.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, oh, sure, like, yeah, I don't even think there's any hesitation. They click the button like frame 1. Please give me one more card. I'd love to.
All right, so here's the Big Bang Kamehameha to deal the 1 damage finally. And we've got the cool line here where we can still use the Big Bang Kamehameha on one side to be able to clear out this Son Goku as we go down to 7 or 8 here, as we utilize 1 of the key off of the SS4 Gogeta. So presumably, if we're doing that right that second, not swinging with Gogeta, I don't know, or Vegeta, it might not matter too much, but
based on my experience with it, I think we were actually pretty safe to at least pressure with Vegeta.
I think so too.
I think that would have been okay. Maybe you could have lost it to another 3-drop Goku coming down, but you could. Okay, we're just actually going.
All right, that's fine. So
okay, that's fine.
Usually at these high life totals, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The odds are 55 or 65 that we're going to take it anyways.
And we got a stellar top deck again. Another one hitting the hand here, and
oh my!
Man, I wish I was playing this Nameku player.
Yeah, Triple O drawing.
I mean, we top deck Krillin into our answers. We start off with Nail and Piccolo. Things are just going super good for what you can expect from Nameku.
Yeah, super solid spot here. I think we still have a super combo in hand for SS4, so we'll be able to stave off anything threatening. The Gogeta is not long for this world, as it'll be able to be removed by the extra card. And then we could just play the Goku, apply pressure there. So and things again, lining up really well draw-wise for a Nameku player.
And we do have the removal here for, yeah, here you go.
Yep, so let's see how much more we put on the top here. Do we ought to give it a little bit of sauce?
I think again, I would really like to see a 60K here. Using the Gohan and then using the key. Yeah.
Looks like that's what we're going for this time around. And I don't think this is answerable on the board here. So this will effectively be a full board clear for Nameku.
There is one exception. We do have the 1-cost extra card. We got the marker up, and that can offer a lot of additional. It's essentially a 1-cost 25K. So that could be important for us to be able to get out of it, but you do have to lose the marker for it.
Which I think is fine, right? Like, I think in a world where you know your Gogeta might not live to see another day, you need something on board that generates key in case you top deck the secret rare once again. And Vegeta just applies so much pressure. So it does look like you're correct. We are going to go for the KO Ken here, which gives an additional 5K for each key used.
Yeah, which is huge here, and then the 10K. And I'm a greedy player. I definitely would have attacked into the
battle card.
Yeah, into the Vegeta again.
Yeah,
you're like, you know what? You've gotten so much value.
I just don't want to give you a card, right? You have 4 cards in hand. Like, you kind of had to put a lot of work into defending this Vegeta. So here we go into the 1-drops, just to keep on cycling cards.
Yeah, and then we got the Legendary Warrior once again being able to remove the 6-drop secret rare. Asking them to have another one, but for better or for worse, Toma does have another one there.
And Toma's just like, one time, let me draw the way my opponent does. Well, I mean, it deals with the board.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, we do have another Gogeta in hand.
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
I'm blind.
No, it's there's so many different arts, and there's so many different Gokus and Vegetas and Gogetas, so it's understood.
Not the best place to go for an extra turn here, I would argue, though. The high life total that Nameku's been able to sustain makes him feel pretty comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, again, we just get to grind out so much value because, again, we were just fortunate with all of our cards there. Now, Draw 2 is still very good. Cannot deny the power in that. And we get another one, so.
Was there an argument there to maybe use our Vegeta ability, get a marker, add the additional marker with the Gogeta, and then we beat up 2 markers if we decide to go for the extra turn here?
Correct, yeah. We did kind of miss out on 1 marker opportunity since specifically the Vegeta GT doesn't, you can only generate a marker if you can. The Stick Drop Gogeta is just whenever you want, man. Just make another marker. Don't
So
worry
it's
about
not the
it.
end of the
It's
world.
on me.
You know, going into an extra turn here, you would go up to a 3 energy turn. It's just a difference of not being able to go into a 4 energy turn, which would allow you to like hard play, you know, an SS4 Gogeta or Vegeta. So now that said, we did draw another secret rare. So if we're now in a position where we could feel okay to not go into said extra turn right off the rip.
Yeah, but it is a bit of a decision here. The other kind of nice ability here is that you do get to, you know, you reset their activate battle because it's a new turn, so they can then use their key again to get the removal. But we are just going to use the Big Bang Kamehameha once again to get the removal of the 7-drop Goku.
Yep, and do still have that 1 energy upholding for the KO Ken there, which would help that Vegeta sustain next turn. As Nameku did draw into another legendary Super Saiyan, which will be able to get rid of that Gogeta. Thankfully, we do have that 3rd one in hand as we draw into the Goku.
And this is really good. I mean, also we're to the point where like we can stop whenever we want. Oh, this is a fantastic top deck.
Wow.
Another time. Every time Deck's like, hey, you need this card? Here you go. All right, I'll make it the extra shiny one.
That is really, really good right here.
Yeah. So this is the 6-drop Gogeta here. It does have an on-play just to remove any card on the board. It also generates you a marker here. And then you also still have the extra energy for the Legendary Warrior there. So going to be able to be a full board clear. Very nasty business.
This is super gross, especially since now there's no key on board. So we're going to have to find an additional card to go into the extra turn next turn. This is a card that's typically teched in for the yellow matchup.
Yeah.
It does have a permanent that prevents your opponent from resetting cards to active, which can be, you know, depending on that matchup, powerful. But here, just unconditional removal, marker. He's a 40k beat stick. It is just a phenomenal top deck after top deck here for Triple O.
Yeah, and like we've just been able to get the dream going. Another 7-drop Goku for next turn as well. Like we are set to go.
We are cooking here. It's crazy.
So, fortunately though for Toma, we did find another way to be able to do our combos. So we just top deck the 2-drop Pan GT.
Huge.
That generates another marker. So with that, we are able to take the extra turn if we want to. It's just there's so much value that Triple O's been getting. So it's we'll see what they decide to do here.
Yeah, it might be a position here where you forego trying to be cheeky with it. You know you're on your last Gogeta. You know, we've already used up 2. Maybe we just take the opportunity, you know, with the leader swing, we draw a card. With the Gogeta, we draw 2 cards. We go into the extra turn. We're drawing for turn and then drawing the additional 3 cards once again. So it's just one of those positions where, okay, are we going to play the Pan first, because then at least we get the energy marker. Yeah, okay, there we go. So we'll play the Pan first. Now we have, because there is a condition that we need 4 key on board. The SS4 will generate a key, Pan generates a key, the leader on swing will generate a key. So this is probably one of those things where we're like, we might not be able to close out the game, but hopefully we can accrue so much advantage through these 2 turns as we take our extra turn that we'll be able to kind of close out with whatever we draw afterwards. What?
That is great. You know, he's like, I'm looking to upgrade this card in my deck today.
Okay.
We see the 7-drop. This is just the regular alt art from the set too. So looking really nice. And when they're at 3 life, Triple Strike is very good.
Pretty good. So here we'll combo out of the attack from the looks of it. So spend the first, then use some key to get a 10k combo. 2 energy markers available, and notably at 7 energy, which means that even going to extra turn, you only need to get rid of 6 energy, which means you'll be able to go into your turn, charge for 4, swing with Gogeta again, go for 5. Which means that you can play Vegeta potentially and get an additional big threat on board. You could even play Vegeta from the 3-drop, get an additional swing there, go into the 4-drop. So there are sequences here that can lead to a powerful set of next turn here for Toma. This is the kind of lineups that we haven't been able to see from SS4 in the past 3 games that they've been live, but now things are starting to come together a little bit more here as we go to charge and take our extra turn.
Yeah, so there's your extra turn there. We're going to go to 5 usable energy here with 3 markers and 2 real energy. He's going to start with a 40k to start us off, though.
Yep, so not too powerful of plays, but that's fine. We were probably aiming to go for Vegeta anyways right now. We're just trying to force cards out of hand and see if we can draw into anything. The sparking is actually pretty decent going into a defensive turn afterwards. We get the leader swing here for 30, which could be pretty decent, but we'll just start it off, kicking off with the Vegeta, get the key. The leader swing could potentially provide that additional key we need to go into the SS4 afterwards.
Yeah, and I like this. So again, this is just going to be able to, the idea of this card is like, oh yeah, but then your next turn you're not going to be able to do that much. And we've got like a full-fledged turn on the other side for Toma. We're going to be able to get the attack with the 3-drop. We're going to be able to convert that into the 4-drop and just get a lot of damage.
Here we see the 20k swing from the Vegeta. Maybe a take here, not feeling too scared. Nope, looks like we are going to combo away. So we have a scary hand, but we do need some combo power to be able to push that through. So at some point, maybe just time to say, you know what, I've done enough. So we'll see the Vegeta will come down. You'll be able to generate an energy marker here as it also replaces the Vegeta. The 3-drop replaces itself with the card draw. We'll get the marker. We'll get the additional become a 5k, become a 35k, see what we can do with our last 2 energy there as well as we go into the bullet. Just draw as many cards as we can, accrue as much advantage as we can, and tell our opponent, I don't think you can out me.
Yeah, so a lot of advantage here, and even though the triple strike looks good, there's just so much cards in hand for
and Namiku only on 2 key, so like you're not going to be comboing a ton for free there as well. Does look like we're going to give him an additional card though.
Yeah, and I think, okay, so the big thing that Triple O probably needs to do is, I'm curious if they're going to attack with their 6-drop first, and see if we can, ask for some, some combo before. So, I mean, they might not know if there's a triple strike in hand, right? That is like the real win condition here. So, because there's the back and forth. Do we give them an extra card to deal with? I'd also be kind of tempted to do the leader attack, trying to get the sparking out of hand first.
Yeah.
You kind of bait them out from doing that too, but
yeah, it is huge because there is no super combo. No, there's 1 super combo in hand. What I'm seeing. So there's still some defensive option there, but
the big thing here.
Yeah, this is a big turn here. Just because like we don't have the removal we need to clear with the board anymore. So if this goes back to Gogeta's turn, it'll be very hard to come back from that.
Yeah, and I like this. They're probably thinking about ripping the sparking, but actually just taking the combo out.
Yep, heads up play from Toma here, being like, I don't really care about the 40k swing. If that gives me that additional card and I have to deal with like a Bardock afterwards, fine. I'll deal with it from there. You only have 2 key. That's not a whole lot to play with. And I'd rather have this nice, juicy 20k plus extra card in my hand.
Yeah, and I think we were thinking like, all right, obviously we have 2 different routes to go for game here, and so maybe the 7-drop Goku could be part of it. We don't have enough key to make it work though, so it's a little tough. And yeah, big think here, which is understood. So it's been a real close game.
We're in the tank.
Yeah, and so the big decision is here, do we attack with our Gogeta and where do we go to it, right? What we really, really want this to do is we want them to have to feel that they have to defend it and that they need to spend cards for it. They might not know that we have a triple strike in hand, right? So it doesn't matter if that 3 or 2, but if they think that the 3 life is more important.
And I agree with this. The best way to do that might just be threatening board.
Yeah.
And being like, you probably care a lot more about this right now than you do about your 1 life. So, see if I can threaten any additional cards here. And we are able to get at least a 10k out of hand, which is a little bit less. And now it's like, okay, well, now I got a triple strike in hand. He's got 3 life. But no, opting out of it.
Deciding to defend here, okay. And I think that's fine to the sense that we do know that we do have the removal here. They're restarting at 4 energy, right? So their aggressive power is not super high.
You also know that you've seen 3 Gogetas at this point. So odds are they probably aren't seeing another one at this point. So now that you finally deal with this one with the legendary Super Saiyan, you're in a position where you're just questioning at this point how many threats can SS4 have at this point. Yeah, and we still have room to swing with the 45k.
Yes, we do. No, honestly, I think obviously the triple strike was incredibly tempting. But I think this is the best way for us to get the value we need. We still need to, yeah, there's the sparking.
I agree with that because you got to save something on board. You know that the Legendary Super Saiyan is coming right afterwards.
Yeah, there's the Legendary Warrior, but it is, and just for my own fun numbers, so let's say that we decided to pivot to the triple strike there. We had 2 markers, and we had a 45, and then we had, I think we had like an extra 15, so it'd be, what, 60, 70, 90K?
Yeah.
I don't know if they could have gone out of it.
20, 40,
They had sparking,
65.
so they get the 60 off super combo sparking.
I don't think they get there.
I think it's really close.
Yeah.
We have to, again, we need computer math for for that one.
All right, so we have the energy marker. We drew into the Big Bang. We charged Big Bang, saying that we're not going to concern ourselves with the board anymore. That's a scary spot to be in. 30K swing on the leader. 40K swing saying, you know what, you got 4 cards in hands, and I don't think you have it. And, you know, we do have to force some key usage here. But this is a point where Toma knows he has to be aggressive here, depending on how hard he goes. It does look like we use up all of the key here, saying, I'm not going to show you what I have in hand. You're the one who still needs to sit there and speculate on if I have any super combos. Toma, knowing he just needs to find 2 attacks here. He does have the SS, he does have the Vegeta. He can dig a little bit with the Videl, being able to find a little bit more combo power. Another swing here. Poke with the Vegeta, maybe going with 30, 40K, be like, is that enough? Great. I've got this massive SS4 to go here. So right now, Toma's sitting there being like, how many cards are in trash? How many super combos am I playing against? What am I going to see in this next swing? And of course, you could cycle away potentially the Vegeta afterwards if you give it that extra juice right there. So we will go ahead and add the key on top. Take the life. I do like this. We need the card. 5K combo. That's fine. We'll take it. And then the Vegeta can replace itself afterwards. Now that it has the 2 key on it, give you that additional card draw.
Yeah, even if it doesn't play into anything, the draw could be helpful to get the bigger number. So, yeah, I think we're pretty good to do like maybe like a 50 and then like 70, which are some pretty hard numbers to overcome.
So first swing here, 30. If you don't combo away the Trunks, I guess you can attack with Trunks also. Like,
yeah, I mean, Trunks can attack, so I think that's definitely going through our head is like, do we, how big do we go?
I like the idea of 50, right? It's like super combo plus, but we have a bunch of 5Ks in hand, which doesn't make that decision super easy.
Yeah.
Now we probably should just go with the Trunks, right? Because now that we know we don't have enough combo power. 50 is pretty big, though, and will be enough to be able to get there. No more key left here for Nameku. This has to be an insane top deck. I don't even know what it would have to look like, but a 10K combo probably is not it. Nameku only having 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So
yeah,
50K swing here with the additional draw does not help us, but 60 will be enough for SS4 to be able to get through there as the Triple O just goes through and walks through his combo. 60-50, and SS4 finally grinds a win here in this digital finals.
Yeah, we can see Toma have a sigh of relief. Like, oh my god, that was so tough. Nameku felt like they saw everything. It was a grind in itself. So Toma's up 1-0. Just needs to win 1 more, and he'll be our 3rd place champion for our World Finals here. And going to be switching to, what was it, SS3? Right?
It was, yeah, so it was SS3. So Toma finally being able to pivot off of SS4 Goku and play something a little bit more aggressive, something that's going to be a little less bricky in often hands here. Of course, playing for the 3rd place round. And alternately, the O still needs to win with both decks. So has to do the run back with the Black Nameku. And then if forced into a Game 3 position, we'll be taking the red Gogeta BR into the match. So Toma up. Good position to be in. Just needs to win 1 more game, but of course in these best of 3 situations, now he's got the buffer. You know, he's got, okay, if things don't go well for me this 1 game, it's not the end of the world. I do have the additional 1, whereas the pressure is definitely there for Triple O to be, I need to make something out of this.
Yeah. So we'll see on the SS3 though. We haven't really seen it yet today. And there we go. So Battle of the Gokus, Battle of the Star Decks as well. If you guys are checking out this game for the first time, these are both essentially just somewhat upgraded Star Decks, right? So I think Star Deck 11 and 12 are both fantastic. Obviously, Star Deck 11 won the physical World Finals, and we see both of them in the top 4 here. So check them out if you haven't already. It looks like we're going to start off with just a Bulma search, and we do have a pretty good 1, 2, 3 for our Goku from starting deck.
Yeah, so as someone who's quite fond of both Nameku and SS3, how do you feel about the matchup facing into each other?
So it's kind of a little back and forth. They can definitely be really aggressive, and as we've seen, like Nameku's really good at getting out of like some mid-level attacks, but we do see traditionally SS3 being very aggressive with a lot of attacks, but we can see in those hands, we do see a secret rare 6-drop Gogeta in hand. So there is kind of a more mid-range way to build this deck, and that seems like the build that Toma's playing today.
Yeah, so in a world where Nameku comfortably gets to 6, maybe drops down the black Gogeta and prevents the restanding of energy.
Yeah.
How painful is that for the SS3?
Oh, it's painful. Yeah, there's no remedy. It hurts a lot. So and, like, it looks like this is you really can't ask for more of a start. Even if we didn't have the Krillin, we have the pack of the 1-drop nail in the Piccolo. But right here, saying, all right, now I'm doing this 20K. If they KO it, the only way to interact with this is if they instead have a way to prevent the Krillin from attacking. You wouldn't be able to get the 2 key for free, but then even with that, then it means you're kind of playing a substandard turn, I think.
Yeah, and as we see another secret rare getting into the hand there from the life take previously, so clearly moving on to the more mid-range side of the things, as we were saying. Which could cut to the benefit depending on how late of a game goes. But here, Triple O doing a good job of just applying pressure. And it's always an awkward position when the aggro deck has to be the one on the back foot, because now they're playing board control, and that can be kind of annoying for their tempo.
Yeah.
So we'll see how much gets done here. We do go into the SS3 here.
And this is the promo here, and ooh, this is a really nice ad. So one kind of concession with this deck is with the addition of like the getting the 2. There is a way for this deck to go into the Gogeta for 4 energy with an empty board. So it doesn't matter if it's an energy marker energy or real energy.
Right.
So that I think the only thing we're missing here is the 3-drop Baku. And we got the Warrior defeats the Evil Demon. This is going to be able to get rid of the Krillin without giving the marker. So that's also just huge for slowing down the tempo of this Nameku.
That is incredibly annoying there. Not being able to get that free 2nd key. Not detrimental, there'll be ways to be able to get that on this turn, but it is definitely an annoyance that you have to play in a way to get the marker as opposed to just getting it for free and being able to awaken here.
Yeah, but we've got some really good sequencing, so I think we can play out the nail into Piccolo combo. We probably also can play a 1-drop Bulma and then combo for another 20, so those numbers seem really good. We are going to still be able to awaken this turn, which, there are some awkward times when that's not possible, but I think we're still in a good spot.
So contemplating on charge here as we go to our 3rd turn.
Oh, and deciding, what, the 7-drop is not going to get me any value anymore this game, and they do have a lot of ways to interact and stun it, so we'd rather just go kind of wide with our attacks than making just one big crit attack every turn that's just going to be answered after that.
Right. So, like you're saying, a few ways to generate key here. Consider contemplating the best way to be able to do that. Looks like Guru might be the way that we're opting to do so.
Interesting, we're going for the Guru instead. I don't know if that was necessarily needed, but that is going to get us to 2 of our key and then get us a awakening here. So Goku's going to be at the backside with 6 life and 3 key.
Finding another legendary warrior. So 6 life, you've got key, which is free combo. Is a pretty sweet spot to be against an aggro deck here as we draw Bulma. You can play slower, and you're not punished for playing slow because you have the key to help you sustain your hand. Oftentimes, aggro decks can punish decks that go slow without dealing with much because they're like, oh, well now it's just going to cost you cards.
Yeah.
But if the key can, mitigate the odd attack here and there, you're in a position where you're probably not losing all that much being defensive for a turn.
Yeah. So. Don't mind this here. I do think like we could have, if we sequenced it with playing the Bulma first, we could have also. No, you only get to choose one thing. You can't choose the battle card and the leader. So no, we're fine.
Yep. So free combo here with the Bulma. Get rid of it now before it is rested and no longer usable.
But still kind of demands an answer a little bit, which is nice.
Yep. Going into the Goku and Vegeta here. Opting out of taking a life from hand and getting that 20k swing. This is where we use the key.
The Bulma back, comboing with it again.
And then we'll likely see a restand and evolve here.
And we do have the back move here. So it looks like we are going to try to do the combo. And I do love whenever I can attack with Baku and have it make a difference. So
there's just something so enjoyable about the 5K on 5K combat.
Now, do we have? We must have a 1-drop Vegeta in our drop, because we do kind of need that as well. There it is. Okay. All right. We're good with it. Yeah. This is the combo here, and so again, this is way different than the build that we saw get first place yesterday in the physical finals. But this is a great combo, and kind of difficult for a lot of decks to interact with cleanly.
Yep. Naturally, the combo pieces setting themselves up for the Evo here, so I'm being able to go into Majin Vegeta.
Yeah, and then with this, we are able to get 2 energy back, and so we've got 3 floating, and we've got the 2-drop Goku and Vegeta here. So with this, we can now evolve for 3 onto our Gogeta Secret Rare, and I think this is the first sighting this weekend of the yellow Secret Rare here.
It is, yeah. So for our viewers at home, Gogeta has this fantastic ability where it can rest mode essentially everything when it attacks. And then additionally, if you were to die, go to 0 life while it's on board, or it would be removed, it actually adds itself to the life.
Yeah, which is
technically
really
means you can infinitely see it.
yeah, which means you can just add it again. And so we've got our army of 7-drop Gokus in our energy there. And the Gogeta is a really fantastic card. Only issues that we're 2 energy away from it. Though we could use the pan here to try to energy mark our way up. The only issue is that I think we also need to make sure to get rid of that Gogeta using the Legendary Warrior, which, again, we need 1 more key to be able to do so.
So that'll be a defend there on that first swing. And now, yeah, it's like, do we want to set up for the 6-drop? The thing with the 6-drop is that it's good, but it is our whole turn.
Yeah.
So it's like we do need to, if that's going to be our next turn, we do need to deal with the board of this turn, like you're saying, somewhere along the lines. That means we need to use at least this Legendary Warrior. We set up, we need a key to make that happen. We can generate a key with the Piccolo.
Yeah, I think you specifically need it to be the three key has to be specifically on your leader, if I remember correctly. It can't just be on the board, because otherwise, playing the pan for 2, get the marker, using the removal, you will be able to get the removal and have 4 energy and a energy marker to go into 6 next turn, but it's tough.
Yeah, big contemplating here, just being like, I'm one energy off from doing everything I want to be able to do here.
Yeah.
So you kind of just have to choose one route or another, because inevitably, the earlier you get out Gogeta, the more effective he is.
Yeah.
But still impactful turn 6 play if you need to get there on turn 6 and instead need to control this board. But the problem is you'll only really be able to deal with 1 threat on board. That Vegeta is really annoying. We'll still be able to, if you keep the Vegeta, we'll still be able to deal with something afterwards. Alternatively, SS3 going to 4 life is pretty good.
Yeah, I think we can still do a combination of, it's probably play 1-drop Bulma. Like, unfortunately, I don't think you can use the pan, but 1-drop Bulma into nail, do a 20k, go into the Piccolo for an additional 1, and then finalize with the getting rid of the Secret Rare. And you want to sequence it that it's the last thing you do, because you don't want to just give it back to their hand for the next turn.
Are you more partial to the aggro variant of SS3 or this more mid-rangey? I get to play Gogetas.
competitively, or what's my heart saying?
What's your heart saying?
What's my heart saying? I love playing the Secret Rare. It's one of my favorite cards they've printed.
Yeah.
I do think it's probably stronger as just the aggressive variant of the deck, but you know, there's so many cool combos you get to do with it. I am still a big fan of the yellow Gogeta leader itself from the 9th set from FBO9, so that also is like a little bit of a changer for me. But looks like we are going to play with the Piccolo here for 3, get the draw and the extra key on our leader in itself. And then having the 3 key on our leader will offer us a chance at another Gogeta. All right. Well, in 2 turns, they're going to be really scared.
Yeah, you really won't be able to beast energy here. But thankfully, it is the type of card where you only really ever need to see 1. So.
Yeah, and I like this 25K. They might take it, go down to 2, yeah, because they know. Hey,
somewhere along the lines, they're going to get that life back.
Yeah.
It turns out that's right now.
Again, this. Oh, we're actually using it to get rid of the. Okay.
I mean, that's.
I can see why, because they can use it to get rid of the Piccolo for free, right? So there is some sequencing there. It could be, you know, wanting to just decide to instead get rid of the 6-drop with the Gogetas once we get there. If we get there, I don't know if I'm being optimistic, but it does help you those. The only issue is that you do get so much flexibility with your energy this next turn. You get 2 back for free off your leader effect. You get 1 off for free. We also, this 3-drop Veku kind of just top decked into another way to get the other 6-drop out. So that could be really punishing.
Yeah, maybe it was just one of those positions being like, it doesn't matter between 30K and 40K because I'm going to take that hit anyways. In that world, I would rather not just have the free removal and card draw they get with the Majin Vegeta. Go into a 20K Goku here. We do have 5Ks in hand to just toss if we want to go that route. Does look like we get rid of a Goku.
Yeah, I think we can probably get rid of Pan eventually too. Last turn would have been the turn to play it, but when we miss it, we miss it.
Yeah, especially since you have essentially a free charge with that Gogeta in hand. Okay, off here with the Gohan. We'll be able to look at the top cards for a Saiyan.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we don't have to use the Veku if we don't want to, but the fact that we also get an energy back from our Secret Rare attack means we'll have 3 open, and then we can go into a second copy of this card here.
20K swing on the lead with the Gohan.
Getting rid of the nail there.
Yeah. So 40K swing on the Piccolo. That Piccolo is no longer among us. That'll be a clear with that beautiful sparking attack there from the Gogeta.
And we got 3, so you know what that means. We got Gogeta coming down a second time here. Another big 40K. Now you're just like 1 additional life away from winning.
Yeah,
they do have 2 heals here and a 40 into 20. This is real tough here.
Yeah, healing is always insane in these shield-based games. Being able to do it twice, and as long as you don't deal with the board, those are also 40K swings, is a very spooky place to be. Unironically, unfortunately for Triple O, I do think this version is harder for him to deal with than the all-out aggro version.
I would agree. I would agree. I mean, we do have answers to it. I mean, we can play the 4-drop Goku, attack with it, get the legendary warrior to be able to get rid of one of these, and by get rid of it, I mean calmly place it back into their life, but it's tough. And if you're trying to go for like a triple strike per game, these do get around those effects.
Yep, so just confirming his play here, confirming the pay of the energy.
All right, really thinking on this 4-drop here.
Yep, really trying to see which 7-drop Gokus they're going to tap to pay for this.
Yeah.
All right, so there we go.
1, 2, 3. There's our triple striker.
There's our secret rare.
Not that it would be too useful in this matchup specifically. Now there goes our removal.
There's our legendary warrior. We're going to try our best here with this swing. Probably utilize some key to try to push in some damage. Unlikely to use cards from hand. We don't have a ton of combo there. We'll utilize the 1 key, get it up to the 40, and at least demand a card from the yellow player here, but high likelihood that this gets defended just because it's a free 40k attacker.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere once I'm done with it, so.
I think I wouldn't have been too upset just attacking the leader. Because if they go down to 1, then they go down back up to 2, and that's kind of a little bit more manageable. But
all right, so there we go, removing the Gogeta. Gogeta's permanent ability says if it'll get removed or your opponent or your life goes to 0, it'll go right back to the top of the life instead, healing SS3 and then going back to 3 life here. Swing, getting the results of training. Very nice top deck here. 20k swing gets countered out, but now we still have this 40k Gogeta we got to deal with, and that's not even accounting for the extra aggression that SS3 is about to deploy.
all right, I see this. I'm like, oh, please don't play a third one. Please.
I'm gonna
Oh
do it
no,
again.
what's that off the top of the life that we took from her life? Yeah, there he is.
I was like, you know what? I really liked having this Gogeta on board. I feel like I'm
Yeah.
going to do it again.
Yeah, that's some really heads up. The fact that it goes specifically to the top of your life does mean that you can just grab it again.
Yeah, balancing act there, of course, being that it needs to evolve on a very specific target, but nevertheless incredibly powerful here. As we go into the Veku, okay. Get as much value as we can from our cards.
Yeah, I don't know if we have a. I mean, if we have like the 1-drop Goku, we can use it to go into.
I think we still have the 1-drop Vegeta, don't we?
Yeah, we do. But I think the
Okay.
searching, for this
That's fair.
helps a lot.
Get the on-play trigger here from the Goku. Be able to curate our hand a little bit. Well, whoa. Why? Okay.
Why don't we take another one?
Why
not just
are
be
we
like-
standing this Goku? What are we going to do with it?
Yeah,
what are we
no,
going to
no,
do with these guys?
there's so many buttons to press all the time. It is.
Why are we standing this Goku Vegeta? Surely it can't attack. What's it going to do in active mode?
Yeah. Well, perhaps for the 3rd time this year, we can evolve on top of it with a 6-drop Gogeta.
Huh. How'd you get that back? I thought I dealt with it the first time.
Yeah, where to go? Yeah, man, he's drawn 3 of these so far. That's unusual.
So opting to just say I do not care about your 30k on board. Keep on punishing face here, which is valid knowing that you have 4 life effectively. So being like, I'm actually not all that afraid of your aggro, especially now that we're just going to go ahead and play the Gotenks here, make sure that that card will not get to attack again. And now we have a big juicy 30k swing. We'll demand a super combo here from Nameku.
Yeah, and I believe we used our leader effect early. So, yeah, we do need to just super combo here. Luckily, we do have it. Now, on the other side, there's not a lot of cards in hand for SS3, right? Like, we've survived to this part. I think we've gotten a lot of advantage, but, there is some room for interaction here that we're a little bit afraid of.
So do we play the biggin? Can we afford to play the biggin?
I think we got it. For no other reason than we have the shiny version. We got to show it off.
That is true.
So the other thing to note is that this Gogeta doesn't KO. It places it in the drop, so it does bypass the permanent effect from these Gogetas here. So it just goes away permanently this time, which is
That
nice.
is a clean way to at least deal with that. So that unironically dealt 1 damage essentially.
Yeah. And now we're just thinking, all right, what do we do now? Like, we are going to go into there.
Yeah.
Now,
Put
if
a
it does,
sauce on top?
if it does get KO'd in battle, it does not get protected. The permanence does not protect the battle. So, like, 1 less card for them to attack and combo with next turn. We're going to play the Balma, maybe find in a super combo.
This does feel
all right.
cool. Wow, okay, yeah, very nice spot. 5 count, 5k combat, big fan here. Look, I mean, Nameku's down to 1 life. He's got 4 key to work with. He's got double super combos here. Okay. Sure.
Sorry, I'm working on my evil laugh. I just find opportunities today. I don't know how it works, but That's pretty tough. We decided we've played enough of this Gogeta.
I think that's fine. I mean, the opponent's down to 1 life. We need to apply pressure, see how far this 40k can go, see if we can bait out the usage of the key here. If we do, now we're just dealing with cards in hand, and that math becomes a lot easier. We've got the 1-drop Goku. We can find maybe 30k dual attack somewhere within our deck here. So a few defensive options available. You will opt into the super combo first. 4 cards left here in Namiku's hand.
I'm still surprised. You know, I'm still thinking, like, I'm actually surprised we didn't end up using the 6-drop, and then we also kind of sequenced it where we don't get the energy back either. So I know Toma's been ahead, but you still got to finish out the game here. And you know, we're playing 1-drop Goku and the 1-drop Goku. We don't get we don't get the energy back because of the 6-drop Gogeta. That's a
right.
big that's a big thing. Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah, so we do need to just go into it with what we've got. We've got the 4 here. We will just go an Evo here. Gives us 20k attacker. Just chip away at the opponent, and we do like the draw as well.
What a defensive hand we've got now. Double super combo, double copies of results. We really can't ask for more.
You can use results offensively here, right?
Correct.
Like, if we're just trying to close, like, that's some good card draw right here. You put 1 off the top, that gets you to 40k. Now it's demanding another super combo. It draws an additional card.
Oh, that's a really good draw too. It's the Legendary Warrior. So being able to use that to prevent the 6-cost Gogeta from attacking next turn, or just fully removing the 4-cost.
Draws you a card if we're going to go try to close game with the leader as well.
Yeah, and we've got this weird question, like what is our actual win condition? We need to have 4 markers for our Gohan to be able to do its kind of double strike for game ability. So like it's...
Yep, tough spot to be in here. We've got 1 life, 2 cards in hand. We do have 4 key to work with. We're just saying, try to stop this 1 swing here.
I think, yeah, we got to choose the Gohan here.
Yep, you're feeling pretty good knowing that you can prevent this Gogeta from attacking here. We're playing a little bit slower. Toma's trying to line up here so that he does not have to go into a Game 3 scenario and locking himself in as the 3rd place champion for this digital final here. We will jump right into the warrior who defeats the evil demon here. The target is we can remove something off the board. It does look like we get rid of the 4-drop instead, opting to prevent the creation of more key here, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's more important for us in general, and you know, better for worse. We got another one anyways, but
yep, and we do need to either attack into this Gogeta, deal with it first, or we're going to have to find a way to deal 3 damage on this turn. We do not have the hand size, I think, to make it happen on another turn.
Yeah, but I think we've got a shot here. We also can do some cute plays where this 4-drop picks up a card. So we can pick up a 1-drop nail here, and then we can do the Piccolo combo still. So I do like the idea of that. And it's going to be really dependent on like where do we actually use our key. If we want to instead be defensive and like we could remove the 6-drop secret rare again and say they don't have enough pressure, but
true,
at
but
1 life, that's tough.
It is tough, and I mean, Toma has such a fantastic defensive hand. Double super combo, results of training with a rest mode card that allow him to draw from that card. So just based on power on board, we just don't have enough to get there. I think this is probably the right call. See if we can get rid of this Gogeta without having to give that additional life away. But without any sauce on top, that's going to be a little bit tough.
Yeah, so get the defense there. We're going to play the 4-drops on Goku. We do have a 3rd Gogeta in the deck. That would have been so good.
All right, so pick up here once again of the Legendary Warrior swing into the 20k here.
Yeah, and I like just 1 little
It's
extra,
free on the card.
Yeah, because again, like we essentially have like infinite amount of key at this point, and so it's going to help you get out of 1 attack no matter what. The issues at this deck, you know, the SS3 has so many potential attacks next turn. That's the real fear.
Especially with that Searcher Goku in hand, being able to potentially find an SS3. All right, into the Legendary Warrior here. Into the life that goes. So it's gone for now, but that does provide an additional buffer life here for SS3, and that'll be all she wrote. And then we draw into the 5-drop here. So we're going to be able to face so many attacks here. Triple O on the back foot. He's got 5 key. He can block big attacks, but many swings are going to be the trouble here for the deck, especially since Toma here is going to be able to draw additional cards with that leader swing, with the restand of the SS3 and the Searcher Goku here potentially finding another attacker.
Yeah, and now we don't get to restand the Goku, right? So that's really big with the Gogeta.
True,
so
true. It's not just energy. I was thinking of just energy from the
cards,
Gogeta.
Yeah. But it's still, you're still in a really good spot here. You're still going to be able to like get the draw and such. So we're going to start here, 30K. Don't get the energy back either because, again, the Gogeta. So I don't know, man. This is, you're just
do you
so
still get the card
autopilot
draw
for
even if it doesn't restand?
Yeah.
Okay,
Because you can do it when you're active as well.
All right, so tossing the super combo on top, 40K.
And this is the toughness, right? I think this is a perfect number for this situation. Because we can get out of this.
I like this, though, from Nameku saying, like, hey, my P is the most powerful thing I've got here. I'm going to hold that and see how you sequence your attacks. But this is just a numbers game here. 2 decent swings here to get there. Okay.
Yeah. Unironically, if they just attack 20K, and maybe make it a 30. Make it a 30, right?
Force the usage of the key.
Yeah.
And then from there be like, okay, now I just have a big swing here. I got a results of training I can utilize. I got 2 potentially, depending if I just go into a cheap. But all right, so we're going to do it here. Big 35K swing.
Training makes sense. I think that's fine.
This will force the usage of the key here to combo out of the attack as we go into 45K. So just guaranteeing that, like, hey, if you have a super combo in hand, this is still not going to be enough. And now we know I just have to out a super combo, and the math in hand will probably get us there. So Nameku defending himself, utilizing his key, getting 50K over 45. Back over to Toma's main phase here. 2 energy to work with here. So we'll go ahead and play a 10K Vegeta. Swing with it. And now it's
unbeknownst. This is already enough, right? There's no combo.
Just by itself. But hey, we that is information known to us, not known to them, as we put a little bit more on top there. 35, a 45, a 45 is enough here. And Toma is your 3rd place Fusion World Digital Champion here in this 3rd place match over Triple O with SS4 and SS3 Goku.
Yeah, and again, showing off the power of the kind of more mid-range combo build of SS3 as well. Really flexible leader, a lot of things to do, and congratulations to Toma for their 3rd place there.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, like, this match, we definitely saw a pivot from SS4 finally got to do the thing.
yes, it did, yes. And, SS3 got to do the thing, and Nameku got to do its thing.
Yeah, 100%. So the decks got to play and do what they do best. And we saw a variation of SS3, which I think is a nice change of pace. We saw how fantastic the aggro variants did yesterday as they faced off in the finals. But I do love this mid-range version. And unfortunately for Triple O, I actually think this version was more detrimental. I think had he faced the more aggro version, he actually would have had an easier time.
Yeah. So it's really tough to see that, but honestly, some great matches. Congratulations to our players. Again, to Toma for 3rd place. And we're going to show off, there's Toma right there. So replays here, we do see the first game, Nameku versus GT. Again, a really, really grindy match. Back and forth, taking the extra turn, getting the damage there.
Yeah, and just the fact that the game went like 2 turns after the extra turn, like.
Yeah, that's so unusual. And again, we saw the triple strike in hand. Again, I think it wouldn't have gone for a game based off the numbers there, but man, it
would have been close. It would have been close.
It would have been really, really close. Your opponent would have been sweating because I think that at the time they'd used 2 or 3 of their super combos. So, and they've got game 2 here again. The barrage of the 6-drop secret rare Gogetas were so strong. Unfortunately, not able to go into the Gogeta the turn they wanted to. Could have definitely changed the game, right?
Oh,
Being
100%.
able to shut off their leader effect is important, but there is the attack there. And Toma, again, our 3rd place winner.
Yeah, 100%. And it's the fact that those Gogetas force you to have to play differently.
Yes.
They put you in a position where it's like, okay, now I'm playing a sub-game within the game where I have to account and deal for these. I have to time when I want to go for putting the card back on top of the life because I don't want you to draw it in a very specific way depending on how my attack sequencing goes. So that, whenever you can put their opponent in a position where they're now playing a weird sub-game that they don't typically want to, it can be absolutely backbreaking.
Definitely. So that was our third place. We've got one more match of Fusion World this weekend. We got our first place championship match for the online client for the digital version. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you guys over there, and yeah, we'll be right back.
Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World 2nd Anniversary. Three Gojitas unleashed. Fusion World Booster Pack Dual Evolution.
Booster Pack New Adventure! The strongest fighters gather in this special anniversary Booster Pack. Enter the special event and get the promotion cards. Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World's 5th Booster Pack New Adventure is now available. Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Booster Pack Rivals Clash. Android 18. Attack your opponent's board with the Android deck. King Piccolo. Complete your ambitions with your men born from eggs. King Goma. The king makes his move in an unknown world where conspiracies abound. Son Goku. Unleash the skills of a world tournament competitor. The first secret rare is Son Goku. Broly. A sleeping warrior now awakens his hidden power. No one can stop the evolved warrior. Another secret rare is Broly. Booster Pack Rivals Clash. On sale from May 2nd, 2025. Starter Deck Vegeta Mini Super Saiyan 3 will also be released. Unleash a series of super strikes with your fellow adventurers. Check out the official website for release details.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World digital stage as we get geared up for the finals match. The previous matches have all led up to this, and I think we've got some exciting things in the works for everyone here. I'm Aspira, and joined with me is Egg. And Egg, how are we feeling going into this finals?
I'm excited. I love the Conquest format that we've got. We've got so many different leaders that we've been seeing. We're going to see some unique matchups as well, and I'm ready to jump into it.
Yeah, 100%. Bit of a correction on our end. We were calling one of the players Guy at one point. It is actually you at will be playing there on that side. We'll be playing against Taku Koko, which will be a exciting matchup. I don't think we've seen these players play against each other at this point so far, which is very nice and exciting. And of course, they're playing for some phenomenal prizing. The first place match, of course, is for that Grand World Champion title for Fusion World Digital, and alongside that comes some phenomenal prizing.
Yeah, I think we're going to look at the prizing in just a second here. Here it is. So we got the champion first place prize. It is that title. It is the card, I think both physically and in the client as well. So being able to show off a unique card that only you own on the digital client is super cool. So there it is.
Yeah, 100% nice sheen and gold. I'm telling you guys, if you guys ever get the opportunity to see it in person, come out to the next battle hour, to the next world. We have them out in display at the moment in the showcases alongside the trophies that the players will be able to get, and they're absolutely phenomenal, gorgeous pieces of memorabilia to commemorate this massive accomplishment for the players. And naturally, the one walking home second place still gets a nice silver Son Goku GT and a second place marker there. So no matter what, both of these players have done phenomenally all year long to be able to qualify to be even in this place and then play out against other world qualified players to make it their way into this finals, where they'll be facing it off to see who is the best of the best for the 2025-2026 season.
Yeah, so there's Yuat, and this is Taku Koko right here, trying to get this win here. We saw one of the decks for SS3, and I think they are getting started pretty soon, but
looks like they're going through their moles and starts here. So we do have, for our first matchup here, a Gogeta BR Mirror. As a reminder of the format, this is Conquest format. Both players need to take 2 decks into this match, and they need to win 2 of their games, 1 deck each. So it is effectively a best 2 out of 3 to see who will be able to win this through. You need to make it through with both decks, and both decks need to be of different colors. Kind of forces a little variety here and really truly tests the player's abilities to be able to play at a high level with a multitude of decks.
All right, here's the mirror match here. And this is really tough. We saw a mirror match in the third place match yesterday for the physical card game as well, and I think we ended up saying, what, was going second better, going first? Did we ever have a definitive position on that one?
I think we kind of landed that BR was the most flexible deck on whether it can go first or second. It didn't feel too terrible one way or another. You know, going first, you don't have the virtual energy that the energy marker is, but you do get to go turns 4, 5, and 6 with real energy. We did say that the energy marker provided you the ability to go in with the promo. So if you're able to get the promo Gogeta down, raise the cost of all your opponent's cards' hands, that effectively shuts down the deck for a turn. It is almost like you took an extra turn in this specific matchup, just because of how the deck functions and having to line up multiple cards worth of plays to be able to get your fusions off. The fusions themselves aren't actually more expensive, as they are an effect. However, the playing the cards to set upwards can be a little detrimental here. So here, God Kamehameha, if you have an empty board, will reduce its cost. So for 1 cost, you're able to clean the board here. And of course, in this matchup, you want to prevent any Gokus and Vegetas from staying on board at all, because that does give them free fusion for the next turn.
Yeah, so, you know, there is, if you can, you know, put one out there and just keep it out there active, make it a little bit tricky to remove, you can get that early fusion in this, but it looks like we are just going to go the back and forth. We're going to 3 energy with 3 real ones here, going from 6, going to 6 life here. Land the Goku for 1. And another Goku for 2. And yeah, I was just saying, unfortunately, we don't have the super rare, but they do have to remove this. Otherwise, I will get that kind of free Union Fusion on the next turn.
Yeah, 100%. So the early game for these decks are very much just try to get set up, see if you can go a turn without the opponent being able to deal with your board, and then getting some good momentum there. Once we get to turns 5, turn 6, that's when we really see the players both being able to go full haymaker by being able to go combo, combo, combo every single turn, since you can set up both Goku and Vegetas going right into a Gogeta back to back to back. they need to be careful. You don't want to take too much life early and make it too easy for your opponent to be able to get that alternate win con condition with the secret rare. The red deck doesn't have a ton of ways to be able to prevent that from happening if you go down to 1 life.
Now, one of the kind of key cards I think we saw yesterday for this matchup was the promo Gogeta.
Yep.
Currently, neither player has it in their hands. That can be a big option there. We also do see the God Kamehamehas in both hands instead of having the Spear of Destruction. I think that also was a fantastic tech card for some of these. But we do have the God Kamehameha. Being able to remove the Goku for 1 energy is a pretty good trade there. And we still got 3 energy to play with here.
Yep, 100%. Here on our bottom player's hand. Super combos, pretty good spot here, pretty good defensive hand. We do have a Goku, kind of short on a Vegeta here, so we'll be able to find one of those. But we are at 5 life, so we'll be able to awaken on our subsequent turn and be able to dig into our deck a little bit. Here on the top player side, playing out the Goku, and we'll be able to reveal a fusion from hand. Hey, how about you take a peek at my secret rare, and here's minus 5k on your Goku on board, clearing out the board and setting up for next turn. And you know what, let's get a 20k in there while we're at it. I'm unlikely to have this Goku live next turn, odds are, so might as well get my value where I can. Might as well get a card out of you.
Yeah, and every energy you get, you do just make it easier and easier for you just to do the fusion. You know, the long way, and I mean, we've got 4 Chilais in our hand, so there is a lot of reduction. Actually, I don't think we can do a fusion next turn because we're missing out on, you know, some 2-drops to combo with there, but just taking the 10k out of the 20k attack here.
And that'll be defended and then pass. So we did manage to get a card, draw another Veku, which could be good for cycling some of our Gokus and Vegetas. But right now the struggle is we need to find ourselves a Vegeta. That is our current battle.
All right, thinking on the charge here. So again, we're going to 4 energy. You know, if we have like a double Chilai, we can go into secret rare. But honestly, we both have like a lot of our support cards. Right? We've got our super combos, we've got our 1-drop Chilais, but nothing of real value, I think, right here to try to press any advantage here. So we will get like the double draw off the leader attack, which is nice, but we're not sure exactly what we're trying to aim for, I think, right now. Thinking on this card, deciding to be the God Kamehameha, which we could have used this turn. Oh, there's a good draw. We got the 2-drop Goku and Vegeta, which we desperately need another search here to try to get some good combo pieces.
Yep, we were short on a Vegeta. Goku Vegeta does meet the conditions of being a Vegeta, and then it'll actually allow us to be able to dig for things that we want. In a world where we could potentially just go into Veku after doing a little bit of aggressive swings here, and then just getting those cards back and trying to sustain a big hand. Naturally, this Goku and Vegeta can also help us just find something, potentially a Gogeta to go into instead. We could play out the Goku afterwards, utilizing the Chilai if we really want to make a push here to go into the Veku, just for the sake of getting the cards back in hand. That makes them less susceptible from being removed on subsequent turn, especially knowing that we're kind of short on pieces as well, and it does allow us to reutilize that 2-drop Goku Vegeta for the next turn. But we do find ourselves the 5-drop Gogeta here. So swing here, 20k on lead, and then we'll get the Awaken, and then likely a combo, protect ourselves, keep ourselves at a 5 life total.
Yeah, I think we're trying to look for the 6-drop super rare. Could have been a lot of damage here. We could use the Chilai to go into the 2-drop Goku and then get there. But we still have some pressure, and we will be able to get rid of the 2-drop Goku on the other side.
Yep, comboing away Chilai here, 10k combo going to 30, defending. And the follow-up will just be the hard play of the Goku. So go ahead and reveal the Gogeta. We'll be able to get that minus 5k there. That'll be in range for our leader ability. Go ahead and remove that Goku for free. 20k swing on face here. That'll be a take. We go down to 4 life for our top BR player.
And then we got the Gogeta BR here. So a Fusion Evolve for 0 energy is going to offer us a card draw. Give the minus 5k, which doesn't really matter when we can use the leader effect to get rid of the Goku. But this is some real good pressure from our player on the bottom here.
Yep, 100%. Almost figured he might have contemplated going for like the Veku just for the sake of getting the cards back, because like if this Gogeta is dealt with, Sure, we're in a position where we've got the go 10, we got our leader swing, and we're able to draw. But this hand is very defensive. There's not a lot of proactivity happening within it. So if this Gogeta is dealt with, there's an opportunity here for our top Gogeta player to apply pressure in a way that might not be answered immediately super efficiently.
We're using one of our mini Chilais. We still got 2 left in our hand, so we're good to go. And, with what's in our hand, I think we could pressure a good Secret Rare this turn. Again, I think if we find the promo, that would make a huge difference and could be a really good kind of momentum shift here. So we've got the Gogeta on the top there going to 4 energy and a marker. And deciding here, going for a double draw here off the leader attack.
Yeah, so defensive hand, you got a couple of Vectors you could probably toss here. You don't want to use these super combos too early because inevitably you will need those in the end game. So trying to see how much progress we can make here. And of course those ever gorgeous alternate arc super combos. Go ahead and combo away your Vector. So if you guys are interested in blinging out your decks a little bit, there are currently some nice packages, bundles on the digital client. Get you some packs, get you some alternate art super combos, and alternate leader as well. Into the 2-drop we go. Look at the top card of our deck. Find effectively almost anything within the deck itself.
And doing a think here.
We're in the tank.
Yeah, again, like it's just like such a thing of like, well, I probably didn't find what I found, because obviously it would be a little bit quicker on the draw.
Contemplating our choices.
All right, we're gonna get the super rare, so not too bad here. Does mean that, unfortunately, not being able to play with the promo this turn, I think that would have changed the pace again very drastically, but we will be able to still get a pretty meaningful Union Fusion here, going 20 to 20, or Fusion Evolve here. So go 20, hit the 10K off the Beku.
Yeah, so good job here on our top BR player, slowly dwindling the opposing BR player's hand. Currently looking at 9 to 7 cards in hand, with 3 of those cards being super combos. If you force those being used early, that's very annoying for the opposing player. We'll go into the Goku, reveal the Gogeta. Revealing the new one, we probably could have revealed the Secret Rare. This is new information for the opponent here. Might not matter though if we decide to line up a sequence to be able to play things out in a way. But we did give a little bit of free info now. So 2 cards in hand are now known due to the reveals. We'll go ahead and swing that 20. That will be defended. And then see if we have any follow-up here, if that might just be all she wrote. Bit of a tough spot here. If this Gogeta gets left on board, it's always a good position to be in. So we'll go ahead, pay the 1, go into the Gogeta.
Yeah, this is a good removal. It does mean we're not as aggressive as we could be, but that also means that we don't want to give them more resources. Kind of overextends for ourselves as well. So, and we get that extra card draw, which is really nice. So going 25 to 20, taking it there, going down to 4, got the removal off of the minusing and also the leader effect, and passing it back.
Piccolo off the top, and we draw the Vegeta, which is really nice. So now we're in a position where we're able to reset up here with the Go 10. So it's right where we want to be. Vegeta, pretty clutch draw in this position, meaning that we'll be able to find all the pieces that we want. We'll get that Goku Vegeta back in hand. Would have been a little bit more awkward this turn, assuming that this Goku Vegeta and the draws whiff, but because we were able to grab that back from the deck, we're in a much more comfortable position now.
We're looking top 5 again. Thinking on this search. We're in a similar spot where, we could go into the super rare if we want to. We'd have to use the Chi-Lai, but it'd offer a lot of pressure. We've got all of these super combos here, so we're not really afraid of losing on the next turn, but
we are limited on proactive options, I think, is the biggest thing. And it's
Yeah.
you want those super combos at some point, and they may be game winning with seeing as many as you have. But you know, I also need to find plays that will get me to a win state as well. So
Yeah, and so thinking here on the top 5, I mean, it probably would have also taken like maybe the 5-route promo Goku as well. So it would offer like a free removal for their 5 cost. A real large thing. I mean, we've got some time to do so. This is a big decision.
yep, looks about still have 10 minutes on both players' individual clocks here. A reminder what happens, as a reminder to our players at home, or viewers at home, if the clock reaches 0 while you're playing, that will lose you the game. So instead of a full match clock, every player has about, I believe, 15 minutes on their own individual clocks. So they get each 15 minutes of game time before something happens. I doubt we'll get there, but it is something to keep in mind that you do need to play at a pace that leads to the conclusion of the game here as we go into the Vegeta 5K boost across the board, 25K on this Gogeta, see if we can get rid of it for free without having to commit into trying to dig for more removal.
Yeah, and I kind of like this play too, because this does offer like you kind of have to spend cards or just let it go away. Just getting rid of it. This is a pretty good trade, I feel like. So now we were offering some pressure, going 20 to 20. Unfortunately, drawing the 6-drop that we kind of needed there.
So now getting rid of the Chilai as we're going into 6 energy turns now. We're in a position where we are not needing to cheap out our Gokus and Vegetas. 25K swing on lead, defended by 10K. Down to 6 cards in our top player's hand. And then into the Gogeta. We'll get that BP boost, so big 35K swing here. Very likely to take a draw into another 6-drop. Now we got the SR and Secret Rare as options for next turn. As a reminder, on that Secret Rare has a piece of text that says if your opponent has no battle cards on board and your opponent's down to 1 life, at the end of the turn you win the game. So this does provide the deck with an alternate win condition, meaning that if you're down to 1 life, depending on the game state, it might just be 0 life. Combos really well as well because it comes down, gives cards minus 25K on board, and then your leader can do cleanup work with its ability to KO cards. So very scary for sure.
All right, so we've got the 2-drop Son Goku and Vegeta. I mean, we're also at 6 energy, so even if we don't have the combo, we could just manually play out these big secret rares here. But, I think it's moderately safe to say that we will find another 2-drop either off this top 5, and we also do get a search of the top another 2 off the leader attack, so just deciding what we're picking here.
We do have a lineup here. I mean, we've got the Goten if we need to find and pick up another piece, but that would take off. It would slightly take us off curve depending on what we want to play. Hope here naturally probably be able to find a Goku Vegeta. Looks like we can grab the Piccolo.
Ooh, okay, this is tough, and I think we've used every Chilai in our deck here. So going for the search, deciding instead to maybe try to get like a. Actually, I'm not sure where we're looking for. I mean, we're looking for another 2-drop, but now we can't go into our secret rare. If we maybe find a super rare, we're able to do that twice, but...
Yeah, I mean, it keeps our hand healthy, right? The cards keep replacing themselves, but we're not going to be able to go into a big power play this turn. Into the Goku Vegeta. Let's look at the top 5 once again, see if this is a bit easier of a decision for Taku Koko here.
All right, going 20 to 20 again. Taking it this time, going down to 3. And I mean, with this move, you're like, all right, I know they can't play a secret rare out. I know they can't play the promo out. So I have like a little bit of relief here. They could still go into the super rare, but currently not in the hand here. Going 20, getting a double draw, still not seeing one. Pretty tough.
You draw into a super combo, that will at least help being the player who's on 3 life and defending next turn. You do need that combo power to try to stay at 2 life as long as possible.
And you know, just let that go, because then they have you know, likely some removal anyways. You're like, all right, well, they're postured that their best play right now is the super rare, so I want to make sure that I can defend that, or you know, not take as much pressure from there. But this is really tough.
Yeah, because you're like, okay, I could go into Gogeta. That's fine. Or give me a card.
Gives us a draw, gives them a thing.
There's the promo. That's spooky for next turn, maybe. But now it's like, I swing, I give him another card, that's fine. But now, you know, if my opponent has it, they just need to find 2 damage. I've got 3 super combos. I'm feeling confident about my ability to be able to hold off. But, you know, they don't have to go into the secret rare. Could just go into the, could just opt into the SR instead. So now the question here that our bottom BR player has to ask is, was like, can I deal 2 damage?
Yeah, and again, we're saying 2 damage because we do have the secret rare here. Getting rid of that 5 round is going to be pretty trivial, so we need to make sure to press enough damage here. And again, shouldn't be that tough. It's just like, you know, I think the hardest thing about this format right now is like you are so, you know, you need to use your super combos aggressively, and that's always like so tough, right? You have to really fully commit to saying, I have to win this turn, and you can't be defensive and offensive at the same time.
Yeah, I think the benefit here at least, okay, well, I guess, all right.
Yeah, just another.
Okay, well, we made that decision then, because I think, you know, you put yourself in a very dangerous position if you're going to pass on 1 life here. So we're going to take that life, and we just need the cards and say we're going to start making a push here. You know, the top player here has 3 super combos, so they have means to be able to defend themselves against quite a few swings.
Yeah, and I really like the idea of, you know, probably like a 30K here would be really nice.
Just start chipping away at them.
Yeah.
Because then what? You're going to go Vegeta next, get that 5K boost, 25Ks. You can bump them up to 30s. One of them does need to push through, though, if your goal is to win here. So at some point, you're probably going to have to swing for 40, 50 on one of them.
But the kind of the backside is that, like, yeah, maybe if you're not even full aggression, that takes away so much of their combo potential on the other side. So, but this is a really important number. I think you have to do, you know, either 30, 40, or 50 makes sense. We have to decide the numbers, and you know, we're probably looking through the drop on the other side. It's something you can do on the online client very easily and say, how many super combos have they used? There's no more than 1 in the drop, since we can see there's 3 in the hand right now, and that's some tough numbers.
Okay.
All right, going 30, 40.
Okay, big push here, saying I'm going to force a few cards out of your hand here. So,
I do like this. I don't know if I would have started with my super combos, but I do like this number. This is a good number for
tens
sure.
or tens, right?
Yeah, 10s or 10s, right? I have to be like, maybe there's some chance that I need to be defensive next turn, but you know, because we got all these nice 10Ks in hand that aren't super combos, right?
Sure, but you're at 1 life now, so the opponent doesn't
true.
even have to hit you. They just have to get rid of your board. So 50K swing here. I mean, this is pretty good because it's going to demand more than just a super combo. It's potentially 2 super combos, or it's going to, you know, 4 cards. So it's demanding a lot here. I do like these bigger swings. I like 30K swings, don't get me wrong, but at least at the 40K swing, you're forcing super combo plus card, so you're like chipping away a little bit more there. Does demand more cards naturally from you as a player, but you know, with the Union Fusion, with the Vegeta, you're going to get that additional 10K on the Gogeta, so it makes that last push a little bit easier potentially.
So this is really asking, hey, I need 2 super combos from your hand. Is that something that you're willing to give up?
Oh.
The answer is no.
Which I think might be the right call here. You know, save them for like that last big swing you know is coming.
And then, you know, obviously it's right call of doing it with the leader swing so we get the animation. Gotta have it.
Of course, 10K combo here, pretty good to have in hand. So we do see the Vegeta, and you could, no, okay, we don't have the SR anymore in hand. I was about to say you could reveal the SR and bait out, not going for the secret, but here we go, revealing the secret rare. 5K boost on both of the Goku and Vegeta here. 25K swings. You can put a little bit of sauce on top of that, make them 25, 35 or 30K swings, depending on if we combo the 5K Piccolo in hand.
Yeah, I like these 30s, though, because, again, these Piccolos just make the numbers real good. It really forces either a super combo or 2 cards from hand in this matchup. So, yeah, these 30s are fantastic.
Yeah, so here we go, 30K, forced a super combo out of hand. I don't hate the idea of going 40 with the next swing. Here we go, 25K.
Since they're already down to 2, I think 30 is just fine.
Here's another super combo.
Super combo number 2.
And now we go for the big play here. It's going to be 40, 10K boost because of that Vegeta. So 50K, 60, 70, 80, 90. So 90 will be the number for our top Gogeta player here to get out of. I think that might be possible here. Looking at
1, 2, 3, 4, 6,
2, 3, 4, 5.
I think it's a tie. I think it's another tie today. I think it's another tie.
All right, so here we go. 90K swing with the secret rare. If this goes through, his win condition end of turn will proc. That did get through here. So first game here for our bottom Gogeta BR player. End the turn, end of your turn ability. Opponent has no battle cards, 1 life. Victory here for our bottom Gogeta BR player.
All right, so we're going to game 2, and again, this is a a conquest format. So you got rid of the BR deck, but you got to win with your other one. I think are both players on BR in SS3. Is that correct? I can't.
One of them, I believe, is on SS3. I have to double check real quick. I believe the other one's on MUI. Was I correct on?
Maybe you're right. Maybe it is the UI. Yeah, so it is UI. So UI is going to be in one of them, and then we do have the SS3 for the other. So yeah, we got our BR player winning on this first one. Just need one more win, and then our other player is going to be able to need to win with BR on one of these games, and then have their backup deck there.
Yep, 100%. So tight position to be in now. Always tough being in the back foot, where now okay, I need to do the run back, get 2 wins. So you out here being 1-0 in the lead here in this bracket, feeling the stress. One more game to win it versus his opponent who needs to take 2 back. So a lot of pressure here. One player having that benefit of the buffer, like, okay, if I lose 1, it's not the end of the world. Alternatively, versus his opponent needing that he needs to make that crawl back. So once again, reminder on the format, this is Conquest. So players bring 2 decks to the tournament and need to win with both decks to be able to consider having won the round.
All right, and I think it is it is backwards. I think it is Taku Koko on the bottom there. Because Taku Koko took SS3 and the BR. So I think it's you at the top there. So Taku Koko is actually 1-0 right now, and gotta get one more win with this SS3. So let's see if they can do it.
So here we go, swing with the SS3. He's gonna be a take here early. Of course, SS3 being a little bit more of an aggressive deck. So we'll have to see how Gogeta BR stays off the aggression. All right, so here we go. Swing with the Gogeta. It's going to be a take here from our SS3 player. Going to go down to 6 now. And then playing out the Goku, going to be able to reveal a fusion from hand and be able to give -5K to that Goku, which is not insignificant. Goku unlike the red deck, the 1-drops in the yellow deck are able to be evolved on top of. So getting rid of those is a great way to make sure that the yellow player is going to have to work towards being able to go into the evolved bodies.
All right, looking on this charge for turn 2 here. Again, if you are SS3, you really do kind of prefer going first, just so you get your leader ability a little bit earlier, since you do need 3 real energy. But we are going to use the evolve here on the 4-drop Goku. Also going to be able to get the rest on the 2-drop, which is important. Unsure if we are going to take the life from it, but we are going to get that rest. But at the other point, we don't have a hard removal for this 2-drop Goku. So if they start defending it, there is the chance for a removal there.
Yep. So we did see a flip from the monitor there. Taku Koko actually was the BR player. Kind of gets tough when you both players are playing the same deck.
It is tough. It really is.
So Taku Koko right now feeling a little bit of ease here, being the player that is currently 1-0, needs to win one more to take down this digital championship. Yuat here in a position where he needs to course correct, get this win, and get the run back in that game 3.
All right, so 25 to the the 20 here, and this could just be a big bait too. So at any point they could play the 1-drop extra. So being able to just hard remove it, you're maybe asking for a card. You have to be like, all right, if they use their energy marker to get rid of this card, is that worth it? Can they remove this card? Is the importance of the 2-drop on the board important? So all these kind of decisions for you on how we get this removal.
Nah, I would do it. They're not going to use their energy marker here. There's no way. They just want a card from me.
Yeah, a card is so expensive.
A card is expensive for sure, especially with the BR deck where it kind of needs every card defensively that it can use, since so much of the deck is committed to making sure that you get fusions off. But, I mean, marker in this situation for removal isn't the worst thing in the world, but does take away some tempo. Of course, you could just decide to get rid of the body and say, you know what, that's fine. I can go into other plays next turn. So lead swing on lead here, 15 on 15. This is a take here, so Gogeta going down to 6.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing is, like, we don't have anything big to go into, but since the hit is down to 6, we are now able to go 2-drop Goku Vegeta into Chilai, into being able to do a fusion with one of our 5-drops. So I think we were rewarded. I think that seems like it was the good play.
Yep, 100% agree here. And, you still have your 25K Goku just hanging out on board here. The opponent not having an immediate way to deal with it. Can potentially get there if you can find a way to awaken, get some negating done on board. We do have another Goku Vegeta 2-drop in hand, but that by itself will not be enough. So just raw 15K swing here on the leader. That'll be a take here from SS3. And we'll see what the follow-up is. Start with the Piccolo.
Oh,
Makes
interesting.
sense. We don't have it. No, we do have a Chilai in hand. So
yeah, I don't know why we.
Yeah.
Well, that was our choice, just because we could do the fusion evolve and get the removal of the 4-drop.
Attack into it, bait out, a card from the opponent's hand, and then go into Gogeta that costs 0.
Yeah, because we can. Maybe we're trying to save a removal for maybe some bigger targets, right? This 4-drop is obnoxious, but it's not.
It is just a 25K.
Yeah, it is just a 25K. We're going to play the Goku and Vegeta for 2. And I mean, at the same point, like, you don't want to self-awaken too fast against this deck because it is very aggressive. So you don't want to give up an extra card in hand. Though, if we did get rid of the 4-drop, that would be the same as, getting rid of it. So there's a lot of back and forth.
Maybe was hoping to dig into a Sphere of Destruction.
Yeah, I mean, could be. Yeah, but now we're looking at the top 5 here, and unsure. I mean, another 2-drop you never feel bad about.
Yeah, so 20K swing on lead here. Try to get as much offense as you can. We'll see the Awaken from the yellow lead here. Going down, taking down a life, going down to 3. Get that additional draw. Did find the Kamehameha there.
Man, I love that animation, too. It's so good. It's the first time we've been able to see it, so happy to see it on the world stage here.
20 on 20. We're going to put a little bit on top here to defend ourselves. All right, combo to 10K, up to 30. defended, and that'll be all she wrote for Gogeta, so kind of a bit of a slow turn here. Going back to Takakoko's turn, drawing another Gotenks here, 2 in hand. 13 cards to 9, and that's SS3 has just been incredibly good at having these massive hand sizes. Inevitably, you take a lot of early life. That's going to happen. But then it's really good at sustaining that amount of cards in hand. So it does have to be careful. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you could lose to Gogeta, but this deck does a good amount of pressure. We've seen this matchup. We know SS3 can kind of punch through without being too concerned about the big turn, since it can probably get there before that becomes relevant.
Right, a lot of possibilities with this turn, right? And that's kind of like what the strength of SS3 is, that you have so many different routes you can take. The fact that you get energy back for playing your cards too. You know, I understand why this is a big thing. That this is maybe the last game of this season for you. You want to get that win. You want to get first place. So charging the 4-drop Goku here and starting off with a leader-to-leader attack.
Yep, so that'll just be a take here from Gogeta, going down to 5. You'll be able to awaken now. Draws a super combo.
Yeah.
You need those defensively. So now we have 3 in hand going into the Goku Vegeta.
All right, another 20 there. Going to get the Awaken since we're at 5 or less. No draw on the Awaken there, but that's fine. And likely comboing the 1K or 1 drop off to get to 25.
Free combo off on board makes that easy. We do have another 25K on board though. And anytime that yellow SS3 Goku can get like a battle card that just hangs out on board, like that's so much free value for the aggro deck.
Yeah. All right, 25. You know you're highly considering making it 30, but it's just a 25. Get the 10K out.
Does the marker usage here spark joy?
What'd you say?
I said, does the marker usage here spark joy?
Not yet. There is the potential for joy, but I've not seen it quite yet.
All right, so go ahead and get to that Veku so that we can get a Goku and Vegeta back on board here. So we'll get the 2-drop and the 1-drop Goku on play, be able to dig into our deck.
Yep, and you know, we do now get another top 4 search here. We're going to be able to use the 2-drop to be able to get a reactive there, so we can evolve on top of it if we so desire. And yeah, you know what? I do think you know, the marker usage would be pretty joyous here. But we have 2 choices. We've got the Vegeta or the Goku. We're going to go with the Vegeta since it does also clear out the 2-drop Goku Vegeta on the other side pretty cleanly.
Yep.
And you know, there's just so much pressure you get from this deck. And then the Gohan continuing to get the value. Good 2-drop here. Getting another Vacu if we want to do it again next turn.
A lot of pressure, very annoying board for Gogeta to deal with here. Taku Koko in a phenomenal position. And it's just one of those things where it just runs away from you as like you let the 25K in. Okay, you know, I'm pretty good at dealing with 1 battle card on board, but now I have to deal with 3 battle cards on board. And that's asking a much different task here of the Gogeta deck than trying to go 1 for 1, right? Dealing with 1 battle card, no big deal, I can make that happen. But once I have to go wide, like that's trouble here. So now we got 3 cards to deal with, one of which is a 5K, that's not too bad. But we have the 20K Goku, we got the 25K, knowing that the opponent also has a 12-card hand to be able to fight it through me on the next turn.
Yeah, and what I've really been noticing is that, like, for SS3, I'm like, oh, they're going to run out of cards soon. They're, you know, their hand side is so big because they took so many cards from their life so early. But they just have so many ways to keep refilling it while also pressuring yours. It's so tough to deal with.
Yep. In a pinch, we still have the energy markers, so could use results of training here on our SS3 side to be able to hold up a defense and be able to draw a card from it, so it was effectively quote-unquote free besides the cost of the energy marker itself. We did draw into a super combo the previous turn, so defensively, Taku Koko is still in a comfortable position here as Yuat needs to kind of line up and figure out what he's going to do for this turn.
Now, we do have some potential for some removal. I mean, if we get to it, I mean, we can do double Chi Line into the secret rare, and that would clear the board by itself. It's a little bit greedy, but I think that, you know, there are worse players there. It does also mean that we're not attacking as much since we're using the Chi Lines for, but could be viable.
Yep, could be a route. It's still a very strong battle card at the end of the day, even if it's not going to go for the cheat win. We do also get the cheeky 5 on 5Ks. I do love weenie combat.
Yeah, that does help a lot there. So using the Chi Line now. Drawing 1 and playing out likely think we've got, yeah, we do have the Goku and Vegeta there. So additionally looking top 5, and so this is going to kind of dictate the rest of our turn. Like, what cards do we see? What are we allowed to do? If we find a secret rare, again, very tempted to be like, well, I can just clear board and do a 40k pressure at the cost of cycling another Chi-Lai. Get a 2-drop Goku to get some minusing on the board, and then that could be very good at helping you get some board clear as well.
Contemplating here on pick. Like you said, instrumental choice now here for Yuat in terms of dictating where his turn will go, how greedy he needs to commit into his plays here. It does look like we grabbed the free fusion Gogeta.
Yeah, so either not finding the secret rare, deciding not the play for this turn. It is, like, again, it's a clean removal, but it does come at a cost of a lot of your flexible cards being used there. And you kind of have to, bridge the gap between being aggressive and helping out some removal. So it looks like we're thinking about here. We could be playing out either the Goku or the Vegeta here. Both can offer some ways to pressure the board and then get some good removal going into the 5-drop as well.
Yuat in the tank.
3 energy to work with. Again, we got another Chi-Lai, but we don't really have anything that we can go into. Deciding on the Vegeta here, so this will give a plus 5k boost to both of the Vegeta and the Goku Vegeta here.
Yep. And then that BP boost will then transfer into the fusion afterwards here. So 5k swing over into the Gohan. We'll go ahead and protect it. 10k. Saying, you know what, I know you're going to fuse and I know you're going to get rid of one of them, but I'm going to sustain something on board.
Yeah, it's weird. I think you actually go into the Goku there, because if they let the Vegeta or the Gohan go, then they can't use their leader ability on anything anyways, right?
Right. All right, here we go into the Gogeta. Big 35k.
35k is pretty big.
Minus 5k to the entire board here. And then leader ability will be able to get rid of the Gohan. 35k swing on the Goku. If we leave it at that, though, there is a super combo that can keep it safe on board. And I don't think that would be the worst use of said super combo.
Yeah, we could think about maybe using one of our 1-drops, since we're going to be... I don't think we're doing much for the rest of the turn, so maybe get some extra removal there, but just 35 here.
Will Taku Koko save it? Is it worth the super combo here? And decide, yes, it is.
Yeah, I would kind of agree. Yeah, it's been doing a lot of attacks, and then, maybe not the typical use of it, but we can still just evolve onto the 5-drop, and 30k double is still great for 2 energy.
Mm-hmm. One more energy here for Yuat. Do have quite a few 1-drops to go for the Piccolo, find some stuff. Like you said, argument there to have played the Piccolo beforehand, then use the extra 5k there for free.
Yeah, but it's back and forth, right? And you can say, well, I pressured that more, but now I can use it for a free combo defensively. So it's whatever you want to lean towards. But I've definitely seen a lot of players use their 1-drops more defensively than aggressively from the games I'm used to playing this weekend.
Yep, so there we go. Piccolo into the Gogeta secret rare here. So that'll be in the back pocket at some point here. Swing with the leader into the lead, like you said, using that 5k combo defensively. Very valid here to kind of sustain life against an aggro deck. We do have that 1-cost removal, early stun it down.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. Yeah. At this point, yeah, you're just as good at that.
Yep, so for 1, that's perfectly fine. Can keep that rested, keep applying pressure here as well. So you've got a couple of swings, force a couple of cards out of the opponent hand, 10-card hand from the BR player going into the Goku here, being able to find another world card, another super combo to replace the one that we had used the previous turn, allowing us to now go into Super Saiyan 3 Goku.
There he is, the 30k himself there. You get your 2 energy back that you used to pay for, and one of the reasons this deck is so good right now, going 30 into 20. And 30 is such a good number into 20K leaders. It means you give me a super combo, give me 2 cards, either way, I'm happy.
Yep, so there we go. First take here. Go down to 2 for Gogeta BR.
And we're just saying, hey, if you got double strike, you go for it. I feel confident to get out of it. And
I do think he feels pretty good about that. That would be very interesting.
We got some super combos, but man, our numbers are great, right? Like, what do we? Let's look at it real quick. So we'd be 55, and then we'd be 60 the next one, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, and then 125, I think, if I'm doing the math right, with the results of training, and then let's say another 5K. So 130K double is on, I think, the board right now.
That's a pretty good spot. I mean, let's see, just in super combos, we have an additional 60, so we'd be at 80, 90, 100, 100. We still get out of it, but it's,
I think we do because of the triple super combos,
yeah,
but it
is
makes
very
them
close.
sweat.
Yeah.
Obviously, it depends on what the top deck is as well. I think that offers a little bit, but
I think that's what
I don't think you're afraid of losing on the other.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like the math plays out that they'd have to use their entire hand.
Mm-hmm.
So then, can they find 3 damage after that? Maybe.
Yeah. I think we're good to get some pressure here, and then it's something maybe we can do a little bit more next turn. So
next turn is definitely an opening for sure.
yeah, but it's definitely worth the consideration. And if they find the way to do it, I think obviously there's a lot of spots where you just become the world champion right now if you go for it.
Yeah, 100%. A couple of lines available here. Could go into the Go tanks to presumably prevent the Gogeta from attacking next turn. Swing 30K, get another 30K swing there. Could go into the Gohan into the 1-drop extra card, prevent it that way. A couple of options here available for Taco
You can do both, too. You can play Gohan and then also play Go tanks. Because you do have the 4 energy available right now.
Sure. Then you're not too concerned with the energy marker, just have it for next turn.
Yeah, and I guess it also just depends. Yeah, if we feel we need the defense, because I mean we only have 1 super combo, so that is actually a bit of a tough spot here. If you feel that they're going to go into the super rare.
About 9 minutes left on the clock here for Taco Coco. Plenty of time to be able to scour out what the perfect line is. We can see the finger flicking. We can see the abacus come out in the mental math. How many cards does he have? How much combo power does that represent?
Here's the other thing, right? You're already up ahead a game, right? This isn't like tournament point necessarily. Like if you do the math wrong, if you lose, doesn't mean that you're done for the weekend. You can have another shot for it, but you really have to think about it, right? And I'm gonna try to do the math again. So let's see. So we have 3 super combo, which gets us to 80. You've got 90 hundo 15. And then I think it's really, really close.
It is very close. I think
if you get a top,
I think it's literally by like 5.
I think if you results of training into a 10K, you win the event.
I think he's doing that math. He's like, surely my opponent doesn't have 4 super combos.
Yeah, I mean, like the math is like, all right, almost always at these points, 2 cards in hand are dead.
I
right?
know he's got a Gogeta, which is 0.
Let's say they have 2 super combos, right? And then look at the 4 super combo. I think they've used 1 super combo already, right? So you can say, all right, best case they have 3 super combos, and then half the cards are 10Ks, half the cards are 5Ks. What are we looking at?
I think the math in his head is, can I survive if I go for this right now?
Sure.
And it doesn't punch through. And
okay,
we'll
we're
see.
going for it.
All
no double. All right.
The conservative lines, it is Gogeta will just take that going down to 1. Going into the Gohan, we'll be able to find a Saiyan from the top of the deck here. We're going to go and grab a Vegeta. There's an additional 20K swing. Any sauce on the top? Nope. Just looking to leave it at 20 here for 1 card tax and saying, you know what? I actually feel pretty good about my odds. I'll just get you on the next turn. Then we will go ahead, use Warrior who defeats the Evil Demon. That'll keep Gogeta rested. Replace itself, draw a card that actually combos. Does still leave Taco Coco in a very solid spot for next turn.
Yeah, and again, like we can just. I think the point is like we can, if we get another turn, we can guarantee to go for it at this point, right? So that's understood. We just have to feel confident enough that we're not going to lose. And unfortunately, we've only found 1 super combo, right? The Gohans are fantastic cards, but you have to choose between the Videl super combo or the Pycon super combo. And not being able to find the super combos as easily with the Gohans does hurt you a little bit. Once they make a Videl another world super combo, though, game's over. This deck's super duper good.
All right, so back on over here to you at Big turn here, you're down to 1 life. You could potentially survive an entire turn, but that's going to cost a massive amount of your hand. So the question is, how much pressure can you apply here? Can you potentially go for a secret rare win? It's not completely off the table if we're able to draw a Chilai, but...
I think we have 1 Chilai.
Oh, is that
it's doing a good super combo impression.
Yeah, okay. So kick it off here with 20K.
Yeah.
Leaves our options open to still do anything.
And again, I think we do have some really good numbers to try to go for it. And it's kind of the same as the reverse, right? We need to make sure to be able to do 1 more damage, and then, sorry, 2 more damage, and 1 of the damage has to be off of either our leader or 1 of our, battle cards here. So Son Goku and Vegeta coming out. And a 10K. All right, just a solid 20.
That's 1 card.
It's a card. Now, I don't know what the other... We do have a 2-drop Vegeta in hand, so it might have been better to play that out. But maybe... Oh, okay, all right. That's actually pretty huge.
Yep.
The super rare could be a lot of pressure here.
Swing 20 with the lead, deciding what's a bottom deck. And then leaving it at 20.
Surely they don't take this, right?
Surely.
Surely.
We're still deciding on offensive combos here.
Yeah, going to 10K with the Go Tanks there.
All right, 3 energy available. Does have the Chilai. But presumably if we were going for that play, we would have went into the Vegeta beforehand to give ourselves that additional 5K.
Yeah.
So... Okay, into the Goten. Grabbing ourselves another Goku Vegeta. Then play that out, gonna be able to draw ourselves another card.
This is fine, right? At this point, I think we're going to change the trajectory to the 2-drop Gohan. Pressure that instead. Especially since we know, yeah, the best thing they can do is go into 1 of the 5-drop fusion evolves here. So try our best to get rid of the 2-drop.
Because if they punch face, do you just take it?
I think at this point, yeah. We are very confident that they can't go for game anymore. And those are cards for helping us win the next one. So yeah, just getting rid of the Gohan, letting it go.
And then do we see a fusion into the 0-cost Evolve Gogeta here?
Yeah, next turn is looking pretty good where, 1, we should be able to use the Kamehameha. An easy would be 1-drop Goku into the Evolve, and then we have a lot of energy open for our additional combos. Going into the 5 drops here. Going to be able to get the -5, but not the hard removal here. They're going to have to...
All right, the 4th super
has entered the hand,
That is unironically a big difference maker at the moment.
I'd be kind of tempted to combo with the Goten here.
Yeah, I mean, good chance you end up losing it to a rest mode ability or something. You know that Taku Koko is very much inclined to protect this if otherwise. Still contemplating here on offensive combo.
All right, just defending it, yeah.
It's a free defend. You're going to get much more than 1 card of value here from this SS3 than the one it cost you to defend yourself, especially with your opponent at 1. Here's another super combo in hand. Go, okay, yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, It is 25k combo
It is
power.
25k, yeah, but maybe we can find some more value off of using that other ways. But we're going to get the rest of the Goten here with the Goku and an easy evolve here. Yeah.
Yep, sets up a Goku for an evolve here. So we've got, 1 life. You're in a position where your opponent has a big hand. Maybe you just try to chip away at them. You got the leader swing, you got the 25k swing, you got the double 30k swing. You can slide in a Gohan in there as well. And maybe even the Gotenks if necessary. I think we have the energy to make that happen. So
I think we do. Honestly, with the board we presented, like, I don't know if last turn was the better number to go in. It's really tough to say.
yeah, I mean, that naturally changes with the opponent, you at drawing that fourth super combo.
Yeah,
that makes defensive math a lot easier for the next subsequent turns. So now how do we sequence our attacks? How do we get there? We could swing with the 25k first. Could get that evolve. Looks like we're going to start off with the Gohan, try to see what the rest of our hand's going to look like before we commit to any big plays.
Yeah, and I like this because, if they only have 10Ks, that's good. Another results of training and a 10K. That's some really good value.
So if we utilize that second result, it prevents one attack, but we're getting that back in terms of combo power. That's pretty juicy. So just 20k swing here. So nothing off the top to try to force some super combos out of hand. I would almost be tempted to try to make these some 30s, make it, force the opponents to have to work for it a little bit here.
Yeah. I think 30s are good numbers for sure. But we're still really far ahead. So if we use any more energy this turn, I mean, we can go 1-drop Goku into 5-drop into double results. So those will offer a lot for you. I think you definitely try to go 30k at least for this next attack, which would mean you'd use the Goku 1-drop, but...
Okay. I mean, that's more card draws, more combo power, potentially. That just draw you a card.
Yeah. Not our favorite card to draw.
No, not really, because now, we probably do want to use these results of training here. First 30k swing. Probably not putting anything else on top at this point. Okay, going for 40. That'll demand super combo plus card. This is really close.
Yep. All right, one super combo gone.
Get the restand, get that additional draw.
Unfortunate, two non-combos off the top of the deck there, back to back.
So we got the 30k swing, we have a 25k swing, we got a 5k Goku that's just there. We could toss the results of training right here. Looks like we will be able to get that additional draw as well. 40k plus a draw is a great place to be. 10k
right,
combo is where we want to be as well. So there's another super combo. There's another card. Now we got to do the math. Is this the turn to go in? I've got a 30k swing. My opponent has 6 cards in hand. If he's seen all the super combos this game, it could go a little bit more with this results of training. That might just be what we're going for here. So 45k swing, another 10k draw is exactly what you want to see. And it does look like we're just going to go in here. So 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, 105. I think that just might be enough here to be able to break through. We see the 2 super combos. Yes, it is. And Taku Koko here with a sigh of relief as he is your digital world champion.
There he is. Congratulations to Taku Koko there, winning it with the Gogeta BR and the Son Goku SS3 from Stardeck 11, our world champion for the digital version of the Fusion World card game.
Yes, 100% congratulations. Well fought with what would be arguably the best decks in the room here. Red BR, yellow SS3. They're what took it the distance yesterday into the top 4 bracket for the physical card game. It looks like for the digital card game, it'll be a mirror of that same fact as Taku Koko took those 2 best decks, won it through into Swiss, and took it down here in the finals. An entire season of digital play as he feels the relief, the joy and smile on his face as he knows that he gets to walk away from Battle Hour today as the world champion.
There it is. So that is going to be it for gameplay for Fusion World this weekend, but we do have a trophy ceremony, and we're not even done with Dragon Ball card games as a whole yet either.
Yeah, 100%. We do still have Masters upcoming, the second older Dragon Ball card game, which has some entirely different depth of card game. I think you guys will be very excited to watch that. There's a lot happening in that game. If you're someone who likes deep, rich gameplay, I think you guys are definitely going to enjoy sticking around for that. But I mean, what a fantastic showcase. Congratulations. I think Fusion World, we've seen excellent gameplay across the board and a nice variety of decks. We've seen that the meta has quite a few decisions you can go towards right now. Naturally, we know that Red BR and SS3 are incredibly powerful, have represented themselves on top cuts, but the best players in the world have decided to bet it all on SS4, on Nameku. So variation there in terms of the decks that you can take. MUI saw a showcase here and did well as well. So very excited there on that front. I think there's a lot for Fusion World, and the season's just started. Once again, we talked about yesterday how the championship season has just begun here. So you guys are definitely gonna want to run through that and compete if you yourself want to be like one of these two players and be on the world stage as we showcase the replays here of the big moments of this finals.
Yeah, and there it is. So this is the final game, doing the numbers here, going 95, 105, trying to get there, and that is the winning strike. So Taco Coco, again, our Fusion World Digital Champion, World Champion for the 2025-2026 season.
Yeah, 100%. So, well, huge congratulations to both players. I think, second place in the world is a phenomenal accolade as well. So, huge congratulations to you at. So, with that said, of course, these players deserve their flowers. So,
yes,
we're going to go ahead and go with the trophy ceremony. We're going to get that set up on stage just for you guys in just a moment so that we can celebrate these world champions and give them a moment to speak out to the world after this momentous occasion here. So, don't go too far. Get a drink, sit back in your seat. We'll be right back with the trophy ceremony for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Digital Championship.
Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World 2nd Anniversary. Three Gojitas unleashed. Fusion World Booster Pack Dual Evolution.
Booster Pack New Adventure! The strongest fighters gather in this special anniversary booster pack. Enter the special event and get the promotion cards. Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World's 5th booster pack, New Adventure, is now available. Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Booster Pack Rivals Clash. Android 18. Attack your opponent's board with the Android deck. King Piccolo. Complete your ambitions with your men born from eggs. King Goma. The king makes his move in an unknown world where conspiracies abound. Son Goku. Unleash the skills of a world tournament competitor. The first secret rare is Son Goku. Broly. A sleeping warrior now awakens his hidden power. No one can stop the evolved warrior. Another secret rare is Broly. Booster Pack Rivals Clash. On sale from May 2nd, 2025. Starter Deck Vegeta Mini Super Saiyan 3 will also be released. Unleash a series of super strikes with your fellow adventurers. Check out the official website for release details.
All right, welcome back. We've got the top 3 of the Fusion World Championship. I'm with Ueda-san to give out the trophies. Are you excited for the end of this season? There it is. There's the trophy here. We got 3rd place. We got Toma. Come on down, Toma. Congratulations, Toma. How are you feeling?
Hello.
Hello. Congratulations on your 3rd place today. How are you feeling?
ありがとうございます。まあ3位なんですけど、やっぱ悔しいなっていう、優勝したかったので、はい。
I'm happy that I made it to the 3rd place, but I'm also kind of sad that I didn't make it to the top.
Well, it was really interesting. You played a different version of the SS3 Goku. Were you happy with your build on that one?
はい。はい。違うバージョンっていうのは。
Yeah, with the secret rare Goku. Yeah, or Gogeta, secret rare Gogeta. Sorry. Yeah.
ああ、確かに。あれはその高校を取った時に、後から動けるターンの時に一番強い動きがそのシークレットのゴジータだと思ってたので、はい。
Because I was the second to go, and then in that case, I thought that Secret Gogeta would be the best card to choose. So that's why I just went with it.
Understood. Well, very cool. Thank you very much. Congratulations for your 3rd place, and let's get your trophy over there. All right, thank you very much. All right, next up we've got 2nd place. We've got Uat, come on down. There you go. Congratulations, you. You ended up taking the UI Goku as one of your decks. How do you feel about that choice for it? Yeah.
身勝手の悟空を採用した理由っていうのは、ちょっと僕が青のカードがそもそも好きで、結構その青のデッキを毎回、使い込んで極めるようなスタイルでやってきて、一番自信のあるデッキやったんで、ちょっと最後の一戦にデッキとも使えたらなと思ってたんですけど、なかなか今回は活躍できず終わってしまって、ちょっと悔しいんですけど、ちょっとできれば配信卓で見せれたらなとは思いました。
Because like the blue is my favorite deck, so I was kind of like saving to see if I can use it. So I was kind of sad that I couldn't show all of my cards this time. So hopefully, in the future.
Well, cool. Thank you very much. Congratulations for your 2nd place in the World Finals today. All right, and we've got one more player, our world champion for the 2025-2026 season of the Fusion World card game. We got Taku Koko, 1st place. Come on down. Congratulations, Taku Koko. Really well done. I know on that final game you were doing the calculations to try to go for game the turn previous. What made you not go for it?
.相手の序盤の動きがかなり弱くて、その強い動きではなくて、手札にスーパーコンボを複数枚抱えているかなという感じがしたので、その1個前の3万でアタックした攻撃を安受けされてしまったんで、手札にいっぱいスーパーコンボがあって耐えられるかなというので、最後相手が全て1番コンボとそのプレイするカードだった場合に、相手の逆リーサル、相手のからのリーサルを耐えれるかを計算して、よっぽどのことがない限り耐えれるという判断で、アタックせずもう一旦引き伸ばすという判断でした。
Because at first I felt like their cards were not really using the strongest cards. So I was assuming that maybe they're saving the super combo for the later moves. So that's why I was like waiting until the last turn to make sure that I can give the best move.
Yeah. And as our world champion today, any thoughts on the Fusion World card game? Why it's one of your favorite games to play? Any thoughts to the future or anything else before we close out this year? No. Why is it your favorite game? What do you enjoy? Yeah.
もう本当にゲーム性がとても面白くて、いろんなデッキが今回だと、みんな4人上位4人全員違ういろんなデッキを採用してて、戦略の幅が広いのがこのゲームの魅力だと思ってて、そういうところがとても好きです。
I love Fusion World because they have a really well-made play systems. Like for example, for the final match, we all had different kinds of decks, like different types of decks, and that's like the one of my favorite part of Fusion World that makes it more interesting to play.
Yeah, that's really great. One of my favorite things as well. And we saw so many decks this weekend, and awesome to see that you are able to come out on top. So congratulations to our world champion once again, Takakoko, for their finish there. Woo! All right, and we'll get the rest of the three up here and get one more trophy ceremony for y'all. And here is our top three for the Fusion World card game 2025-2026 season for the digital version. Congratulations. All right. All right, so that should be it for this. We're going to take a break before we get to the Dragon Ball Masters section of the stream. Don't miss it. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour 2026. Specifically, the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters stage this time around, as we get to showcase our 8-year-old game now at this point here on this world stage.
It's getting up there, yeah. It's graduated kindergarten, I think, by now for sure. Definitely in the grade school years. But we've got Dragon Ball Masters. We've got 2 games to show you guys. We've got our 3rd place match as well as our finals match for the 2026 season here.
Yeah, the players played it out here. I'm Aspira, this is Eggman, and we're excited to jump right into the matches. The players have played through a fantastic season, gotten through their regional finals to make their way through here. Earlier, we played out the Swiss rounds to decide on these brackets. So, jumping into this, it'll be the 3rd place match and 1st place match. Like Egg was saying, it'll be a best 2 out of 3 for both these matches. And of course, in Dragon Ball, we also have, in the Masters, we also have sideboards. So players will have the opportunity between games 2 and 3 to be able to side for their specific matchup and make a couple of adjustments to see what difference is there. And of course, these players are playing for amazing prizes. Not only are they playing for the title of World Champion, but they're playing for the glorious trophies as well as the fantastic playmats and cards. So right off the bat, we get a Gogeta Janemba Participation Worlds playmat.
Yeah, looking super good there. Really kind of feels like the year of Gogeta for us.
It does definitely
Fusion
feel like
World
that.
And Masters, see a lot of it. We do see the Fusion Reborn SS Gogeta here as our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place prizing too. So super great cards.
Yeah, 100% absolutely gorgeous here in the bronze, silver, and gold. And if you see them in person, they have an absolute shine. For any of you guys tuning in right now who are currently at the Battle Hour booth, when you have a moment, stop on by at the Dragon Ball card game booth, and we've got them showcasing on the side here. They are absolutely gorgeous. So, with that said, we'll be jumping into our 3rd place match. First, our players are getting ready, and from what I've heard, we're looking at a Green Boo mirror match.
Yes, definitely one of the newest leaders for the game right now, and I know a lot of people are saying it's one of the best leaders right now, and obviously made it to the 3rd place match here. So clearly, one's going to get in the top 3 guaranteed, right?
Yeah, one of them is going to make it through on the podium, and then when we transition into the 1st and 2nd place match, it'll actually be a rematch of NA finals, where we're going to be seeing Kefla versus Amasu.
Yeah, and we can go into those matches when we get there, but man, Kefla is like one of the old guards of like the Surge leaders that wasn't broken yet, and or wasn't
it took
super
that one
viable.
card.
Yeah, and
it's 2 years later.
yeah, and now we're like, man, is this deck also good? And I think getting to the finals of the World Finals here is really important to say, yeah, maybe this deck's still really good too.
Yeah, 100%. So, Boo, being one of the newer decks, utilizes his leader ability to be able to find absorptions on Awaken, and it really leans into the absorb thematics of Majin Buu. You're able to union absorb from your 1-drops going into powerful 6-drops in your deck. It even utilizes a old classic in the form of 3-drop Boo, which has barrier and the permanent that says the card gains the skills on top of this one, which is a nice cheeky include to be able to give your boss monster Boos barrier, making them oh so much to remove as we jump into the game here. And of course, we got Daniel here, who is no stranger to the World Championship here for the Masters card game. I believe this being his 3rd appearance in a row on the world stage in one way or another. So calm demeanor here, as I've been here before, and then we got his opponent here geared up, ready to go.
Yeah, and on the other side again, another green one. This is, I believe, Ivan here, if I got this correctly, playing the green Boo as well. So, obviously both players know what their decks do and what their opponent's decks do too, but the other thing to kind of note is that these decks are pretty different. We're just looking through them right now, just confirming, and there's so much flexibility for these decks. Not only like your main deck, we've got our Z deck, we've got also our side deck as well. So all these cards can combine into your own personal choices and what your personal matchups are going to look like. So a lot of flexibility in deck building for Masters specifically.
Yeah, 100% for our players joining us from Fusion World. There are a couple of distinctions in terms of what card types are available in Masters. It's an older game. It has a little kind of richness of mechanics there a little bit there. So we have things like the Z deck, which Hayden was talking about, which is a side set of cards that that you're able to utilize and play at any point in the game. You have access to them all the time. They just require what we call Z energy.
Yeah.
In Masters, when you combo, you have the opportunity to take one of the cards you have comboed, putting them to the side as the energy that you can use as a cost later on, and thus you have extra cards, unison cards, which I'll talk about in just a moment, battle cards, giving you a lot more consistency in being able to get your game plan off. And then we've got Z Unisons, which actually Majin Buu does utilize to be able to awaken. Unisons are a special card type that sit on the board, and they have an ability that you can use every single turn. So think of it almost like a battle card that has multiple lives and also has the ability to use one of many activate mains once per turn.
Yeah, so honestly, this game has come out, came out like in 2017. It's been around for a long time.
The first run was around 2017.
And with that, a lot of different card mechanics and new cards and types and areas. So one of the biggest focus, I think, if you're trying to go from Fusion World to Masters, is there's a real emphasis on the battle step, the combo step, right? There are a lot of abilities that get to activate during this step more than Fusion World right now, and because it's so important, there's also a card type called counter attacks that can just prevent an attack from happening. So you're going to see a lot of this back and forth, and denying your opponent the ability to just get into a battle is a skill in itself, and I think we're going to see a lot of layers of what you're playing into, what you're playing around, and especially in a mirror match like this, there is a lot to consider.
Yeah, 100%, especially as, in Fusion World, you go into a combat and you're like, okay, how many cards can I rip out of the opponent's hand, right? Oh, I've got a big 50k attacker. I know that I'm going to get a minimum of cards out of my opponent's hand if he's not going to be able to defend out of this, or if he doesn't want to defend out of this. Alternatively, in Dragon Ball, you'd be like, oh, this big 50k will rip half my hand away. For one negate counterattack, I'll be able to avoid that step entirely. So Dragon Ball is a little bit more of a back and forth dance, is what I would say, where you're like, you need to find an opening where the opponent doesn't have the right defenses to prevent you from going in, and then your deck will probably have the ability to make a big push.
Yeah, and one thing from Fusion World right now, we've got a lot of leaders that awaken before 4, have some alternative win condition or awakening conditions that aren't just go to 4 life, and Masters has been doing that for quite a bit. So for specifically this mirror match, again, it's very easy for us to awaken at 6. There is also kind of the difference between most cards are 5k combos in Masters compared to the 5 and 10k difference between there. So a 10k combo is actually a little bit more expensive. And sometimes
it'll actually cost you an energy.
yeah. Which you're going to see, every energy usually means 1 proc of something. Late game, 1 energy means 1 action. More times than not. So
cards are very efficient. You're going to be able to do a lot of things. Like here, we can already see paying the 1 going into the Z deck here to put the Z extra on the board. Z extras remain on the board until you actually bother using their activation, at which point they will often remove themselves. So just setting up some early combo power to be able to use for plays later on in the game.
Yeah, and this is an important thing for Majin Buu, and most decks have a when attacking draw kind of ability, but Majin Buu has an activate main once per turn. You can add 1 card from your hand to your Z energy to draw 1. So you're not necessarily getting new cards in your hand like card advantage, but you are able to make some Z energy without attacking, which is really good. And obviously a mirror match, we've got a slightly different card I think from this one. There are these Z extras we want on the board. And, there is a choice between, actually, it might be the same one.
I think one's just an alternate art.
Yeah, you're right. The limit ultra
they're both SSB Gogeta here.
Yeah, so these both just having kind of this emergency button of I'm going to set this up early. I've got nothing really better to do. They're kind of hard to interact with, and they do give you these abilities.
Yep, so here we go into the 1-drop Bobbity Unison, which will be able to awaken, get the absorption out of our deck, added to the hand. I think both these players are running multiple copies of the card of absorption. A great removal card that also allows you to be able to go into your bigger Majin Buus out of the deck. So the deck really aims to utilize these early turns to get into these big Majin Buus that can apply a ton of pressure. This is one of those decks that can unironically close out the game in turns 3, turns 4. Yeah. But because you're in green and you're a Unison-based deck, you have access to Dormant. And then Dormant is a phenomenal card. We're like, hey, if I need to go slower this game, I'll just find myself going into another turn.
Yeah, and green's really known for having all these kind of removal or prevention of attacks. There's also the hand destruction that this deck also has available to us. So really nice. Look at the top 5 of our deck for a 4-drop Majin Buu right there. One other big thing, shuffling.
Yes.
that
You
is,
do.
I saw the shuffling and I had a panic of like, wait, no. But no, in
Yes.
Masters, most things get there. There's so many like search deck for a card, and as we're seeing, we're going to absorb into the 4-drop from the deck as well. And being able to have that ability is really good for the additional +1s and advantages.
Yes, especially Union absorb strategies will often go into the deck to find their evolved form.
Yeah.
It's incredibly consistent, incredibly powerful, but does include having to go into the deck quite a bit.
Yeah, and the other thing is that we do have these Majin tokens here. So these are just these 15k attackers. Another kind of big difference is that front side is a 10k, back side is a 15k for Masters Fusion Road. Front side is a 15k, back side is a 20k generally. So just some slightly different numbers there. But a 15k just is a little bit stronger because it can pressure a leader even if it is awakened without any additional combos.
Yep, and then this deck could utilize the tokens in a few ways. There's a couple of Majin Boos that will prevent themselves from being removed from the board if you remove a token instead. So they provide extra utility as well as just kind of hanging out on the board there. So now it is Daniel's turn to get off the Babidi here. Again, the Babidi himself does also have a couple of abilities to be able to play 1-drops or dig 1-drops out of the drop or deck, and then be able to work your way towards getting your strategy. And I think that's one of those things with the Boo deck. It is so incredibly consistent. Not only do you have the leader that facilitates via with the absorption card on Awaken, you have Babidi that facilitates via recurring your 1-drops. You also have 8 1-drops with Union Absorb. So you have so many cards that allow you to ensure that you're able to go up, especially since you don't actually need all the material yourself. Union Absorb, you just swipe your opponent's card and go up on the transformation themselves there. So it just puts you in such a good spot of it's pseudo removal because you're absorbing your opponent's card. You're getting a big boss monster and a benefit on top of it. So it's a removal on top of these big aggressive bodies. The deck does a lot.
Yeah, and I think there's one more thing that's a little bit more peculiar about this mirror match is like, the name of the cards underneath your unions are kind of important. You are able to grab stuff from your opponent's side of the board, but when their archetype is your archetype as well, you do get kind of some of these double benefits from being able to take the card that you need from them and getting the effects there.
Yeah, 100%. It is kind of funny how I play all these cards that benefit the fact that they're under my Boo, and it's like, so do you.
Yeah, so do you. Yeah, so I get that additional. We are going to do the absorption there off the 1 cost, looking through the deck. There is also the idea that, since there's actual searching through this, we can kind of get a bit of an idea what cards could be in life a little bit. And there is a 4-drop there.
Yep, so we do have the Majin Buu Skillful Majin here. 4-drop, 20k auto limit 1 Spirit Boost 1, which means it requires a 1 marker off of the Unison. When this card is placed into its owner's drop by an opponent's skill, play this card from the drop. So the deck has a lot of these ways in which the bodies stick on board, which makes it really annoying. It has an activate main / battle for 1 green. If you use a green and your opponent has 2 or more energy, play this card from your hand. Then finally, a activate main / battle once per turn. Choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier. And during this turn, it can't attack or activate skills.
Yeah, so being able to kind of prevent abilities both on your offense and defense is nice. We are going to get rid of the Unison there, and again, you can't combo or really defend in a Unison versus Unison attack. You don't get a defensive step there. You can only counter the attack, so with that, you can really easily remove the markers. So.
Yeah, 100%. In similar vein that we love weenie on weenie combat, small Unison versus small Unison is also a lot of fun here.
All right, and we are able to combo from underneath our Unisons, or not our Unisons, our Unions, and make some Z energy for both these players. And
you can just see here the power of 1 energy in the Dragon Ball Masters card game and how much you're able to do on such small resources. Incredibly efficient.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing 1 for most abilities, 2 for really good abilities most of the time.
Sometimes nothing.
Yeah, sometimes nothing. Sometimes it's a discard 1. But all right, we're absorbing their token, it seems, which is a fun interaction.
Into the deck.
Yeah, and we got a 6 cost there.
And of
And I
course,
really, it's interesting to see what is the better spot to be going first or second in this. The energy marker is newer to Dragon Ball Masters. Most of the game has existed without it, but being able to get that extension of the energy there is great. And a benefit for going second that, there have been times in the history of the game that it was missing a little bit.
yeah, 100%. And just the one can go such a distance, especially in a game where one energy can represent an additional attack, an additional bomb, an additional threat, an additional negate, an additional floodgate, right? There's so much room for how much impact and power that can mean. So I think it's a huge impact in the game and can really swing turns, especially when you have powerful secret rares that can efficiently come out to play for one energy and swing the table of the game here. So down to 4 life here for Ivan. A lot of pressure here on Daniel's second turn, getting him down to half health at this point. Passing on over now to Ivan. The onus on him to be able to push. And these 6 drops, relatively important as well, as they're the cost you need to get into your 8th drop Majin Buu Destruction Majin and EX Evolve on top of them.
All right, looking at the going into our Z deck, trying to make another Unison. Again, this does facilitate a lot of their plays and kind of a safe, sink of resources, because generally it takes more resources to remove than it does take to make it. So getting the 1 drop there, getting the draw from playing it.
Yeah, and we just talk about the consistency there, where because you have the Z deck, all right, right back into getting that Bobbity, right back into being set up in a way that allows us to be able to redeploy our game plan. If my opponent answers what I'm doing, I'm in a position to be able to start answering that in some way against the opponent here. So we see ourselves going back into a Unit Absorb here. We'll go ahead and generate a Ghost token there before going and up into another big Majin Buu.
And it's the same 4 drop here. So again, we can turn off skills. This also can go into a 6 drop too. So can be good there.
All right, and these are massive boards this early in the game, showcasing why this deck is so powerful at pushing the aggression here. Of course, you want to make sure that you always have a Unison online. If you need to deploy a dormant potential, that'll be huge. But that's what we're talking about, the absorption here. Not only does it enable us to go into more powerful cards in our deck, but it's also essentially removal. So especially against these like Buu decks, it's like, okay, I'm going to deploy these big threats, but then you're just going to deploy it right back.
And another one of the abilities for this one too is that you can take advantage of the extra cards you absorb underneath it. So they are using the same card sleeve, so they're going to have to make sure.
Thankfully, there's that distinction.
Who's is whom's, right? But this is a large stack of these, and using the effect with the token there. There we go.
Yeah, but without Dormant or any big negates here, these are going to be some very heavy plays. I mean, we see a super combo. It looks like we see the token blocker. We can get a block maybe if our opponent's completely done on their plays. If not, they might be able to absorb it or something, so we got to be careful with that. So there's a couple of outs, but this turn will probably be decently draining here on Daniel's hand, as we still have another Majin Buu on board. We still have the leader that hasn't attacked, and we still have 1 energy open here for Ivan.
All right, thinking on, essentially I'm thinking if they want to do a dormant, I'm thinking here, and deciding not to. We did end up getting a crit damage there, so it goes to the drop. All right, and thinking about this one, so we could have a counter attack to potentially save our Unison, but deciding, you know what, no, Bobity's done enough for right now. We can play another 1 for 1. That might just be a better use of our resources there. But it's funny how much of this game is just like going back and forth and bullying the little 1K Unison here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you want to clear it just because it gives you so much free value. Looks like Ivan has done enough this turn, though, so Daniel's holding off at 5 life here. But yeah, the Unison just being on board, it's like, okay, I'm going to turn off your ability to Dormant. Your Unison is probably an engine you're going to be leaning on over, your next turn. I want to make you have to pay to be able to get it out again, so that now you have less resources to be able to execute on your game plan.
Yeah, and again, the 4-drop is pretty terrifying. So it doesn't have barrier, but again, the activate main battle. Once per turn, choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier, and during this turn, it can attack or activate skills here. So looks like we're going to start off paying 1 for I'm going to guess another Z Unison Bobbity here.
I would assume Bobbity is what we need to get started here.
Yeah, it's just such a good way to use our resources. It's a card that makes a card that lets you, go into your other cards.
Well, especially since so much of the deck is around facilitating these Union Absorb abilities, just guaranteeing that you're going to be able to actually go into a turnover turn is a pretty big deal. Especially since, like, one of the most efficient ways to be able to answer your opponent's board is by absorbing into them itself.
Yeah, I mean, like, we have this game where we pass them back and forth like this huge stack of, value between both of them.
Yep, looks like we're just clarifying what stack has what under it.
Yeah. Where are my cards? Where are your cards?
Does your card have barrier? All right, so into the 4-drop that we go.
And again, this is the 4-drop here, Intelligent Margin. So when this card is played, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, the energy costs 5 or less, and KO it. So just a clean KO. I will say, like, this deck compared to others doesn't have as much barrier as much, right? You do get, like, these good chains and a lot of interaction, but you don't have as much protection inherently with the deck, which is why a lot of people are playing the, the old Margin.
The BT3
yeah, the
drop,
BT3 give barrier.
That give barrier if I'm in a stack or whatever.
Yeah. The old one.
Yeah, so that is definitely an include in the deck. Makes a lot of sense. I'm like, hey, I'm dedicating a bunch of resources going to these guys, and for essentially free, if I see it, I can combo it away and then absorb from my drop to be able to go into it here. So, but where they don't have in protection in terms of barrier, a lot of the blue cards do return themselves to the board for a cost, whether it be a token or the card under it. So there's a lot of recursion there. You got to, like, double out the cards, which can be super tough depending on the matchup.
There's the Demigra there, another old card. I mean, we've been around this card game for a while, and it's just interesting to see, man, that's a card from BT4. We're in BT30. We've got a lot of history with this, and, Demigra is still a weirdly good removal. And again, we're deciphering the stack.
Ever bigger. The player is laughing as we go into Majin Buu Destruction Majin. So big 8-drop. This is the big boss monster for the deck. 35 triple strike. EX Evolve. If your leader is a green Majin Buu card, you draw one card on top of a energy cost 6 Majin. Has an activate main once turn. Play it to one green Majin Buu card when it costs to 1 from your drop. So being able to go on continuous chains. Secondarily, has an activate main once turn. Choose one of your opponent's battle cards and barrier and place it underneath this card. So now we have this massive stack. It's kind of funny because it ignores barrier.
Yeah.
So if you happen to have the barrier on your Buu, you're like, now my Buu has the barrier.
Still, yeah.
I think this is a tech 1 of, depending on some of the decks
I think so too. And I think just like, hey, I'm just triple checking that it does have, I think what, absorption was the key word we were looking for.
Mm.
Again, like, with so many history of different Majin Buus around and making sure they have the right tags.
Yep, so here we go, Union Absorb on the 1-drop that we were able to play off of the 8-drop, going back into the 4-drop here. Turn 3, and we're playing with incredibly thin decks here. Daniel still has that energy marker available, incredibly shiny. That might be the one he's gotten from NA Finals here, as he takes his massive stack of Buu and swings for 35 triple.
Now, this has an opportunity in this game that you don't see presented as much in the Fusion World card game, where you can interact with them attacking, right? There's this opportunity called a counter-attack timing, so you can use this. But it looks like we're allowing ourselves to get into the battle step here. And we're going to be using our leader's activate battle effect too, so we can combo with cards underneath our Majin here. And I believe this is a 45K. Actually, it might be a little bit bigger because we can combo with 10Ks here too, right?
Potentially. I believe those are 5s, but yeah. And then this is so good too, because comboing them away means that you can set up your 1-drops back into the drop, and then you're able to get them back with Bobbity or like other abilities. So like the recursion on this deck is insane, and we take it. So Ivan down to 1 life here. Huge triple strike swing. Still has an additional attack here from Daniel. It's like, okay, well, I mean, I can attack your Unison first, right? Might as well get rid of the marker for free while I'm at it. Prevent you from doing any Spirit Boost shenanigans. There is still that Z extra card on board there as the additional defense if Ivan needs it, but swing on the lead here, draw 2 cards, massive hand here for Daniel, and we'll see if he decides to kind of commit to it, but this is why this deck is so powerful. It can dish out these massive triple strike attacks like it's nothing. Discard the token blocker here.
Yeah,
And
saying
15's good.
Yeah, for Daniel.
All right, here's an additional swing here with that 20k Majin Buu. You know, very similarly to the way that super combos, you got like magic numbers to play with here. Those are the same with Masters. They're just shifted by 5k since our leaders are inherently 15k.
Yeah, and super combos can be used offensively as well. So
They
instead
can.
of being the 20k boost, generally the formula is it gets a plus 10k once you meet a condition of life or some other condition, and then you also get a card draw usually associated with it. So, you know, usually they kind of more represent like a 15k, but you can use it aggressively as well.
Yeah, and you can cycle cards with them, right? So they're more utility than just the raw 20k that we see with Fusion World.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, Daniel's feeling comfortable with their spot, passing with 1 open. I think it's still the energy marker. Ivan down to 1 card in life, but still some opportunity to play.
Yeah.
But man, this is a tough spot.
This is a tough spot. I mean, look, we've seen how much Daniel by himself was able to do with, you know, the resources able to get Ivan down to 1, but nevertheless on the crackback, you're in a tough position where you need to deal 5 damage, a little bit tougher than 4. And then singularly, you have to deal with this board. So it's the questions here, and this is where the power of utilizing these amazing negates are. So I believe this is dormant here, so you're able to utilize it for free if you've got a unison on board, and that effectively will limit the amount of attacks Ivan has. So Daniel here feeling incredibly safe. This first attack will go through, but then it will prevent further attacks. I think you get 1 more attack with dormant.
You just get 1 more for the turn, and you know, we've seen like kind of some of these floodgates in the past, and depending on what time period they were released on, it made it depend on you know, what we're doing. But this is going to be the Demigra though, so again an old card, but it does get rid of this entire stack here. And yeah, luckily we are using different sleeves. I thought we were using the same.
No.
Earlier,
I talked to the judges, and like we have purposely put them on separate sleeves in a world where this happens.
Yeah. But to end the thing, so yeah, Dormant specifically says any card, so it's not like, you know, I think we might see some Flying Nimbus in the finals. It says only battle cards.
So your unison can
but
still punch
unisons
through.
get around.
Or you attack with a battle card first, so you can get another battle card swing, and then your leader swing, and then
Yeah, but Dormant is good. I have known this for
as a resident green player in Masters for long a time.
Yeah, it is a core memory for me. So looks like we're going to be paying 1 and using 2 Z energy. Maybe.
2.
Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, this Demigra it's so funny as a tech choice again. You know, 3 energy is I don't know, a lot more than we used to. Like, we can do so much with it in this game right now. So being able to get rid of their boss monster around barrier just for comboing a 5k for no energy investment, very clear like why that card's included in this deck right now, especially for the mirror match.
Yep, especially since it's so easy to get out these big bodies, especially early here. So we do see Ivan go into put down the 1 drop. We go and pick up the 8 drop from the deck here. Still has utility as removal, right? Like even if you might only be able to attack 1 board, that one attack might just be a triple strike, which now puts you at 1. And then secondarily, it's a way to be able to start clearing out the board from, you know, we've still got that 4 drop Buu there over in the corner. You know, I doubt we can do too much here. There is some Z cards that are able to remove 3 markers off of unisons if you want to do that, but I don't think Ivan is in a position to care about the body too much at the moment. No.
Yeah, and the other thing to kind of mention, you know, the fact that they only get 1 more battle step for the rest of the turn is the huge thing. We do have a good amount of activate battles. You know, there's also some decks like they need. You can only charge 1 Z energy per battle essentially. So the fact that it prevents how many Z energy you can make every turn is huge. But looks like we're going to Z Awaken into our Majin there.
Yeah, so Z Awaken is a special ability here with the Z deck in Masters, where effectively it is an additional Awaken on top of your traditional one. Usually comes with a base power boost, going to like 20k as opposed to 15k, and you gain additional abilities.
Yeah, but this is, it has the condition it has to be 3 life or less, so the fact that we hit them 4 to 1 means they couldn't do it any sooner. But, you know, being able to use it. Activate main once per turn, place 3 non-leader cards from under this card in its owner's drop. Play up to 1 green Majin Buu with a cost of 4 from your hand. And also activate main once per turn, place 1 card from your hand underneath this. Draw 2, then choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards in their battle area. Or drop and place it underneath this card to choose up to 1 keyword skill from it, and it gains that for the turn. So unfortunately, we've already attacked with our leader for the turn. We kind of have to end it. But this is also a way that we could get a triple strike onto our leader due to absorbing the other one across the board.
Yeah, so it does open up plays. Also, defensively, it just makes it harder for us to get hit, right?
Yeah.
It's a permanent 5k. It's almost like being sensu beans at that point, where you're just sitting at 20k now, and it's just going to be a little bit harder for, you know, little 15ks or whatever to be able to kind of punch through. It makes your super combos a little bit more efficient. So it does a lot of great math for you in terms of that 5k makes a difference going long term.
Yeah, and one thing we've kind of glossed over a little bit is that there's also like a counter play timing for these decks. I think the only card that is super relevant is the 5-cost charismatic Frieza.
They have the one of
They have the one of that.
Yeah.
So you know, Dal be asking, you know, is this one drop okay? Because removing that prevents a lot of their turns.
Does kill off a play for sure. It's also one reason why they probably target each other's unisons pretty actively. It's like, I just want to remove the ability from you to be able to charismatic if you do have it in hand.
And yeah, asking for.
But the sequencing is super important, right? Because
Yeah.
it's like, oh, well, if I want to prevent the unison, I should just have my unison attack the unison. But then you open up a counterattack window. Then if you get dormanted, getting dormanted on a weenie swing into a unison doesn't feel so good. So it's a lot, like I said, Masters is a big dance back and forth of like, okay, but what answer does my opponent have, and what's my best out to playing against that?
Yeah, and so using the absorption here, and you know, there's a thing. So Daniel can ask the question. Well, I can go down to 3 life. If I do, you know, I'm able to Z awaken, but then that gives me position to be in triple strike range too. So I could just lose off that, especially since, you know, we can give triple strike to our leader relatively easy for what this game is, right? So we are getting our 4 drop out there. And we cannot KO the other one because it does have barrier, and our 4-drop does not ignore barrier. Or we don't have a 4-drop that ignores
Correct. And then depending on, you know, if they land on their secret rares, I think these players are playing Purunga as one of their secret rares. That could just make you discard 3 cards because, you know, why not? So it's, you know, seeing that card would be huge if we're going for a game-winning blow where it's like, okay, well, for 1 card, I force 3 cards out of your hand. That feels pretty good.
And we haven't really talked about secret rares in this game. It's a little bit different than Fusion World. Secret rare, there's really no, you know, exclusion on what you can do and how you use them. A little bit different for Masters here. So Masters secret rares, you can only run 1 card with the ultimate tag. So the ultimate tag is usually on I think every secret rare.
Every single secret rare.
And so that means that the way that the card you choose is really important. Both these players are playing different secret rares too, but using these can help like another identity for what your deck is. It's kind of like your second choice for your leader, right? It just helps you with the dynamics. But the fact is, you also only get 1 in the game.
Yeah, and because it's only 1, they usually have incredibly powerful game warping abilities, be them powerful board wipes, big removal. For a second, no, that is okay. So that is the Majin Buu that's able to like remove 3 markers. It has a bunch of different abilities here.
It's very flexible, yeah, from the T30 here.
Yeah, so it has the 20k deflect auto. If you have 3 or more energy, when it's played, you get to either draw or attacks. You get to draw. You get to choose up to 1 of your opponent's unisons and remove 3 markers from it, or your opponent places 2 of their Z energy into their owner's drop. So a lot of utility in terms of removing options from your opponent.
Yeah, so if you remove the markers, it means they don't have the Bobbity, which means that they can't play the dormant.
Or the free dormant, yeah.
Yeah, you have to pay the actual energy for it, which is important. You know, being able to just draw cards twice is great too. We all love drawn cards here.
So here we go. We see it getting absorbed, so we can go into the... It is also a 6-drop Majin Buu, so it does actually... It's a cheap way to be able to get a 6-drop on board that then allows us to be able to go into our 8-drop as well.
Yeah.
So now we got our big 35 beefcake here. Big swing. Counter with the regeneration here, where you're able to use it for free as well.
Yeah, we got absorption, we got regeneration.
Yeah, Boo's just kind of that guy.
He really is.
But it shows no dormant, right? Which is actually, even though you want the dormant, maybe you don't dormant on the 35K swing because the attack still goes through, and then you have to defend after that. So, I mean, a lot of pressure here for Daniel. Does manage to get the attack through, adds a little bit of sauce on top here for the combo. We will see a super combo here. So Gohan, bottom deck a card, draw 2.
So currently 30-30, I believe. And an extra 5 to get out of it. Charging a Z energy off that attack. Asking for cards in hand. Looks like we've got about 10.
Yep, and Daniel also has super combo, and like we were saying, we can use those aggressively. So if he's able to get a good push in, able to dig a lot of cards, we also have to, gauge, like, will my opponent have, like you're saying, battle interaction that can prevent this attack from going through? That is 100% a thing in this game.
Yeah, it really is.
So you can't, it's one of those things where, alternative to Fusion World, where you can swing and kind of be greedy with your combos, knowing that there's probably not a way for them to stop the attack from going through. Most definitely the case here in Masters. So we do see here a super combo. Not only does it add a little boost on top, but it also allows Daniel to be able to sculpt his hand a little bit, get rid of a card that he doesn't want to see, be able to draw 2 fresh cards. Opens up some options. And we still have that energy marker hanging out there. 1 energy, a lot of room to be able to make things happen with it. Oh,
and
Z extra time?
Use the Z extra as well. So, I mean, we played that turn 1 and forgot about it, but still just being able to be a button for us to press aggressively here and, able to get that extra 15 and the discard. So yeah, activate battle. If your leader's green, place 3 of your Z energy to the draw. Remove this card for the game. Choose 1 of your card in your opponent's hand, discard it. 1 of their battle cards, 5 or less, KO it, and then 1 of your cards gets placed 15.
Yeah, so we did hit a 5K here, so both players laughed. You try to go for the high roll. You're like, I know I got a super combo. Let's see if I can snipe it. No snipe. But Daniel's saying, you know what? How about this is the time now where I'm going in. I'm adding a little bit of juice on top. So we got the additional 15K. So 35K base, 45, 55, 60.
So we were 50 with the Z extra, right?
Yeah.
60, 75, I think.
Isn't the Z extra plus 15?
It's plus 15, yeah.
So we're on 35 here with the 20K swing? All right, well, lots of cards out of hand, but we are able to get there. But Daniel knows, like, hey, I can apply a ton of pressure here and still be in a position where I have 4 life. And yes, it's easy for you to get out a triple striker, but you still need to punch through me here. If I have another dormant in hand, then I'm protected. We will also ourselves go ahead and utilize the Z extra defensively, get that additional boost right there.
Yeah, so yeah, because there's 2 versions, right? Either you pay the energy for the plus 15, or you just place it for 1 for the plus 10. So.
All right. So huge play up here. We do go ahead and send that Boo into our Z energy here. And then Overwhelm. So you think I'm out of energy? You think I'm out of plays? No, we're not. I know I can't defend. Here's the swing. Secret Rare and the life. You hate to see it as that last card of your deck here. So Daniel up 1-0 in this 3rd place match.
Yeah, super fun game. And you get to know that's there too, because you can kind of tell if your secret rares in your deck or not, even with a passing glance. They're very beautiful cards. So Delby is up 1-0, needs to get 1 more, and he's going to be our 3rd place champion for the Masters 26 or 25 to 26 season.
Playing for his 3rd title in a row.
Yeah, definitely a seasoned competitor for this game. And definitely wants to try to get this this 3rd place finish here. So again, we kind of mentioned this. We do have sideboards for this game, and so that's going to be a little bit of time here deciding what cards. I'm sure these guys are autopiloting here. It is.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well known this matchup and what we want and what we don't want.
Yeah, it's what works, what doesn't really do anything. Also knowing whether I'm going first or second, because I think cards like Demigra have like a energy limit on when things can happen. So knowing whether you're going to be on the play or draw will dictate the effectiveness on being able to use that card. But we just saw the explosiveness of Green Boo here in this mirror match. And these are decks that, have means to be able to see another day with dormants and stuff like that. That's not true for every deck. And just goes to show the power in which these decks can push through.
But Ivan's still definitely in it. Got to win 2 games. We are just a little bit past the 30-minute mark. So we got to maybe try to make the second game a little bit faster. We want a natural conclusion for game 3, but definitely a lot of adjustments you can make with that side deck. Especially because you can side cards in and out of your Z deck as well, which is great.
Yeah, so a ton of flex here in terms of what you want available to you in the matchup. And then the question depends, like, okay, well, we run a bunch of tech cards to account for, different matchups. So do we tech even more for the matchup? Do we make ourselves more consistent? Right? Like there are 2 trains of thoughts here on which side do you lean to be able to get an edge over your opponent.
Yeah, and there's some cards we want going first, some cards we want going second. A lot of flexibility on this game. That's why, it's one of my favorite games. There's so much personality on what we get to do. In Fusion World, sometimes if you have a mirror match, the decks could be pretty similar composition, but we've seen a big difference between these 2 players, the tech choices they want and what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, but it might be coming through here. Battle game, Dragon Ball Battle Hour, very exciting as we're here as part of the news panels here for the general show. So a lot of excitement here in the air. If you guys can hear the crowd in the background. Yeah, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 3 finally got announced here. So people are previewing that at the moment with a lot of exciting trailer footage. So a lot of pop off here, a lot of energy here at Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour as the crowd here is roaring and raring to go. Both of these players here playing for a title as we get wrapped up with the mulligans and shuffling here. Does look like we're indicating who will be going first. Okay, it looks like Ivan opting to go first here. Daniel with the energy marker reset, 8 life all. And we're going to get it fired here as players decide if they want to keep their opening hand. Now remind me, Masters is the ever-powerful partial mulligan.
Yes. No. They've taken.
They swapped it to the full?
Yeah, I believe they've taken it. Yeah.
Got it.
It's all or nothing. That was, I believe, at the beginning of the game.
Do I ever miss the partial mulligan?
Yeah, but we've seen just so many ways to add consistency. The Z decks, the searching from deck.
Sure.
I think we can take away the partial mill is not as, I think, necessary, right?
All right, so rip it off here. It seems to be the consensus on our best turn 1 play. Just get our Z energy set up, then go off and play the Z extra, get that ready for a future turn. As here we go ahead and charge extra card leader ability. Go ahead and send this Boo into our Z deck here. One of the best places to have it because then we can send it to the drop for the play of the Unison or the Z extra, and at 1 point we'll be able to get it back in from our drop via the via the absorption and give our Boo barrier.
All right, so going to use the leader ability for the Z energy there. Use it to play out the Unison Bobby again. So nice that we just have access to this, right? It just makes the consistency so high. You're not really worried about, if I see my Awakener on 2, it's just what's the steps to make sure I get the most value from Awakening on 2.
Right. All right, so here we go. Be able to Awaken here, get the absorption out of our deck. And I believe we go down to 6 life as well. So take those 2 life down to 6 here for Ivan. Will be able to flip his leader onto the other side now and see how he decides to extend his place here now with that 1 energy available. Will tick up on the Bobby, allow him to be able to play the 1-drop for free. Will then be able to go ahead and Union Absorb after the play. Find ourselves the 8-drop from the top of our deck here.
we've seen that card just apply a lot of pressure. And again, like the numbers for these decks are really important because we can, multiples of 3 are important for what numbers we want. Hitting down to 1 is pretty tough when just every damage can get there, and what damage you take is so important because your life totals, double strike, triple strike are so much more present, I think, in this game compared to Fusion World. So, you can definitely get hit a little bit harder.
All right, so into this 4-drop, 20K on board. Be able to apply a little bit of pressure here. We do have the triple striker in hand, but don't know if we'll be able to get into it right away. Swing with the leader here. Be able to draw 2, so just that additional consistency as we do have to get rid of 1.
And making sure we have the barrier, which is really nice. And again, taking these first couple pieces of damage are pretty trivial. The fact that your Awaken does go down to 2 life anyways, but...
Yeah, here it's more, I want to get my leader swing, I'll get a draw. It doesn't really impact whether you take or not here because you're going to go down to 6 anyways.
And it still matters, and there are definitely some matchups even in Fusion World too where it's just like, man, I want the card, but them being able to Awaken next turn, it's not worth it to me, so... A little bit more of like the easier awakening conditions here for Dragon Ball Masters.
Yep, so go ahead and pay the 1 and the Z Energy, go into the Bobbity Unison here and be able to utilize its ability to find any piece we need. As we awaken, find ourselves the absorption. Is my secret rare in here? Is it
yeah. Again, we can tell pretty quickly if it isn't. And I think at this
point,
they
shine a little bit differently.
They're very shiny, yeah. Secret rares are generally like 1 or 2 a case, right? So every 12 boxers or so. So not as common as the secret rares in Fusion World, but mostly because you can only play a single copy of any secret rare rarity card.
Yeah. So there we go. Awaken on both sides now. 6 life all. And we'll see what Dalby here is able to do with that additional energy. We'll start with the uptick on the Babada. Has to check with the opponent because it does play a card. So counter window 1 opens, and then they have opportunity to be able to do something after counter window 2. We'll go into the first boost, see what we can find on top of our deck here. And afterwards, inevitably, we'll go ahead and kick it off with a Union Absorb.
Slowly getting the 1-drop boo off the top 5. Currently, again, 6 life to 6. And we did have the charismatic, get that removal, which is a 1 of currently for both players.
Okay, so charismatic, and now, you can't play counterplay.
No, yeah. For
so
the turn,
was trying to hit with the Bujin here, but you can't play counterplay after you play a charismatic for free here.
Yeah.
So
now originally it's because I don't want them to be able to play another 5-drop again.
Right.
And now there's only 1 of those you can put in your deck, so it's not as worry, but Daniel's definitely played a lot of green in the Masters card game. Definitely knows. I wish you could do that, but unfortunately, you're going to have to let me do my own thing here.
Yep, tough position here for Ivan. Maybe he should have considered going for the Bujin first and then going into the charismatic afterwards. Made a little bit of tunnel vision there. Could cost him because he was clearly lining up his turn to be able to get that double counterplay sequence here. But now you got to deal with the opposing boos, which you would have had to deal with for free, or have at that point now finally forced Daniel to use an energy marker potentially to get the chain started for the 3rd time in a row. So could have been a big shift here, but it looks like now Daniel has open reign to be able to apply some pressure.
Yeah, and again, the 4-drop on Ivan's side does have the barrier boo underneath it, so unfortunately can't remove it with any non-barrier removal, but we do get the removal of the token there, and or from the Houston. 1 more attack for turn, going 20K.
Asking for card in hand. We'll go ahead and utilize the leader ability. Combo with the 1-drop from under there. That'll be a take. Ivan down to 5 life.
He's going to lose it there. Or sorry, use it as a Z energy there. And we do have an auto. You get to choose one of your Majin tokens at the end of the turn, and you can switch your blocker to active, which is what we're going to do. Just the blocker. Doesn't have any other protection. I don't believe we have the barrier underneath it, but maybe I think we do. I think we do have the barrier underneath the Daniel's 4-drop.
Yep, they're both currently chilling pretty good until the 8-drop shows up. And once the 8-drop shows up, it's anybody's game here as we keep on ignoring barrier.
Thinking about attacking here. All right, looks like we're using the absorption.
Go ahead and utilize card from our drop. Going down there allows us to go into a 6-drop. And we do know that Ivan has the 8-drop Majin Buu in hand. So could go for a big swing here, especially since we can now absorb the Majin Buu on the other side as we can ignore barrier now. All right, so set up here. Go ahead and okay. Now, this is an oldie but a goodie here with the Vegeta. So it is a 1-cost. When this card is discarded from your hand by an opponent's skill, play this card from your drop area, which happens incidentally in the matchup. And then auto when this card is played, you get to draw 1. So it effectively turns your discard into a not discard, and then you can utilize that as a combo afterwards.
You go +1 instead of the -1, which is huge. And then we're thinking about this triple strike, and we're asking if you want to counter attack here. And we're saying, no, we're fine. I'd like to go down to maybe 3 if you make it worth my while. But it is a 35 to 15.
3 is like an interesting spot because inevitably you are susceptible to a follow-up triple strike. But 3 life does allow you to Z-Awaken. So it does open up some options here for Daniel if he opts to take it. And it does look like he does. He's like, you know what, 3 cards pretty good. You know, my secret rare might be in there.
I think it is. I think the secret rares have been hiding today. Haven't hit the board. I think our quick search through Daniel's was like, well, there weren't any secret rares, I think, in the deck. So
all right, contemplating on the dormant here.
yeah, and that dormant will remove the token as well. We don't have to discard the card for the no more attacks for the turn, especially because I don't think Ivan's going to be attacking any more than this anyways.
Yeah, it was more so just getting the token out of the way.
Now, where's the attack into? Because they still have to lose a token for that. Yeah. Just making sure. Okay.
Yeah, just want to make sure you get that combo in so you can set up his drop for the next turn.
Yeah. Oh, we do get one more attack though with this Bobbity.
Sure,
but
clears out the other Bobbity.
But we do have to tap out. That was the concession for it.
Does clear out the other Bobbity though. All right, so use the ability here, go into the 1-drop. One drop, find another 1-drop.
That's some good math. Right,
okay.
Using the absorption.
So now giving barrier to this 4-drop now.
Yeah, but this is way different tempo, right? You know, Ivan went first, Daniel went second on this one. But the ability to set up the board, finding your charismatic villain to shut down Dalby's turn last turn was huge. And now we're in a bad spot for Daniel. We're at 3 life to 5. they've got a pretty wide board, but the fact that Ivan doesn't have any energy up could mean that we could punish a little bit of the greed there.
Yep, we'll have to see if Ivan decides to fire off an early dormant. Okay, we're just making sure that we get our last activations off before passing the turn over here. We are going into another set here, into another 4-drop, so massive board set up at the moment. Now we'll go ahead and pass turn. Daniel has to surmount quite the board here. We do have a barrier 8-drop and then 2 subsequent 4-drops, one of which also has barrier here. We have the Unison Live, which means we might have to face a dormant coming out the other sideline as well, assuming that Unison keeps its markers. We know we don't have to deal with Charismatic anymore. It is only a 1-of in the deck, but
and
tough position for Daniel here.
Yeah. Now, one good thing about them using Charismatic is you don't have to play around it anymore, right? Like you know, okay, they did it, so I feel a little bit more free. Especially like, Ivan's saying, I am so confident right now. I really just need a blocker. Asking if there's barrier underneath any of these guys.
Yes.
The 8-drop's got barrier.
And one of the
2
4-drop
blockers.
Yeah.
I think one of them has barrier, the other doesn't.
Yep.
I don't know what it is. They love giving triple strike to boos, though.
They really do.
So many triple strike boos in
Yeah.
the history.
So going to kick it off like we typically do here. Getting the Bobbity set up is just the easiest way to be able to fire off a 1-drop here. Another Vegeta in hand if we're forced to discard. What's that last card in Dalby's hand there?
That is one of the. It's the triple.
Got it.
Bobbity, Boo, and the
Right.
Dabura.
It's a shiny card. It is a CR though, so I guess to be expected.
It is, yeah. And so I think there is like some play where I believe it can remove markers, so which could be important to remove the markers from Bobbity before they can fire off a dormant, right? But with these blockers that are a little bit tough to interact with, is good. And also, I think we must have been mistaken earlier. I think Piranga is in hand on the far left for Daniel.
Ooh.
And that is actually what the play is going to be.
Nasty.
One of
So as activate main, can't attack, but as an activate main 3 times, it's almost like a pseudo unison.
Yes.
It's able to draw and force the opponent to discard. You can do that 3 times. You can use any number of abilities. It can board wipe essentially, where like you can target a card and another card in your opponent's battle area, and then get rid of every other card. So we're choosing the one without the barrier from the looks of it, and every other card goes away. So massive turn here, and just, you can already see the fact that this was a 2-card swing per activation of the draw and discard. So 4-card swing here for Daniel. Just making sure our boos go to the right places.
Yeah.
Plus cleaning up the board and having this powerful secret rare that the opponent's going to have to get rid of. I think the only real way for the deck to be able to get rid of the Piranga is via the 8-drop. So if Daniel has a way to be able to get rid of that 4-drop, that's going to be a climb back up to the tower there. Otherwise, you're now in a position where you need to potentially lose another 3 cards in hand. That's a very tough spot to be in as we go ahead and use the negate, take the life, but prevent the leader swing.
Yeah, and that's huge. It also means that your Bobby is going to survive. I think they've been mostly leaving the field right after they're being played, so you get the free block. Yeah. And Ivan's in a real good spot here, being able to use this, and I think using the step to just be able to make another Z energy. So it really just shows like every activate battle you get is important. Every way that you're able to make the Z energy, especially when there's so much counter, and this is huge. So you do need 3 Z energy to be able to use your Z extra for the extra plus 5k and removal. So prioritizing this here, I think is great from Ivan.
Yeah, 100%
Got another secret rare hitting the board here. We went from no secrets to double secrets here, and it is the Majin Buu. So, showing the difference between the 2 decks on what secret rares they're playing here.
Yep. So Piranga, by the way, does have that extra text where it says at the end of the turn, after you play it, it will get removed itself from the game. So very thematic to Dragon Ball. I will make 3 wishes, and once my 3 wishes are done, I am gone.
Yeah. So Boo Unlimited Majin is the card we just played out. It's a dual attacker, auto once per turn. When this card attacks, opponent reveals their hand. They choose up to 2 battle cards at any cost 7 or less, among them in a combo in your combo area. And then also activate battle once per turn. Choose up to 1 keyword skill on a card in your opponent's combo area, and this gains it until the end of your opponent's turn. So you only get to get the combo twice, but when you have cards on both sides that have that triple strike, that is really good.
Yeah, 100% here. As we go ahead and then ship over a couple of super combos here, seeing an opening and taking it. And of course, like we were saying, these super combos can be used offensively, which is a good spot. And these are the only 2 Gohans here in Ivan's deck. Otherwise, teching into some other ones.
Yeah, and so sometimes like super combos have you know, conditions on which kind of like what color your leader needs to be or what have you. We're the same leader, so any super combo I would use, you would use, and being able to get that you know, that additional card draw off these are huge, and removing them from Daniel's hand too.
Yeah, so it's a tough spot. Secret Rare puts in a ton of pressure. You know, you hand ripped me, I'm gonna hand rip you, but it's a selective hand rip. You get to get rid of specific cards in hand, which can be incredibly gross. Technically could have gotten rid of, I believe, Daniel's Secret Rare as well if it was timed a little bit better.
Yeah,
it needs to cost a 7 or less.
Yeah,
never mind. So the 8 cost should get around that.
Yeah, Secret Rares are almost, I think, restricted to mostly 8 costs, not exclusively.
Besides the extra card ones, I think they are all 8 costs.
All right, and we're going into the triple name of the Dabura, Boo, and Bobbity. Maybe not in that order.
The CR card here. Going to be able to generate a token off of that union as well. And then we'll have an option to be able to attack and get another trigger if necessary. But no, we'll just go right into the 8-drop here. Triple strike is live. Are we just going to straight swing? So straight swing, triple strike here. Ivan into Daniel, who currently has 3 life. So tough position to be in. Daniel does have an energy marker, so could look in there, asking what's in your drop. I just need to know what I might be facing here.
Yeah, and I don't think Daniel has any Z energy, so we're not able to Z Awaken here either. And it's a bit of a question of like, do I think I can survive next turn, or you know, do I just lose resources and you know they can just try to go for a game again on the next one? So really deciding here what they want to do.
Yeah, we do have the negate in hand, and it does look like we will burn the energy marker. I think that's a smart call here, Daniel. You do have 3 life. That makes this a little bit spookier here. So then the negate's looking to grab us another 1 drop from the drop, and then add that back to hand here.
Yeah, and you know, we use the marker here, which I don't think. I mean, I guess we use the marker. I think as the
for the negate.
Time. What?
Use the marker for the negate.
Yeah. So, yeah, and we didn't want to take the. I think we had a choice to take the life for the negate as well, but decided to just use the marker.
And I think we're dealing with the leader swing here.
All right, and we get 1 more attack. So fortunately for Daniel, it is a only once per turn you get the hand rip, but we're going to combo with the 8-drop, and then we are able to give itself triple strike from the combo area with the Majin Buu. So going a really big number, trying to get this triple strike to go for game. Daniel's looking at the hand. I know like there's 2 less super combos there. And scooping it up, and we're going to game 3.
Yeah.
Ivan taking the 2nd game of this 3rd place finals.
Big turn here. We just see the power. I mean, when your deck is able to just jam triple strike after triple strike, it puts you in an uncomfortable position. I mean, losing your super combos there to the Secret Rare, incredibly rough. It also gives Ivan just the cards that he needs. So, you know, fantastic sequence there of Secret Rare into Secret Rare, showcasing the massive swing that can cause. And now Ivan here forced his way into a game 3 position. Could end up being Daniel's first game being able to opt in to go first as opposed to second. We'll see how well that serves him.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that I'm the expert of this mirror match here, but you know, the fact that Ivan's taken first, I believe, twice means that you know, we'll have to see if Daniel prefers being second, going first, because being able to go second both times, you know, could have just been a little bit tougher for him in his build. And now, if having the decision, if you really wanted to go first, you just got to get that one game.
Yeah, so here we are. We could re-sideboard again, but if both players are happy with their hands, then we can just move forward here. It does look like Ivan's taking one last quick look, trying to see if there's any other modifications that he should be making here. But again, both decks doing what they do very consistently. Who's able to get it off first and apply much pressure. The thing with the Blue deck is it has defenses in the form of Dormant and a couple of negates here, but outside of that, they're not, I wouldn't call, overtly defensive decks. They can make it into the late game, but especially if you're leaning on Dormant, the fact that if you can sequence your attack right to be like a big triple strike or something like that first, can go ahead and put the opponent on an uncomfortable position in terms of how to defend.
Yep, so it looks like we're done with looking at our side deck there, and we've been playing at a pretty good clip here, so I think we should have just about 30 minutes for our game 3, and that should be enough time to see, you know, a conclusive answer for who's going to be our third place finisher for the 2025-2026 season of the Dragon Ball Masters card game.
And here it is, Daniel going to earn his third title in 3 years. Or is Ivan going to take that away from him? As players move into post, go through their mulligans here. Here's the fist bump, game 3. And we see the opening hands here for both players. See where they opt to go via this mulligan. Yep, so looks like here Dalby opting to mull 3. Mulligans on both sides, I believe, as both players are going to go ahead and get themselves a fresh hand.
All right, and here we go.
Okay, so Daniel, third game in a row with the energy marker.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, that's honestly like the best way to do it, right? Where both players, you know, want first or second, you know, respectively, right? Being able to say, like, I feel like I'm at full power, you're at full power for 3 games in a row. That's really exciting to me.
Yeah, 100%. So what do you think the turn one's going to be? You think we're going to see a Z extra on the board? Wow. What do you think his opponent's going to do? You think he's going to do the same?
I mean, so, and we've come a long way. So the reason why this is so good is because, you know, generically speaking, you're not supposed to get it like a Z energy, especially going first, turn 1. It's usually a little bit rarer. So the fact that you can just say, well, I'm just going to put a card there, it's just the best way to consistently use that 1 Z energy and our first energy for the turn, because we're always going to find value for this, right? It's just kind of priming a super combo, and, you know, for the first go, and then later in the game, you're like, man, this can get that extra plus 15, and usually plus 20, because usually you're removing a card your opponent really wanted access to.
Yeah, plus this deck, in this deck, it does double duty in that it sets up a boo in your draw for Union Absorb.
Yes.
So you don't even need to worry about the combo step to be able to get there. You can kind of just jump into things right off the rip here. As we go ahead and jump into the Babidi for Ivan here, we'll go ahead and utilize the leader ability to awaken. We'll find an absorption from the deck and then go down to 6 life.
And again, there is some, like, consideration on, you know, there are some certain cards that are restricted to, right? We saw the difference that charismatic villain Frieza could do, right? There's also your secret rares. We saw both of them being played with some great effects here. And I wonder, do you think, like, Ivan for like a mirror match center, do you feel like the Majin Buu gets a little bit more value? The fact that it can essentially have dual attack, triple strike with your opponent's cards?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can sequence it right, it's a dual-edged sword, right? Like, what you can do to me, I can do to you. But in terms of if you're in the right place in the right time, is definitely a consideration that these players have to be like, okay, well, not only do I need to deploy my game plan, but by doing so, am I making myself vulnerable to the exact same things that I'm putting down here? So absorption, especially when absorption can utilize the skills of the cards under it or anything of the sort, can be a very scary place in the mirror match. We'll go ahead and grab the other one drop here. So one of the one drops is able to do what we just saw, which is search the top cards of the deck for another in archetype card, and then alternatively the other one will help us generate a token on Union Absorb.
Yeah, and if we want to, I mean, we could be a little aggressive here, but yeah, this 4-drop here, I don't think we've got the barrier right now, so that is susceptible for removal. But we do get the token with it as well.
Swing with the Unison?
And I think we're using both just to get some
sure.
Z energy for later as well. So
this is technically still a free take.
It is, but there might be a consideration for us to build our own Z energy too.
Yeah. So combo with the Hercule here. And then pass. So back over to Daniel here, has the 1 Z energy to be able to set up his own Bobbity here. And then we'll be charging a counterattack.
All right, 2 energy and an energy marker here. Deciding our best play. Again, it likely starts with a Bobbity.
I believe you're correct. So Bobby here with the 1 marker will be able to utilize the additional marker afterwards to be able to play the 1 drop from hand, effectively turning it into sort of a free play, but also you have the Bobby up to be able to use Dormant over subsequent turns as well here. So just have to decide which one we're going for, or using our leader ability first before we awaken. Now we'll go into the awaken, go into the deck, get the absorption, take a quick look. Did we find our secret rare? Is it in there? Do I see a card that's exceptionally shiny than the other? Charismatic is in there. And does look like Secret Life. Yeah, it does look like.
Okay, for a second, I didn't see the absorption in deck. I'm like, that's a little tough sometimes, but we do see it.
Looks like the Secret Rare might be in hand or in life here. Then go ahead and awaken, go down to 6 life here, flip on the other side. And then see if we start with the leader swing or begin with ticking Bobbity up.
All right, going 15 into the Bobbity. Again, we do want to make sure to remove that marker before they have a chance to do a charismatic villain. And there's the 1. There goes the Bobbity Unison there. See it again next turn, I'm sure.
Yep, and now we know that we can comfortably go into the Boo. They might have a counterplay for 1, but if they tap out for the counterplay there, I think you feel pretty good about that. But no, it does look like Ivan is going to hold here as we go into the 1 drop. We'll be able to find a piece from the top of our deck, and afterwards we'll be able to go ahead and Union Absorb. So do take the 8 drop. It's a pretty good card, I've heard.
Yeah, I've seen it do value. Whether it's on the board, in your combo area, one of the key cards for this deck for sure.
And then just say, I know you're going to go in your deck again, so that's fine. Don't worry about the cut.
Yeah.
So we go ahead, Union Absorb right there. Go back into the deck. And then into the blocker Boo.
Thinking about our own 4-drop here.
Yep.
Make our own token as well. And again, this 4-drop skill form margin, so whenever it gets placed in the owner's shop, you can spare boost to bring it back. You can play it from your hand for 1, and then also activate main battle. You can choose one of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier. Can't attack or activate skills, but we are going to use the absorption there.
Yep, so absorption, take away the opponent's 4-drop, allow us to go into the 6-drop now. And if we wanted to, could burn the marker here to then go into the 8-drop. But do you want to utilize that now? The opponent doesn't really have a card that you care too much about. So.
Yeah. And we do get the token effect from Majin Buu, Closer to Despair, so we can choose one of our tokens removed from the game. Your opponent discards 1.
Token for a card sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah. And 30 to 15 is a lot. It means essentially double super combo to get out of it. And I don't think we've used our leader effect either, so we can use our leader effect to make it 35. We haven't, we get 1. We get 1 extra Z energy if we need that, which I think there have been times where our Z energy area is a little bit lower, but we're actually going to use the absorption here to get the attack done and over with. Just get a 1-drop back to hand, and deny that Z energy turn.
Yep, and looks like that's all she wrote here. We're going to hang back, hold on to our energy marker here. Just passing on over to Ivan's turn. Do have the Purunga in hand, so I do see that. Do also have the counter attack, so if we're in a world where Ivan decides to apply a lot of quick pressure here, we can negate our way out of it.
Yeah, but one of my favorite things about this game is that there's just been so much different paces. Even though one person's been going first 3 games, another person's been going second, what we see and how we use our resources, there's just so much to think about. What's the best play in a given situation with what cards I have, what they have, when I'm playing around. Definitely just a complex game when it comes to sequencing and trying to get the most value with what you've got.
Yeah, so we're not sure if that was a whiff.
It's kind of looking like it might have been.
Yeah, I don't know that we grabbed anything from the deck there. Gonna go cut. And then presumably Union Absorb here. Come on, guys. Why are we shuffling if we know?
Yeah.
So back into the deck we go.
Well, you gotta finish sequencing.
It is
right? Even on the world stage.
It is the sequencing.
We gotta. And I think that's why Danny was like, "Yeah, you can. I'm just gonna tap it. I know you're gonna go back into there."
All right, into the blocker brew now. And then, you know what? Your absorption was pretty cool. How about I do it too?
Passing the stack back.
I do think that's the one benefit of running the barrier boo is that it probably prevents the absorption from being as effective. It's probably the biggest thing you're trying to fade whenever you can try to get that barrier boo under one of your stacks. Because then now the only real way to be able to get rid of a card like that would then be the 8-drop.
All right, so we go into our own 30K critical boo.
And it's a big one. Into the face.
And Daniel's thinking about it. We probably, what's more important? Going down to 5? I mean, going down to 5 is not too bad, right?
5 is fine because, your scariest threat is a triple strike at this point. So no matter if you take or not take, you probably see more cards here versus going from, well, it's a crit, actually. Never mind.
Yeah. So no negate on the leader attack, currently 15. And it could be into either the Unison or the other leader as well.
Yep, down to 5 here for Dalby. Could potentially be for more here as we go ahead and utilize the leader ability. Get some combo there.
Yeah, so currently it is the 25 to 15, so we take that one as well. And I believe this is a 20 to 15. I do believe that the 6-drop Majin Buu does offer a plus 5k to our tokens here.
So 20k swing. Yeah, so now your W's down to 4. You're probably more motivated to stay above that life total where you can, as opposed to going down to triple strike range. And that will be all she wrote here. So back to Dalby here. 4 life. We'll be going to 3rd energy charge, 4th total energy with the energy marker.
And the 6-drop Boo has barrier. We do have to be careful of, specifically a charismatic villain. I think we're going to start with, tapping into the unison. We'll see if there is a negate or anything from Ivan here.
Yep,
if you want to be able to play your free version of Dormant Potential, it's now, but letting that happen and just saying, you know what, I don't have charismatic, you can spend some time and effort trying to get rid of my unison here.
Yes, sir. So here we go. No dormant. Down 1 marker here. We have an opening where we're going to be able to play our Bobbity now. Use the 1 uptick to be able to play out the 1-drop. Look at the top card of the deck. Find some more consistency pieces.
Find another 1-drop.
The grab here, and then taking Barrier Boo, jamming it under here for the Union Absorb. Into the blocker.
This is going to make a token, I believe, and be able to get rid of one of their tokens. I would like that, please. So here, pass it over.
I do like that stack. I think they're just double checking here.
Yeah, because I think it prevents it when removing from the board here. Yeah, when this card would be removed from a battle area by opponent's skill, you may choose one of your Majin tokens, remove it from the game instead.
Yep, so just verifying that text. I assume that applies on absorption as well, right? It is removing it from the board.
Yeah. This has always been a little bit of contention, right? Are you actually leaving the battle area?
Yeah,
What's
is
going
my side of
where?
the battle area the battle area?
Yeah, my battle area is underneath my my card battle area.
I think that's the verification we're getting here.
Yeah. So we've got some judges confirming on the rulings for it and making sure that Ivan's aware.
Use battle area, Mies battle area,
Yeah.
Weiss battle area.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack with that. So
it is very impactful also. Like, this is a big deal here. And it does look like that is not, we can just replace it with the token. Token, oh, that's funny, since it's not considered leaving the board. So it is considered leaving the board, but the token should just disappear at that point, right?
I know that you can absorb the tokens. I would not be able to show you the exact line in the rule book that lets you do so. Also, I could be wrong. I think we did miss a KO effect from playing the 4-drop.
Could be the case here, but we'll go ahead and use the token, force the opponent to have to discard a card.
Oh, sorry. It's a cost of 5 or less, which it doesn't have 5 or less.
Right.
It's how the numbers work for it. So because it doesn't have a cost, you can't get a 5 or less. And then we get another one of the regeneration counters. Doing this back-to-back hurts you here.
Finding another 1-drop. Yeah, Dalby a bit in a tough position here. lined up is played in a specific way. I mean, can still go into the 8-drop, right? Like, there are means to be able to clear this very annoying stack. So it's not like it's all for naught. But since the 6 is rested, we EX Evolve on top of that. Could potentially end up being not coming in active, but at least we get the abilities here. Just saying, hey, I just want to combo a little bit here on the attack to be able to send card into drop and set up for subsequent absorption plays.
And yeah, think of what we want to do for these last 2 energy and marker here.
Looking at that Purunga. Because Ivan doesn't look like he's got all that big of a hand at the moment.
Yeah.
It does look like we'll pay the 2. Here's the Purunga Secret Rare. Yep, and I mean, Ivan with a small hand, you ripped 3 cards out of his hands. That's not a whole lot here. You'd be down to 4? So first rip, down goes a Boo. Second rip. There goes the CR. And then third rip, are you going to choose the token?
I mean,
board wipe yourself?
You could choose the token, yeah. Not terrible for you. And honestly, I like being able to use the secret rare here because you're just like, man, if they play theirs next turn, I get hurt by it. I need to make sure that I play mine first. So actually, it's only 7 or less, right? But it's still, you know, that knowledge is just too good to use here.
Yeah,
so.
It is funny. I think they were double checking on the replacement ruling, seeing like, hey, if I target the token, does that yeah, so it does look like if you target the token, because the ability to remove
oh yeah, because
it replaces
it's
itself.
a bit of a race condition. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we're in a position where we got rid of the Purunga, gets rid of the token, which is kind of what we needed anyways to be able to go into this 8-drop and get this absorption through. So take your stack, put it under my stack, we stack.
And so Ivan doesn't have a lot of cards in hand, but Daniel might have a solution for that. Maybe.
Yeah, it is in rest mode though, so a little bit of considerations there, but we are able to go to another 1-drop, find more cards from the top of our deck, and then be able to Union Absorb into maybe a blocker, and then we're in a pretty comfortable position for the subsequent turn here. Okay, and here
just passing from there. Okay.
Yeah, Daniel's saying I'm not going to go back in the deck. I'm just going to leave it at that. Ivan, small hand here, but does, you know, deck can do powerful things, but not too much. So we'll go ahead and charge to 4, utilizing one of the 1-drops here. Are we going to see the first turn play of the Unison now?
And that's generally been the start. So we're going to start with a attack into the Bobbity here, and this is strictly to say I do not want you to get, you know, hit me with Charismatic.
Yeah, that would be devastating in this position because, like, I just don't have the gas to go for it multiple times here. Do we see a Dormant? I think that's what Daniel's, or maybe just a negate.
But it doesn't get rid of the, you know, they still get rid of the marker.
But that's what I'm saying. So maybe he's contemplating going for just take a life counterattack.
Yeah.
Hold on to a potential Charismatic.
Yeah, they were thinking about using the homicidal.
Yep. So here's the regen. Going to take the life, just counter the attack outright, keeping the Bobbity healthy and threatening Ivan.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we have any 1-drops to get from the drop from there. Ended up putting on the board, but keeping the Bobbity safe is good. The big worry, though, is that, you know, what are they going to do with, you know, this attack here? So, I mean, if you have homicidal,
could do it again, I guess.
But you're going from 3 to 2. But honestly, at this point, 3 life, 2 life, 1 life is almost the same. Yeah, almost exactly the same. So here's the homicidal clones taking another life here and being able to make a 10K blocker.
Yeah, so effectively, oftentimes, if the opponent doesn't have the right suite of removal here, it's like having 2 counters here, and then yes, we do see the counterattack here, the Charismatic Villain. It was telegraphed. Daniel saying, no, you have no cards in hand. I know you won't be able to keep going for it. I'm going to force you to have a second one. I'm going to force you to go into these inefficient lines here. So Charismatic here, he's like, yep, nope, that's good. going to be able to get to the trigger first and then be able to get to the removal here. So now the question is, Ivan, will he be able to pull another turn? We don't see another one drop. He's rubbing his eyes here. He's not feeling too good about things.
Yeah, but it still did come at a cost for Daniel, right? 2 life is not a lot. And Dormant's really good at when you're at like 4 life, right? It prevents you from, you can take 1 attack and then it's hard to negate the second one. But now Dormant kind of prevents the second attack, but you can still go all out on that first one.
Yeah, and Ivan's still at 6.
Yeah,
like it was a pass, so he's got like a nothing turn. So I mean,
boy.
Daniel did an amazing thing of like essentially taking almost an extra turn at this point, preventing Ivan from having any real plays. He is at 2 life. It's a little bit risky. If Ivan has a Dormant on his side, he'll be able to make a comeback turn potentially next turn. But that's only if he's able to find another 1-drop to be able to go into.
Yeah, because there are ways for you to be able to remove the markers before entering a battle. We've been seeing the
CR card.
Yeah, right there already in energy, but looks like charging a 4-drop here. Cards in hand, looking like around 8.
I think it's closer to like 6, unless you meet
Maybe
Daniel.
it might be closer to 6. Yeah, you are. It looks like you're correct. Yeah, I think closer to 6 for sure. Just like how many minutes are left in this round, we got to start zooming a little bit.
Yeah, well, thankfully we are in game 3 here, so overtime rules. I will verify with that, but presumably the same as Fusion World Mayhouse, where we're going from life to cards in deck to then Rochambeau. All right, I'm getting the confirmation. Overtime rules are the same for Masters, so those will be the procedures here after turns.
Making the token there. Again, we still have a big triple striker. Probably want to lead with that attack, I would assume, because we want to. If they want to dormant that one, you're still kind of okay with it.
Yeah, especially since like you can technically go triple strike into triple strike if we're able to find a 6-drop to go into and then go into the 8-drop again.
Yeah.
It's not a unique
here's
card.
A big triple strike, and we are going to get a.
There's the dormant.
Yeah, there's the dormant, and it does get rid of these tokens pretty clearly. Again, so this one is up to 2 cost of cards, so it does hit tokens pretty good. But we still got a good removal here. I think the only thing is that there could have been sequencing where you don't play your tokens off the 1-drop. At the same time, then you lose your 1-drop. So I think the sequencing's still in a good spot here.
Yeah,
and
100%.
Thinking about comboing from under one of our cards here with our leader effect, we really want this triple strike to get some damage.
I mean, with the small hand Ivan has, if he defends this, like, there is just not much for you to do afterwards.
No. So you want to make sure it's the right number. I mean, we're still going to be giving them 3 more cards. It also means that their unison's pretty protected now from getting removed, unless there's a double strike coming in.
And yeah, that'll just be a take. I'd be like, please, cards in hand, please.
Yeah, I will. I'm okay with almost doubling my hand size, I'm sure.
All right, so we'll see what the follow-up from Daniel here is. He has 1 more attack now that he's under dormant. Are we going to be able to go all the way up into another 8-drop and threaten another triple strike?
Yeah, I mean, double triple strike going from 6 all the way down to 0 life is quite the tempo swing.
It's almost like Victory Strike, but with extra steps.
Yeah. But I mean, we still have the 4-drop. Them not having any cards across the board means I don't think you can use absorption if I.
Yeah, to go right into the 6-drop.
Yeah.
I think you can evolve into the 6-drop, but I might be mistaken. I'll have to double check the card real quick. You do not, yeah. So you would have to go ahead and hard play into it.
All right, looks like we're going to pay for 1. I think we're thinking about going for the Z Awaken here into the Z leader.
Yep, so leader now a 20K.
Yeah, we've been really good about keeping our Z energy area healthy. And again, our Z leader here, very, very strong. Has the 20K base, which makes it harder to get damage on. Active Main plays 3 non-leader cards underneath this to play up to 1 green Majin Buu cost of energy from your hand. And also Active Main once per turn to place 1 card from your hand underneath this. Draw 2. Choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards to place it underneath this card, and then you get to get a skill from it, which is going to be really good for the next turn to be able to get a potential another triple strike online. So let's see, for 1. Looks like we're going into a 6 cost.
All right, into the CR.
And this one is important here because we will be able to remove the markers from their Bobbity by doing this. If we find that important, which I would likely consider that important.
Could alternatively just opt to draw a card and try to close out the game here.
Yeah.
So go ahead and play the 1-drop. We're just verifying, making sure the sequencing is correct. Yeah, so just making sure we know what cards came from what areas here. Go ahead and go look at the top of the deck. We'll take a Majin Buu from there. Just looking at what stack we're working with the 6-drop here.
Yeah, and we haven't really talked about it, but I believe, yeah, we just added the 2-drop Bobbity is also a super combo.
We're just trying to verify how we got to where we got.
Yeah, unsure the particulars about this. Are we in O time? I think we're approaching OT, I believe.
All right, so we do have some additional time on the clock here for the final 2 matches, or for the third place match. The players get 105 minutes. So there'll be another opportunity there. We do go into the triple striker after a little bit of deliberation there, figuring out what's happening with the board. We do get the counter attack here. We'll go ahead and just pay the 1, prevent that triple strike from coming through. Daniel must have known that that was coming, and now we're just about setting up our board for a spooky next turn. And we've got double triple strike, I think one of which has barrier. So big board here that Ivan has to surmount, but Daniel is only at 2 life, so maybe you just say, I ignore the board. I don't have a ton of cards in hand, but I got like 6 or 7 now. That triple strike kind of fueled me up a little bit. We'll see if that's enough to be able to get there.
Yeah, you don't have that many cards left in deck either. Oh, and I don't think we had anything to go back into with this Majin Buu. I think we absorbed on it and then just
just hung out.
Just hung out, yeah. All right, thinking about what we've got for us. Charging another absorption might just be a concession that
this is the turn.
This is the turn, yeah.
I mean, 5 energy, that's like infinite in this deck. So the question right now is like, all right, Daniel, do you have Dormant? And also, will you be able to sequence defense for this triple strike that's about to send your way?
Also, my apologies. It is an absorption, not a regeneration. That was the what I thought they charged.
Right.
Was the absorption, yeah. Yeah, honestly, I think the reason we did that 1-drop absorption in that is it's another card that we put underneath a card, so we can use it for our leader effect. So
true.
It's not missing out on anything inherently. There goes the Frieza.
Yeah, get that KO there.
Asking, hey, what 7 cards are underneath that one? And what's under this one? I don't think either has barrier.
I thought one might have, but honestly, I could see neither of them having it. So here's the absorption. Absorbing an 8-drop. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Here's the stack. You can take it.
Again, such low resources for these players here. And I think at this point, I haven't seen their secret rare. That's the concession. That's these last 3 cards. And a little unlucky that 2 games in a row, last 3 life of, or no, 2 games of this 3-game series, that they're in the life there.
Yeah, so into the 8-drop we go. Gonna draw a card here. We'll be able to clear out the other body as well. So powerful play here, absorbing one, clearing the other. Daniel short on gas at this point. Yep, so
let's double up again.
All right, so here's a quarter of both our decks.
Yeah. Okay, finally you've opened up some room for the rest of my
yeah,
battle
I'm getting
cards.
tired of these guys just chilling in the combo area.
Here. All right, yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah, play the 1-drop from the drop.
Going for the triple, asking for dormant or a blocker or something. The first attack of the turn being a triple, though, is quite scary.
It is spooky because now it's like, okay, I have to hold a real negate for this, then potentially dormant, but we do have it there, so going to be able to do it. Looking to see if he's got anything there. Does not have anything.
Still no 1-drops. And this kind of other scary thing is that they've left up. Yeah, discarding another dormant.
Makes sense, yeah. Dormant, pitch dormant. It's a dead card at this point.
But they're leaving 3 open for the potential of a secret rare as well, which I don't recall seeing it. I could be wrong.
I haven't seen it in hand yet, I do not believe. Opting to just pitch the token negate.
Yeah, the homicidal clones. So that was...
Yeah, so the attack's still going through.
Yeah, this is leader attacking the leader. This is 15 to 20 currently. Champa and Hidden Power Iskai are not around, so double strike. I know.
I'm so sad.
And the Z, you could Z Awaken. No, actually, you don't have a Z energy anymore, so no. Because even if you did Z Awaken, you'd have to still set up the cards underneath the leader, so not. What cards you got underneath here? These are nice. Are these my cards, your cards? Yeah, let me...
Look at the sleeves. Yeah, just look at it from the back. I mean, Daniel's like initial push turn that, you know, I think Ivan is still reeling from that Purunga where it's just like he's had to spend the last couple of turns recovering from that and is in a position where he hasn't been able to line up exactly what he's needed. He's had a powerful turn here with utilizing the 8-drop to be able to clear out the opposing 8-drops, but now it's just about finding the right sequence to be able to get the 2 damage in to be able to finish the game, and one of these attacks has to potentially be this one, so he's asking himself, how much defense does Daniel have? Now, Daniel doesn't have too much offense going into the next turn here, so all right, looks like we do just let that go as is and pass turn, and that's unfortunate. Ivan has had multiple turns at this point where he's just kind of had to say, I'm not going to use all my energy super efficiently. At least I can hold him for some defense, but I'm not able to apply a massive amount of pressure.
Yeah, and you know, 5 energy is a lot in this game right now. So
that's
to be able
almost
to get to this
infinite.
Point, yeah, it's almost too much energy to deal with. So
that said, if we're out of threats in our deck, the Z deck has an opportunity to have a couple of cards that we can just lean into and be like, I can finish the game with these.
Yeah, but the toughest thing there is that we need to build the Z energy. That also means that we got another.
Okay.
we got the boy.
All right, so
I know this costs 2, and I know it has triple strike. That is the main knowledge that you and me need to know.
Yeah, so we do have the SS Goku and SS2 son Gohan, a father strike solidarity here. So big, beefy, deflect double striker. When this card attacks, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring bear, KO it. And then your opponent places one card from their hand into their drop. So we'll go ahead and get rid of that. And then auto, if it's your turn, your opponent has 3 or more life and this card's in the battle area. When you use one of your green Son Goku cards, combo cost of 1 in combo area, your opponent places one card from their hand into their drop.
All right, this is the great redistribution of
of resources.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So big swing here.
All right, so we're still here though.
Just had a lot to make happen. This card coming from the sideboard, I believe, so nice little tech here. Takes
Oh, sorry,
the 2.
it has double strike.
It has double strike, yeah.
no,
So
my
deflect double
apologies.
strike.
I said triple strike. I'm just so used to triple strike.
Yep, so now Daniel just needs to find one more. So we're going to go ahead and play the 1 drop from the hand, being able to look at the top cards of our deck, being able to grab another Boo.
Now, big issue here. We only got 1 attack left, as mentioned. If there's a negate, which I'm going to say that Ivan likely has, that just prevents us from doing anything this turn for this last bit of damage.
I might have missed it. Did he rip the dormant?
What?
I might have missed it. Did he rip a dormant or?
Yeah, he used
okay,
dormant. Yeah.
Got it. So prepare the leader swing. See if we can draw into more combo power potentially. Yep. So down under the leader that goes. Draw some cards. Go ahead and absorb that Goku.
Yeah,
Swing here in the lead.
Homicidal clones for the full 2.
You sure you don't want to take the life for that, Ivan?
Very. Incredibly, very, yes, sure.
All right, so managed to defend himself for another turn. Onus is back on Daniel to protect himself with these 2 life. Let's see what setup he can do. He's got 3 energy, so there's a means there to be able to kind of do a little bit of setup and kind of see if he can draw into stuff that protects himself. But deck is thin. Options are limited here. We'll be able to go into a 4-drop here, giving it barrier potentially. There we go. We got the blocker out. Has barrier, so it's an extra protection there. Card, deck of like 4 cards.
Yeah, and you have to shuffle your deck whether you look through it or not, but
let's see what we got. The super combo. We've got some combo power. Don't know about another dormant though, so we'll have to see how many attacks Ivan can string through here to push in for that final 2.
Yeah, I think Daniel last turn used the dormant for dormant, so either they had 3 in hand or they're wishing they didn't.
And right now we're facing 1 attack from the leader. And then maybe a big swing. So we'll start by setting up the Z energy.
And again, like, we have to be careful about their secret rare. Again, if it's Ivan's last life, that is real tough.
That is tremendously tragic here. So into the 1 drop. Going to go ahead and Union Absorb here. Utilizing, or fetching the absorption. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then utilizing the barrier here. No targets from deck. It's okay. We can utilize it from drop. Going into the 4-drop, generate ourselves a token here.
Using the activate main, yeah.
Absorbing the Goku SS2 Gohan. All right, gamer speed here. Ivan knows what he's trying to get to. All right, into the 6-drop. Get rid of a token, force a discard here. Opting not to, we'll just go right into the 8-drop here, get that additional draw. There's the triple strike. Question got to ask yourself, does Daniel have the negate here? I believe I saw the a token negate, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah,
now,
we
of course,
still
this
have our our Z Extra has been watching the entire game, right?
Yeah, we do
Don't
have
have neither has 3 of the Z Energy, but
play the 1-drop draw card. We do have the blue ability to be able to get rid of the blocker.
right, what's Daniel's answer to this?
Or maybe
And
the
it's gonna be
blocker doesn't have
2
blocker at the
cost
moment.
Oh, the counterattack Boo here.
Yeah, so that will go ahead and prevent the attack from moving forward.
I believe that does have a an additional like floodgate effect.
Yeah,
associated
so
with it, right?
as a counterattack, if your leader card's green, negate the attack, then play this card. If you play the card, choose 1 card in your hand and discard it. Your opponent can't attack for the turn unless they choose 2 cards in their hand and discard them each time.
Yeah,
so it's very similar to a topo, effectively.
Yeah, because
it's a green topo.
We might have discarded a dormant for that as well. So
We did just discard the dormant for that. So Dalby actually did just have every dormant.
but deciding, you know, the discard 2 every time is going to be important.
All right, into the Goku.
He's playing it for 1.
Or is that a Vegeta?
A what?
The 1-drop that was played. All right, super combo. Super combo.
Are we going to the in for game with Bobbin? Yes, because I think we're trying. 3 super combos, so we're.
I think we were just digging.
We're looking for the super.
We're
for the
just
super
digging here, and we did find it with the swing here. There's the pitch 2. Does Daniel have an answer for that? Does have the answer for it. The on-attack trigger will still happen, but the defense here is live. So here we use the King Piccolo aerial battle, which has a counter-attack, negate the attack, and play this card.
Yeah, does it have a...
It reduces the cost by 1 for each non-green Saiyan battle card. Among all cards, use Z Energy and drop, which quite a bit for this deck.
yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean, Ivan with the wonderful dig here to be able to find the secret rare that he knew he had in the deck to try and push in this play here.
Discarding 2, and then it does give it triple strike, so going all out for this one. I was going to ask if there's another floodgate effect, but this is probably the numbers we need to go to. We're going to be using the Z Extra as well, and so all that combined, that's a lot. And now he's
shaking his head.
Yeah.
Daniel just kind of knows where it's going in. Goes for the super combo. Goes ahead and gets the additional draw. Finds an additional super combo here. Goes back into the deck. He draws the additional 2, but I think he's shaking his head. He knows that it won't be able to get there. Maybe goes ahead and combos the rest of the board here and then combos out. We're double checking on the math here. Goes ahead and use the Z Extra.
And who we'll have to double check on.
All right. I mean, Daniel hand in face here. I think that might.
I think that's enough for Daniel here to get there. I think we have to double check because again, the super combo numbers. We'll make sure on your opponent.
All right. I mean, I'm seeing a shifting of smiles here. I'm not too sure where it played out. If we can get confirmation here on the winner of the match.
Yeah, because they were just super big numbers here off the secret rare attack here. You know, we had our super combos into using our plus, you know, our Z Extra.
Yeah, the math here got a little bit finicky as we saw the, you know, cards a little bit all over the place on the board as the players are playing a little bit speedy there to try to get to the end of the match here. We're just double checking on the math.
Yeah, unsure exactly the confirmation here. I'm just waiting for someone to take the light.
Who's gonna flip? Yeah, well, all right. So Daniel actually did win here. Did actually pull out the super combos to be able to get out of this swing here. Negate after floodgate here to be able to push through. And Daniel will be claiming his third World Championship title here, back to back to back. You know, a couple of times in the finals over the past couple of years, refuses to walk away from the World Championship without something here. This time around, third year in a row, will be walking away with bronze.
Yeah, and what a finish. Obviously a grind, maybe not the way you wanted to get there in the sense like you're hoping in a little bit of an easier road, but it's the path he took, and congratulations to Daniel for their third place finish.
Yeah, 100%. What a hardcore match showcasing the power of these Boo decks. So, of course, fantastic showcase here. Congratulations to Daniel, to both these players for making it out as far as they did through the season to be able to get here to Worlds. With that said, we do have even more to showcase. We have a finals to get to, which you're not going to want to miss. And before then, got a little bit of a news panel, got a little bit of excitement things, I think, coming down the pipeline. So with that said, you guys don't want to go too far, get a drink, get a snack, kick back, real relax in your seat as we come back for more Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters stage, where we are now jumping into the finals match of the weekend, and the final match altogether for the weekend here as we go and crown the Masters World Champion. I'm Aspire, and joining me is Egg. And Egg, how are we feeling going into this final match?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It should be interesting. You know, we saw the mirror match of the green. We kind of have like a mild mirror match. It's going to be a lot of blue-yellow. We've got Zamasu, one of my favorite leaders in here as well. Actually, sorry, it's a green-yellow. I think green-yellow versus blue-yellow. And we got Kefla, one of the oldest Surge leaders in the game. It's been kind of around for a little bit. Got some new support in the last little bit, and it's been, you know, obviously very good. It's in the finals, right? So really strong there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, throwback to some of these decks, right? These are not the newest decks. Zamasu's been around for a while. Kefla's been around for a while.
Yeah, and there is blue-yellow Zamasu stuff too. I love Zamasu. There's just so much for it.
Yeah, 100%. Especially since this is effectively a rematch of NA Finals. So both these players grinding it out through into the World Champ to see if they can claim the World Champ title here. Trying to see if we can upset the matchup. So Kefla being able to generate a ton of cards, which can be a detriment. I mean, Zamasu doesn't only beat you down with indestructible bodies, but also has the benefit of being able to mill you out while doing so. So it's kind of a dual-pronged attack there on that front, whereas Kefla just generates a lot of advantage very quickly, but at times can find the deck dwindling down. So it's one of those things where if we can get off the explosive starts and use those cards effectively, then it's a great spot. But we'll have to see how these players are able to jam it out.
Yep, so here it is. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one too. And you know, there's just so much going on in these games, right? We saw in the Boo match, there's every matchup has its own unique ability, right? There's just a lot that you know, you have to keep in control of and making sure to play around their specific ways. Like, it even comes down to like how specific cards are worded, right? Functionally, they can be doing very similar things, but when it goes to like how it specifically interacts with what you're doing and what I'm doing, yeah, these matchups can go either way.
Yeah, 100%. So, I mean, look, the nuance of the gameplay won't be like a mirror match.
No.
Like we had just seen. But alternatively, we do get to see in what ways, you know, these players are able to play this out. And it's one of those things where, especially being a rematch from Nats, knowing how the matchup went and being like, okay, what could have happened differently this time? What could have happened differently at that time that I could have made that would have impacted and made a difference here? And now you get to actually relive that in the match itself.
Yeah. So we got our two leaders, Zamasu and Kefla. Zamasu's, I would say, a pretty standard, like, modern leader, right? Has, you know, when your life's at 4 or less, or you have 2 or more energy and a green use, and with specific cost, you get to draw 1, go down to 6. Pretty similar to how we're seeing it with the previous leader, right? So for the Majin Buu. And then we also do have the Kefla, which is a Surge leader. This type of leader came out
set 9.
Set 9.
There was some promos before that, but just about around set 9.
We're in set 30 right now. There were 6 of these multicolor Surge leaders. One I know very personally with green, yellow, cell. I miss him every day. We've got the Piccolo, right, the green-blue one. We've got the Surge Goku, the red-yellow one. We've got your favorite, the blue and red.
Yes, the Invoker.
Goku. Yeah, the Invoker package, and Broly, the green and red one. And honestly, they did this once. They never did it again. 2 of the leaders are banned. 2 of them got restricted. And actually, I think only Cell's banned, right? I think
only Cell is banned. The others have eaten erratas.
Yes.
The Piccolo and the Goku have eaten erratas.
And then they banned
Invoker
the package
has had
for
like
Invoker.
the package impacted
so
deeply.
like 1.5 banned. And so we've got this old guard of Broly and Kefla, you know, considered the worst ones, right? And yet they are still becoming relevant, right? I think a lot of people said Kefla was the worst one. So to see it go from spot 6 to spot 1 of the current
yeah, 100%.
Ones, right?
And it just takes the right support card to be able to get there. So Surge leaders are very interesting because they can awaken essentially at any time. The condition there being that you put the cards of the specified color of the leader under the leader and not allowed to flip it. The thing is, though, is that once you do that, the leader has a limited amount of abilities based on using the cards under it to pay the cost. So it has powerful abilities, but they're very limited, so you got to time them correctly. But Kefla is part of the Universe 6 package, and blue-yellow Universe 6 has a ton of value. It allows you to dig deep into your deck. It allows you to free play quite a few things and go into some really powerful engines.
And it's always been so surprising. I mean, traditionally, blue and yellow have been one of the best color combinations in this game, right? There's been so many things of like
it has won the most nationals.
Yes, the idea of Sensu Bean, all right, untaps energy, and yellow's like, I'm do really, really good things for one energy. So like that's like the easiest say for why these are two very good decks combinations. But Kefla, they're like, all right, we got to really, really make sure this isn't, the best deck on the rip. And they did a good job for the first couple years.
It was
now
a fine deck. It was like okay.
It felt fair, right? Which sometimes fair decks don't make it to World Finals, but we've been able to find some support. I mean, just years and years of Universe 6 support being printed for this leader. And there we go.
It eventually gets there.
Yeah, it does eventually get there. And then again, the Zamasu here. I love hand destruction. It is one of my favorite things to do, and which means I make a lot of non-friends by doing it. But Zamasu's got like this kind of like hand destruction, but also like deck destruction. We saw like in the Majin Buu deck, there are no cards left in either of those players, right? You really go through a lot of cards in your deck right now, and so even though like the milling is not like your main win condition, if you're able to sustain for long enough, that can quickly turn into your alternate win condition.
Especially with indestructible bodies there. And then on the flip side, we do have a quick explanation of what Kefla aims to do, where it has an activate main. Once we're going to get to choose up to one blue or yellow Universe 6 card with an energy cost of 2 or less from your hand and play it. So it's a free play, and oftentimes those specific cards will generate a ton of value. They allow you to go into fusion plays essentially for free, which is incredibly powerful. And then on the flip side with the Surge abilities, activate main once returned for one of the cards. You get to draw one card, then choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards and place at the bottom of its owner's deck. Free, quote-unquote, free removal is always nice. Alternatively, at the beginning of your opponent's next main phase, choose up to three multi cards in your drop here and add them to your hand. Draw 3. Not a bad place to be.
It's not too bad. I mean, it helps to take over the fact that you're not drawing once you are awakened. But like the fact that again, like you're awakened 15k as early as you want to, it can get out of some awkward attacks. Now, I think most decks are just awakening fast enough as is, so it's not a real issue. But
yep, so here we got Petrillo here on the left with Kefla, AJ here on the right. Swing with the leader. AJ combos out of that one, and then we'll go ahead and take the second swing here, so I think going down to 7.
Yeah, the other kind of like immediate thing is that you can get some super combos right off the leader ability, right? So that ends up being really important too. But
yep, especially with like in blue and yellow, there's a lot of utility super combos as well between running things like Zamasu or anything of the sort.
Yeah, ironically Zamasu, right?
So we did go ahead and set up the Z Extra on the board here. So that's a Bonds of Patara. Has a permanent ability. If this card is under Kefla Everlasting Land battle area, the card on top of it gains double strike and blocker. Then activate main, limit 1 for leader. Backside is Kefla Surge of Ferocity, and you discard 1 card from your hand. Play up to 1 each of Kale and Caulifla with 9k power in rest mode for your drop. And next time you activate a Union skill from your hand, you get to reduce the skill cost by a yellow. So effectively facilitating the entirety of the deck.
Yeah, and that's like why like the Z deck has been so good at adding consistency to old decks, right? Like you're not even like having to find a card. You're just like, I am playing one of these cards. I'm going to play it on turn 2, and that just changes the dynamic of my leader in general.
All right, so AJ here playing a fused Zamasu. Go ahead and take down the life. Go down to 7 life here for Petrillo.
I love this Zamasu. Me and him have a lot of history.
Do they? Do you?
Just another old friend to visit me today.
All right, so go ahead and play out the extra card and then pass here. Petrillo on the charge. All right, up to 3 energy now.
And the kind of other interesting thing about this deck is that they are like really multicolor, right? We saw some mono color decks in the third place match here, but we do have this energy exhaust where, the colors of our energy do matter for paying cost, but we are able to generate these, these energy exhausts. So we have to put it into our energy zone, rest it, but when we do, we're able to have it provide either, for example, for Kefla, either blue or yellow energy. So very flexible for that.
And then for the red archetype, sometimes you also just get to ignore it, which is the added benefit there.
Once you sink the cost in like the first one, normally the other ones from there you can get some free active multicolor energy. You just have to make sure that you kind of take the first turn off, but that's not too unusual for this game right now, anyways.
Yep, so we'll go ahead and utilize the ability on the Z Extra to be able to play out both of the sisters there, and then be able to rip a Kaba from the deck with them. Now we have 2 materials to be able to go into a Kefla if we wanted to, has its cost reduced, but we'll start by going with the Kaba here, utilizing the leader ability to play it out for free, and then looking at the top 8 cards. It is insane how every Kaba card is just casually look at 25% of your deck.
Yeah, there's
every other
just such
searcher,
a good support, right?
Every other searcher, 4 cards. Kaba, 9 cards.
Yeah. Yeah, it's most cards in our deck, right? Especially since our super combo is a universe 6 cards, so that's really helpful for us too.
Yep. So grab ourselves a 2-drop Caulifla there.
And then looks like Surge Awaken.
What an early surge here. Maybe indicating that he does not plan to have this game go longer than the additional 2 turns.
Yeah, so generally speaking, so when you normally awaken something, you draw 2 cards,
True.
right? For Surge, it's usually like, all right, put 2 cards underneath there and then draw 2 and untap 2 or what have you. But Kefla specifically says, put 2 underneath there, draw 4 cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of cards.
And then end of turn, maybe draw 3.
Yeah. So, but we do play at our Kefla. We do get hit by the single charismatic there, still being able to get the resting on the auto on play, but
that
not
is
being able
super
to
tough.
do our combos we wanted.
Yeah, that is super tough. The one of charismatic, to a point where it's just so hard to play around, because you're like, does he have the one of? Surely not. Yeah, and Petrillo a little dissatisfied now, I think, at the moment with that counterattack position that he was put through. Swing, but we will counter out of it. Empty board here.
So many cards in hand for Kefla. Just and again, it's probably because they took, they're down to 5 life or something. Like, no, 7.
That's just what the deck does. Swing and combo.
Now, again, you are kind of stuck on the front side a little bit, the back side, so you get diminishing returns for this. And then also the activate main for this effect is only if you're at 4 life or less, so
yeah, I think here we're
immediately activated.
Yeah, I think here we're just doing it for that BP boost, saying that we're going to get a little aggressive here. But, I mean, Petrillo not thrilled with how this turn went. Here we go, Zamasu mill 3 here. And especially with a deck that draws as much as Kefla can, that could be a tough position to be in at some point. But tough bodies here, big indestructible bodies.
Yeah, I had to double check. It's the 8-drop Son Goku, not the 2 cost draw 2.
I did think it was the 2 cost.
Yeah, I was like,
for
wait
a
a
moment.
minute.
All right, looks like we're going to go combo away the charismatic here, send it over to the Z Energy, swing with the leader here.
And see for one,
putting a little sauce on top? No, okay. All right, that was the take from Petrillo down to 5 now. Then go ahead and play a Goku Black at the top of the deck. We're going to take a Rosé here.
And I think we're at 6 for AG as well, since once we awaken, we do have to go down to 6.
All right, so Rosé on board. Go with a swing and a mill. Mill away the yellow Bardock. And then looks like that's just a swift pass here. Saying, you know what, I'm not going to put you to 4. I'm not going to let your abilities go off.
Charging the bean.
2026.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
In the year of Shenron,
there's my
2026.
yearly card sensu bean. I'll see you in 27.
Looking at what's available in the drop to be able to use as fusion material. So pretty disappointing last turn for Petrillo here. Seeing if he can get some tempo back. Gonna go ahead and utilize the two sisters here. Triggered ability on play. Looking many cards deep into the top of our deck.
Yeah, just again, like just so much. I mean, at what point do we just say
It's almost
search
like
your
a
deck?
yeah,
You know what I mean? We just get so much search for it.
I mean, it's such a powerful Z extra. It's almost like, you know, those retrained fielder leaders that we've gotten without having to retrain the leader. So so it's just like an effective new field card that the deck gets access to that really ups the consistency of the deck and allows it to do what it does.
All right. Yeah, just are you gonna be going back into your deck again? Yeah. Okay. All right. No cut. All right. For one, we are going to get the Patara there.
Is that charismatic?
Yeah. No charismatic this time. Yeah. There'd be some, I think, separate issues if that was maybe the case. But we got to draw 2 off there, and then when this card attacks, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards placed at the bottom of his owner's deck, and with its skills negated for the turn. And then also activate main limit 1. If you have 3 or more energy, switch this card to active mode. So as far as I know, I could be immediately corrected. This gets around indestructible, right? Because you negate the skills and you can bot deck it, right?
That's correct. And then we get to play a big monkey for 30k barrier beat stick for 1.
He's good. And so here's the biggest thing about these surge leaders. This is why, this was an experiment. I think when they released them, they haven't really decided to make them again. Is that there are so many cards that say if my leader is blue, if it's yellow, you get to do these things.
You get access to both.
Yeah. What if we have
So
both? So
good.
it doubles the, in specifically, Fusion World, you can only play cards that are the same color as your leader, right? But in Masters, it's pretty. You can put any card in your deck as long as there's no additional restrictions. So with that, there's so many of these cards that are restricted because of what color your leader are, and so being able to again have access to both gives you a bit of a card pool advantage that's really unique compared to many other decks in the game.
Yeah, sir. So we do see a Nimbus here in AJ's hand, so it has a little bit of defense if things get a little too crazy offensively. Go ahead and get rid of the 2-drop there.
And I can see, because you actually have ways to get rid of indestructible, this is a bit of a, tough matchup for AJ in that sense where, I'm going to invest a lot of this time, energy for these indestructible units, but they still have ways to remove it, and that's really tough for me specifically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so pass it on over. 5 energy to work with here if we count the energy marker. Start off with a Zamasu. Get the draw. Go ahead and get that additional mill, which eventually will catch up, and that is a thing to be concerned about. Masters decks draw a lot of cards here in 2026.
Yeah.
Considering what to do with our leader here.
I will say, there is, there is almost like this back and forth still. Like obviously being able to get the removal, but the fact that you are a deck that draws so many cards, as you've mentioned too, is just we do want to make sure that our deck total is high enough that we don't lose. We have this unique thing with our Kefla leader where we don't draw when we attack. There have been times in the game where I can't attack anymore because I draw my last card and lose. So
you do have the benefit of that attacker being there if you have 1 card left in hand here. So the Sparking D Magic here will get Petrillo down to 4. That means Kefla will be able to activate its ability starting on the next turn. Also provides Petrillo the ability to have 4 energy available. Blue-yellow is a deck that likes to play things with a rival potentially, so it does give the potential to be able to extend plays that ways on the opponent's turn, which could be very annoying and provide Petrillo with a ton of value. So it looks like the swing here will be on the Kefla, and Kefla goes down. Still got a big 30K monkey there on the board.
Yep. But again, it's so easy to go into these Pataras now. That's the big thing for this deck is how much easier it is with the combination of essentially just this new Z extra card.
Yep, completely ups the consistency of the deck of being able to go into a turn and turn and turn after again, which is huge. And especially at the level of skill set these players are, right? AJ, extremely familiar with his Zamasu deck. Petrillo, extremely familiar here with his Kefla deck here. So we are seeing masters of the craft at the moment here as we go into Broly.
Yeah, this is a good card. Again, like this is, you normally can't see both these guys on the board at the same time, right? The Broly says if my leader's blue, Goku says if my leader's yellow. Kefla's like, all right, we're in. So being able to play this for 2, and then also activating one's turn, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards placed at the bottom of his owner's deck. Additionally, if your opponent has 3 or more energy, switch this card to active mode and gains double strike for the turn. So a single strike into a double strike.
It's big.
It's big. It's big. Monkey big, I think we'll find.
Yeah. So swing with the lead here. Put a little sauce on top is what Petrillo is considering. Nimbus was activated, so limited on swings.
Yeah, I'm so used to like 30K attacks from Fusion World, right? It's still an obnoxious number, but in this game when our leader is at 15K and our super combos only do 10.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
It's another level of big number.
All right, so 30K monkey swing here. Are we going to see another negate? Are we going to see a take? AJ at 4. Looks like we will see another counter here. And now Petrillo, 3 energy to just kind of get some value potentially. Does have Kefla live now at this point where he could use the ability. Gonna pay the 3 and then the 2 Z energy here going into the Z deck and pulling out his big ol' Z Unison. Yeah, looks like we are gonna go into the Android 18 unknown threat. So 20K has a double strike and blocker if your leader is a blue android, which isn't the case at the moment, but has an activate main, which is up to one of your opponent's battle cards and place at the bottom of the owner's deck, then switch this card to active mode, thus being a blocker. And then finally, activate main, your opponent places one card from their hand to the bottom of their deck, and you may switch on your blue energy to active mode at the end of the turn. But additionally, it is a unison.
Yes.
And Nimbus only prevents battle cards from going in for additional attacks.
Yeah, so it's a real big difference. We've seen unisons as, in these green decks as like kind of these support cards, kind of, in some regards like our leaders, extra text a lot of times, but unisons used to be and still contend to be these big threats. Again, there's not a lot of easy ways to remove this either. So it's a big double strike this turn. You get to be a blocker. It's going to happen again next turn too. So much going on, and looks like we're just activating, or getting some additional cards here as well.
Yep, looking to see more cards out of hand. Might as well get as much value as possible. Make sure we use our Z Extra where possible. Grabbing the old school blue-yellow Kefla.
We just have like so much removal with like, again, our surge leader ability if we need to. Again, draw 3 is so good as well if we need to. Usually kind of better like once we start using our super combos, but just the numbers of like the attacks we're able to do with Kefla, like it definitely reminds me more of like a Fusion World deck where the numbers are just like so big and you get the 10Ks for free, so really good.
Yep, so that's all she wrote. Pass it on over back to AJ here. Charge up to 5, 6 with the Z energy. Or the energy marker. Going into the Goku Black here.
Yeah, And so real quick, we use the +0 from Android 18. So the +1 gives us the ability to change it back to active, but the +0 just lets us choose an energy. So both are just fantastic. Whatever one you choose, it's just whatever you need at that moment.
Into the Fuse Zamasu we go. And swing out, remove a marker from the Unison. Into the Rose, into the Fuse Zamasu. Get the draw, mill out here. Get that additional swing. Draw for the swing, so lots of value here for AJ. Goes again, gets that combo, out that goes. One marker removed. You can do it again for a third time in a row. Into the Rose, into the Zamasu, mill 2 here. So a ton of value here. I think losing out on a powerful SR there. Swing in, get that additional draw. So massive plus turn here for AJ. And that's one Unison gone.
And a lot of cards from deck. And we haven't really talked about it either. With the strategy of the milling from Zamasu, you can hit their secret rares. You can make it so you can, get it out of the game for the turn for the current game. So that's huge. That, I mean, it's not as likely, right? It's not like a targeted removal, but the chance that you do get this additional removal from these effects is really, really nice.
Yeah, we'll take those bonuses wherever we can get them. AJ here working with 3 more. Still has the leader swing. Will start with that leader swing. Still has a big board to deal with. We got the giant Monkey to deal against. We still got the Broly that's just kind of hanging out there. We got the sisters that are kind of just vibing. We'll go ahead and combo away the Boo.
And I think we're just doing this to likely maybe make some Z energy, or we might
actually try to do something. Yeah. So super combo here with Helen or Harris be able to discard, draw 2. So swinging for 15, 25, 30. So go ahead and pay the 1 here combo with the Kefla.
Yep. And so in this game, if you're more used to the Fusion world, there are 10Ks, but generically 10Ks are either one thing, a super combo, or it is a multicolored card or some kind of powerful card, but you have to use an energy to be able to combo with it. So with the energy we got back from the Unison, we were able to spend the 1. We also built some Z energy. But, that's something that, if they do have a lot of energy, they can sink into these bigger combos still, too.
Yep, so not a big pressure turn here for AJ, big value turn instead as we pass it back over to Patrilla now. Still has the big beat sticks here in the form of the 30K Monkey as well as Broly already on board. 2 sisters already chilling there, opening it up for more fusion plays, which makes it rather quick. And, of course, the leader has 2 cards under it, meaning 2 activations can still be live there. Contemplating on card here. Considering this Kaba, keeps on thinking about it. Looking at the monkey.
What's that doing there active? could be already pressuring 30K. Why would you not?
I think just kind of contemplating what kind of defenses AJ may have. Interesting. Okay. So attack with the sisters over to the Zamasu? Or is that the Unison that he's attacking into?
You get some. It is a 9K, so that is a.
Okay, so go ahead and use the Broly. Go ahead and bottom deck the Zamasu. And then swing. Demanding what your defenses has. Makes sense. Utilize the cards you have on board before giving your opponent additional information about what plays you may have in hand. What a crazy looking card.
Yeah.
So that is specifically the one of Kai Cancel which is a 1-cost counterattack. Only one to get the attack and draw 1 card. But that SPR art is insane.
It's really nice, yeah. And when you're only playing one, you know exactly where it's at when you're like let's see, going through my hey, I wonder if it's in my life. Nope. It's in the deck.
Just so funny.
Oh
my God. Okay, here we go into the Beast Gohan Secret Rare here. I mean, it just straight up go ahead and take burn life a card. Has a powerful activate ability to be able to restand either itself or energy. If itself is restood, I think it gives itself critical, if I can remember correctly. So
yeah, I'll
incredibly
go through it
powerful tempo play.
So when you play, choose all your opponent's battle cards, then you just ignore bear, return to the owner's hand. So that's cool. 2, if your opponent has more cards in hand than you, which might actually be kind of tricky as Kefla, but you get it done. You get to place 1 card from your opponent's life at the bottom of the deck. And then 3rd, activate main in battle. Choose up to 2 of your cards switch in active mode. If you switch this card active mode by a skill, it gains critical. So you essentially have 40k double or dual attack crit with this pretty easily. You can use it for energy. You can use it for one of these big boys,
double strikers, barrier attackers.
So you turn your double striker into a
and it's an activate battle, right? So you're in a position where you can use it on your opponent's turn. So like every turn that this survives just accrues even more and more value.
Yeah, it's a goodie. I mean, this is a BT19 secret rare, one of the best in the game. Every time you play a blue deck, you're like,
oh, secret rare and secret rare Vermilion Saiyans here. Insane response to that secret rare here. Will be able to remove a card for every color you have in your energy. Zamasu in this deck specifically playing 3 colors and then gets a Sensu Bean effect per card removed. So what an insanely efficient way to get rid of these triple bombs here. Secret rare after secret rare. Petrillo's still going to be able to respond with a big Broly, but this is just not as impactful as the turn as he was hoping for here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, your secret rare is so important for your deck, right? It really says what your constructed is, and so being able to say, I don't have anything aggressively, but defensively getting out of 3+ big attacks, technically 4 because they didn't use the Gohan activate, and then it's just, a really good response to that big secret rare there.
So good. Petrillo just has had a couple of turns where he went for some big plays. The charismatic ended one of his turns really early, which would have gotten a ton of value there. The Vermilion Saiyans just doing a ton of work on the frontier in terms of being able to just shut down what would have been a devastating turn. So AJ just having the right responses at the right time at the moment.
Yeah, but again, there's still so much left
for
100%.
Petrillo
here. We still have 1. We can just casually draw 3 at the end of our turn.
Yep.
We've got 4 energy. We've got some Z energy to work with. This is a deck that you just can put so much pressure down as well. And I think, honestly, the biggest resource for this is actually going to be, do we actually get milled out by all the card drawing? Do we get punished for all the card drawing we do? And looking forward to seeing, just how aggressive we can be on that clock.
Yeah, so let's see how much further we can push it here. AJ is rested out completely. Doesn't remove all options available, but removes most. We will see the trigger of the leader's surge ability here. Probably opting for the end of turn draw. Or maybe not. Just a quick reminder on what the other ability is here. You can draw a card that shows one of your opponent's battle cards. But I believe that's not what we're doing here on the empty board. So yeah, it does look like at the end of the turn, we're going to go ahead and get those additional draws.
Yeah, I think we're using the
Z extra.
Yeah, the Z extra first, and then
All right, and into the Kefla we go. SS2 Kefla, Miraculous Friendship. As Energy Exhaust, Union Patara, blue, and draw 2 cards. When this card attacks, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards and place at the bottom of his deck with skills negated for the turn. That's not too intense here. And then you get to switch it to active mode. So it's effectively a 25k dual attacker if we opt to go into it. But you do get the additional card draw as well, which when you got to play out the sisters from your draw for free, that is effectively 2 free cards, which is typically meant to replace having played them from your hand.
Yeah. Yeah, just another piece of support though for this deck though. Yeah, expansion 25, really helpful. And okay, it looks like I'm going to use the Dr. Giro super combo there. Put a card from our deck into our trash, and this is the Surge super combo I'm used to with Cell. And,
you are well acquainted.
His flavor of recurring cards, right?
We do just see the Tech Jiren as well discarded. Could be there in a world where Petrillo goes for the Android 17, but opting out of that now at this point. So comboed out of the attack, still chilling at 3 life. Petrillo there with 2 energy available.
Yeah, and we put the, as mentioned, Hasty Dispatch Dispo. So good for playing at a 1 cost for no energy. So it just helps us go into our Katara plays.
Yep, here I believe we see the restand and swing with the Broly once again here. And we're going to put a little bit of sauce on top there with the combo.
All right, there's the double strike. And looks like we're going to spend 2 and 1. You know, this could be a, yeah, Oolong here.
Oh.
And again, when we are just a deck that survives, is pressureful because of all of these big number attacks, Oolong's able to copy it. Looks like we're copying, I'm guessing, the 35. We're going all in here. Petrillo thinking we can get the game here. These are some great combos here.
And at the end of the day, if you don't get through, you get those 3 cards at the end of the turn there. So it does look like that's a clear Petrillo with the first win here, taking it down over AJ Kefla, 1-0 over Zamasu here in game 1, showcasing the amount of value that this blue-yellow deck can generate. But of course, it is not over yet. We still have to break through 2 games. A lot of opportunity here for AJ to be able to surmount a comeback here.
Yeah, and one other thing too, that was with the Vermilion Saiyans, right?
That
we were
was,
25K base leader. We got rid of
boost.
3 of their big attacks, including a crit, Gohan that would have been able to attack again, and you were still able to find the numbers and get there, and really show off like just how aggressive this deck can be and how good a deck can be when you have this unique quality of being both blue and yellow, right? A lot of cards that you can exclusively use that other decks can't because of that color restriction.
Yeah. Like a scenario where your Oolong is stealing the power of your blue Broly. So lots of power there from both players. So going to be spectating here through what these players are able to do. And we do have the opportunity to sideboard now. So sideboard a game does give both players the opportunity to be able to run through their side deck and decide what changes they're able to make. In Swiss, in Best of 1 Swiss, you would typically pre-board. But alternative here, it looks like we're just going to go ahead and jump. Here, it looks like we're just going to go ahead and jump into game 2 now, which will give the players the opportunity to be able to sideboard now and tech in and out the cards that they may see necessary. Just like here, AJ had that Jiren in deck. Might feel like he might need it, might not. I mean, his opponent is blue. There might be a world in which it sees some use, but might decide to opt out of it for more cards that are a little bit harder for blue to deal with. Now, the tough part about the Kefla deck is that because you're in blue and yellow, it means that the yellow side of your deck can negate abilities, which can get around things like the Indestructible or any of the attack prevention. So it's a bit of a balance there of whereas the blue side might falter against some of the stuff that the green Zamasu deck can produce, the yellow will catch back up. So, and look, AJ incredibly comfortable with this matchup, understanding what the deck can do. He's faced it before in NA Finals, facing it again here. Petrillo with the win just needs 1 more to be able to seal it up. So looking at sideboard options here, we do find ourselves with a couple of cute cards here, like we have Baby, Bit of Revenge of the Saiyans. Alternatively, we can go into more Khalifas, like Troublemaker of Universe 6, to be able to extend some plays. And we do have a couple of power cards in the form of things like Frieza, as well as Janemba, Malice Fury, so on and so forth. Alternatively, on the other side for Zamasu, there's a couple of tech cards that we have here to be able to counteract against grind, against the opposing discard, which isn't so much. So we probably just need to bring in cards that are able to help us punch through. There is an SS2 Sun, Gohan, Sadness, and Rage on the sideboard here, 20k double strike if we need that additional push at any point in time. Of course, Kefla being able to get so many cards in hand early and then utilizing that surge ability to be able to maintain cards in hand does do a lot of work.
Okay, all right. Well, we are getting into the second game here, and we'll have to see how that goes. But looking forward to this again, a Kefla versus Zamasu game. Again, the cuts there.
All right, the players getting geared up and ready here, just making sure that we're all good, making sure that the players remain hydrated here. Getting our opening hands geared up and ready to go, see if we go for the mulligans. Look at the hand, decide if we like it, decide if we ship it away as we get the game started.
And we've got AJ deciding to go second here as well.
Okay, and here we go, deciding Petrillo on what he wants to do in terms of hand. Not sure if he's liking it, yes or not. I think he's deeply considering it. Does need just one more ops to keep it here. So we go set the life. And get ready here as we look over to AJ, who seems to have mulliganed. So see if he's able to find himself a better opening hand. Go ahead and take that cut here. AJ here needs to climb back in this game 2 for the run back to go and have a chance at a game 3 to be able to lock in his world champ spot. All right, in there with the keep. And both players gearing up, ready to go now. AJ shaking his head, saying, I'm focused, I'm in, I'm ready to play this out. As we get off with the first turn here for Petrillo, going first here, will be able to go off and utilize the leader ability to go into the Caulifla and Kefla.
All right, yeah, and we do have that there. Getting the 2 drops, really important for us to be able to do our combos once again. Search of the 7 there, finding a Kale. And again, we do need to kind of see these pieces just to be able to get our fusions later. All right, passing back. On to Masu's first turn here. Charging the 1 pretty easily. Attacking 10 in the lead, getting the leader effect. And getting the Goku Black there. All right, and yeah, get the combo there, making some Z energy, and making some Z energy for Kefla 2 and passing right back. And again, we both kind of need some Z energy. We have our Z Unison from Zamasu that we need to get on the board. Kefla definitely wants to use its Z extra card as well. We saw so much value is able to make, being able to get 2 bodies on the board, making our Union Patars, pretty easy as well. And yeah, the the top of the Z deck, the most important, we definitely need to put that there. So again, Bonza Patara. If this card is under Kefla, you get to give double strike and blocker. And then also activate main once per turn, limit 1. If your leader's backside is the Kefla Surge of Furiosity, and you discard 1 card from your hand, play up to 1 each of Kale and Kefla cards from there. So, and you discard 1 from your hand. So then play up to those 2 with 9k power, rest mode, and then the next time you activate Union Skill on Kefla, you can reduce the cost by 1 yellow. All right, we're getting some of the top cards of our deck into the drop due to the Zamasu effects here. Going to combo from underneath the Union Patara with the Zamasu, pulling you down to 6 for Kale. But again, Kale uses the life as a different resource. When you don't have to go down to a certain life total when you Surge Awaken. There's a lot of different mechanics that end up working that way. All right, going back to the Kefla here, going to go to 3 energy. Again, this is game 2. Both players, our Kefla player saying, I want to go first. AJ saying, you know what, I want to go second, and confirming that again for this game 2. All right, we're playing out our Vegeta there. This is a side deck card for this matchup too. So Vegeta, pretty simple. 3, if your leader is red or has Universe in a special trait, which we do, play this card from your hand. When this card is played, attack, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards against minus 20k power for the turn. Additionally, if this skill reduces that card's power to 0, this card gains a double strike. So on a dual attack, really good. One of the few ways to remove indestructible cards are, 1, you can negate the skills and then you remove them, which this deck can do. But also you can just give it 0 power, and it's not being removed by an effect. It's being removed by game mechanics. So that ends up just being an alternative way there. All right, using our Z extra again, playing out our 2, Kale and Khalifas there. Or Kale and Khalifas. And we still have not used our Surge Awakening yet. Again, we just put a blue card and a yellow card. Again, and if it's a multicolor card, you can choose which half of the condition it fills. But once you do, you are able to, discard 2, draw 4, which is so many. Again, it's dual attack with this. We are going to prevent the attack there. AJ does have 1 copy of that in the main. I'm not sure. Let me double check if they've got another one in the side there. And looking through here, just going to play out the Z battle card here. Super nice to be able to have just another 1-drop Zamasu in the Z deck, just in case you need another target for some of these unions here. And then, you can just combo again to refill that Z energy, which is nice. Yeah, and our 5-drop, when you do Union Patara, it does draw 2. And if your leader is green, you can play this card in your hand, yeah. But actually, we add 1 card from under this card to Z energy, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, and you get to KO it, which we're doing there. And then using the Z energy for the Z unison. And with the 8-drop here, if there's a card underneath this, place all cards underneath to your owner's drop. Choose up to one of your Zamasu cards, which is active mode, gains plus 5k power for the turn. So using on the leader, we are going to Surge Awaken here, putting 2 cards underneath our Kefla to draw 4. All right, another attack in. And we've got a, I believe we still have our 8-drop Fusamasu that we can attack double strike to. But you can see just a lot more pressure from AJ this game. Feels like Petrillo's had a little bit of a slower start so far. And thinking on this attack, yeah, going down to 3. A spot he wasn't in last game. Stayed pretty healthy into the game with 4 life, so double strike we do kind of have to get out of. And it's only a 20k double strike, so nothing too crazy. And deciding if we want to charge that as Z energy, it seems. All right, start of the turn, we do get our 2 drops back active. And, you know, in this matchup where we don't have all these additional, you know, there are some decks that have all these, like, consequential removal, right? So it does mean, like, against those decks, like, getting these 2 drops on the board and just keeping them there is a little bit trickier to do. But I think, you know, Petrillo's like, you know, against Zamasu, if they're attacking these 2 drops instead of anything else they're pressuring, this usually counts as a win for me. So, you know, pretty heads up for knowing that you are safe to discard 1 card to produce 2 cards and get all that value. All right, and we are going to go into the Patara there. Maybe considering, like, you know, if we want to bully the Unison, but if they do have a Dorm potential, we don't want to just kind of end our turn off of, you know, only 1 more attack, and, you know, the first attack just got a single marker out. But again, there is the Flying Nimbus, though. An oldie but a goodie once again. We've seen Dorm potential, and we see Nimbus, and you know, Zamasu's in this kind of weird overlap where both are readily available for the deck there. So Flying Nimbus, negate the attack, then you can place 1 yellow card from your hand to the drop. If you do so, your opponent can only attack 1 more time with battle cards for the duration of the turn. So with this being a card from BT3, and we're currently in BT30, you know, there are some new card types, right? Z Unisons would be able to attack around this as well. But that is an important distinction. It also means that leaders' attacks are in the same way. So, you know, it's only battle cards, but still don't love seeing that, I'm sure, for Petrillo. All right. And how are we feeling on this? So it looks like we're going pretty big here. All right, pretty big attack here. Comboing with 3. Going to use the Jiro to start us off. Looks like put a Goku Black into the drop there. And double checking on those numbers. And we see the sided card, the Khalifa Troublemaker of Universe 6. When you play this card, you may choose 1 card in your life, add it to your hand. If you do, choose it to one of your opponent's energy and switch it to rest mode. So when there's so much, you know, energy that's important in this game right now, being able to rest energy is super nice. And looks like we are able to combo out of it with an additional super combo from that Paragus. All right, discarding 1 off of our Z extra again. So since we kind of, I would say, like have started doing it in reverse, right? It means that you know, we will start the turn with 2 drops out, which gives us some card draw and searching, and then abilities for potentially another one of these Keflas as well. Now again, we are under Nimbus, but we also do have 3 open. If we want to play out the Android 18 Unison, that can put a lot of pressure as well, and is not affected by, again, the Flying Nimbus ability, since it is a Z Unison and not a battle card. All right, looking through the drop there. Again, 3 life to 4. Looks like we're going to pay 1 and use some of our Z energy. Oh, and I can't immediately see. There's a little bit of glare there. All right, and we ended up playing out the Sun Gohan key training. So if your opponent has 5 or more rest mode cards, reduce the energy cost of this card in your Z deck by 3, so that's why we played it for 1. So 20k, an auto limit. When this card is played, choose it to one of your opponent's battle cards or units and ignore your barrier. Switch it to rest mode. It can't be switched to active mode until the end of your opponent's next turn. So we're going to use the Surge ability. We're going to get 3 of our blue and yellow cards back to our hand. We get an energy back with the the Khalifa. Sorry, Kefla. So many of these, names when you have these Union decks, right? But all right, upticking our Unison, also getting 2 cards into the drop. All right, we're attacking in. And yeah, what another nasty card here. We haven't seen it this match so far, but it is going to be the promo. It is the Peel Off Shoe by Cunning Trio. So counterattack, play this card. When this is played, draw 1. Just if it's your opponent's turn, choose it to 1 keyword skill on your opponent's battle cards, and that card is that skill is negated for the turn. So lastly, activate battle once your turn, place up to 1 card with a combo cost of 0 from your opponent's combo area at the bottom of their deck. So if they don't remove this, this can activate as like a double combo. Yeah, we comboed with 2 because we knew that they could remove 1 of them. And then we are going to, looks like, super combo. We need another 5. Yeah, and there it is. But yeah, what a nasty card, right? It drew us a card. It got rid of 1 combo and comboed itself. So flexible. It was at the cost of 1 energy, but when you're a deck like this where you're so flexible, ends up being very strong. Yeah, and then lastly, I believe we took the keyword indestructible out. Helping get removal of that. Yeah, and that card also, the fact that it can choose barrier, since it's a keyword, you're not choosing the card with barrier, you're choosing the keyword on the card with barrier. All right, we are going to use the Sensu Bean here, so pay it for 1. We're going to get a plus 5k on our leader, so currently a 20k. And then spend that for an extra 10, get out of it. There's still a lot of cards in hand for AJ here, but deciding, you know what, I got really nothing else to do. Going to leave with 2 open and the marker still and pass it back to Petrillo. So likely, you know, another floodgate when AJ is playing both Nimbus and the, you know, hidden potential. There is a lot of ways for you just to kind of grind out a game and make it difficult for a real amount of aggression, but you know, that does come at the cost of a hand size, and yeah, Petrillo's got so many cards in hand right now. All right, we're going 20k to start us off. And looks like they're playing another Nimbus here. So again, negating the attack, and there's 1 more battle card attack you can do for the turn. But it looks like we're going to try to circumvent that with a Z Unison here. Yeah, the Android 18, once again, double striker, blocker, able to restand itself or an energy at the end of your turn, whichever you really feel is necessary here. Very, very tough to deal with. So getting the marker there. We're getting another attack and another negate here. Not too surprising. Now, unlike Dormant Potential, it's not a case of like you still have 1 battle card attack. You can still attack with your leader. So there's still things that you can do, but you know, obviously a little bit less than what you were hoping with. And we are deciding to use our secret rare here. Yeah, we do have less cards in hand, it seems, so we are able to burn the 1. They do have to discard 2, yeah, on the playing of this card. And I mean, this can be your 1 attack. You can use it to restand your Unison to be able to attack with it again, which is huge. You can also use it to, you can choose your Gohan with it, even if it's not the card that you're restanding, and you are able to just essentially give it crit instead of anything else. So yeah, choosing the Unison and 1 of your energy. Making them do the discard 1 off the Android 18 Unison. Attacking 20k, double. See if we get into the battle step here. AJ's like, man, I've used so much already. We've used you know, a floodgate with the flying nimbus. We used 1 counterattack already. We ended the turn with so much of our energy open, but we're actually going to use the marker here for another counterattack, saying like, please stop attacking into me. I've given you so many reasons to stop, and you are continuing to try to get that damage in. So this is a side card, though. So real quick, this is from BT30. So Hercule Savior, counterattack, draw 1. Play this card in rest mode, then choose 1 of your green battle cards and switch it to as the target of the attack. So switching it to Hercule. And activate battle, limit 1. If your leader's green, choose up to 1 of your green cards. It gets plus 1k power for the battle for each card in both players' battle areas and energies. So a very interesting card. But there are some situations where, you know, you can give a lot of extra power for free. So, and part of the reason I think that it's good in this deck too is that you can switch the attack target to 1 of your indestructible cards if you have it on the board, and that does prevent it from, you know, it won't die in battle, and then also, you know, you can get the activate battle later for Hercule too. This is our last battle card attack for the turn. Just going a standard 40k. Just kind of asking for a lot. All right, going down to 2 for AJ. So was able to survive another turn, but like what cost, right? We had so much aggression. I believe at the end of this turn, Petrillo's going to add 3 more cards to his hand. We'll see. Yeah, going to use the effect here. Our second and last surge ability. Playing out 2 more 2-drops. And then we do get the search effect off the 2-drop Khalifa here. All right, yeah, just another 2-drop. Deck's looking a little thin, but probably not thin enough for AJ to do really any deck size stuff to put it down to 0. No, and I guess we didn't get the draw 3 effect because Surge Kefla does have the 2 effects here. In this case, we must have done the draw 1 just to get the draw 1. Looking at the cards in the drop here for Petrillo. Man, we just have so many battle cards on the board here for Petrillo. 2 energy left open, 3 life. All right, just going into the Unison here. Losing a marker, playing our own Z Unison here. Playing out the Zamasu for 1 as well. Going into the union of the 5-drop Zamasu. Getting a card to trash. Almost looked like the secret rare, but I'm like, well, a lot of secret rares are already on board, so it's just the triple name there. Attacking with the Zamasu 5-drop. Yeah, removing the marker from the Unison, from the auto. And there goes the Unison. Like, yeah, this 5-drop's just so good at removing Unisons. Marker destruction's usually pretty restricted to green in general, but I've been seeing it, obviously the new Majin Buu stuff also being green helps there. We are going to get rid of the secret rare. Kind of need to priority remove that. If that survived another turn, you'd be in trouble. So the 8-drop Zamasu able to do that as well. And passing it back. So again, 2 energy open. 2 life for AJ here. Petrillo taking another turn. And unless there's just a spectacular floodgate, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure here. And we'll have to see. So luckily, yellow doesn't really have access to the counterattacks that it's used to. Looking for how many cards are left in deck. Looking like around 20, I think. All right, thinking on the payment here again. There's so many things that can happen. Dormant Potential, Flying Nimbus. You know, we've seen some, you know, the secret rare counter attack. The Vermilion Saiyans could also be part of that too. Looks like we're going to start by using some Z energy here. Play out another Z battle card. There's 5 rested cards exactly, so we do get to play this Gohan out for 1. And we're going to start off by attacking with it. Yeah, and just preventing the Zamasu from being able to attack next turn, which is huge. So it's just when it's played, choose which one of your opponent's battle cards or unisons, ignoring barriers, switch to rest mode. It can't be switched to active mode until the end of your opponent's next turn. And this does have double strike here. So they have to like really respect this attack. I mean, we did have the Nimbus here. And what do we think about now? Maybe on the discard? Yeah, something that also is different about this. Again, 10Ks are not very common here. So the fact that we can turn all of our energy into that is great. We are playing out the Broly again, an exclusive card to blue leaders, which we are definitely there. So it doesn't inherently have double strike, but it has activate main once per turn. Choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards. Plays with bomb in your stack. If this shape opponent has 3 or more energy, switch this card to active mode and give it double strike for the turn. So we are going to, choose its effect so we don't get to attack a second time. Not that we could, but we are going to attack. They're going to use the homicidal clones there. Go down to 1 life. Set up a blocker. And if there's some removal for this blocker here, Petrillo can definitely go for game. And looks like we're going into the Kefla once again. Let's see. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe I thought we did use Nimbus, but maybe we just used it without the discard. Nimbus does need I believe, a yellow card to discard for the effect, so it might have not been, having a yellow card to get the discard with. Yeah, and like these are just going to be really big numbers. Again, when you can easily convert this energy into additional, like 10Ks, really, really good. All right, Petrillo's really thinking about this. Just how much do we want to combo with? Another 10K. Yeah, I mean, what, we're at 35, 45, 55, 65, 75, 85. I think, is that actually 95? I'm so used to Fusion World 10Ks. Like, there's just so much going on. All right, we got the helis here. We got our own 10K. Let's see, some additional combos there. But I don't think that's going to be enough. And Petrillo going to be our world champion for the 2025-2026 season of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. So there it is, our winner with the Surge Kefla leader. Another big victory for the Surge leaders there. And very strong. So Big congratulations to Petrillo here. Well earned. Great season here.
Huh?
What match was that?
Game 2. It's over.
The grand finals over?
Over.
Oh, okay. All right.
No, we're done. Well, they might have had a game, but no.
And there it is. Congratulations, Petrillo here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, what a tough grind here to get from all the way through to finals here, breaking through into this top 2. Heartbreaking here for AJ as he presses through into this second place, but still something to be incredibly proud about as he brought his way through into this position to be able to walk away with the silver, showcasing some older leaders, and just goes to show that if you master your craft, masters will reward you back with some of the most amazing placements on earth, and they both get to walk away with some amazing prizing. But once again, congratulations to Petrillo, who gets to walk out of Dragon Ball Battle Hour 26 with the gold title, walking away with a gorgeous card and playmat trophy, everything associated with it. So, I mean, the showcasing skill level that we've seen here from the professional level at the top 4, absolutely fantastic position there, where we saw the mirror matches into the leaders, into a repeat of the North American finals here. Absolutely amazing. So these players have earned themselves an amazing spot here over in the trophy ceremony. Of course, what's a championship without being able to crown said champion? So the players are getting themselves geared up and ready to be able to receive their flowers here. We want to make sure that they are well rewarded with their opportunity on stage. So with that said, we're going to give the players just a second to be able to get up here, shake it off a little bit after all the nerves from those top cut games, and give them their trophy. So don't go too far. We'll be back with the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters Trophy Ceremony.
All right, we are here for our top 3 of the finals of the World Finals for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters 2025-2026 season. Woo! All right, introducing third place, we've got Daniel Dalby. Come on down. All right, Daniel, real good performance to get out here. Not your first finals here. Question for today, what are you thinking about playing next year?
Bojack.
Bojack. All right, there it is. All right, thank you very much, Daniel. Big congratulations. All right, second place, we've got AJ. Come on down. All right, AJ, second place today, first place North American finals as well. This is a little kind of North American circuit once again. What do you think about trying to play against Petrillo again next year?
I wouldn't mind. It was a great game. I enjoyed it a lot.
That's good, that's good. Super close game, back and forth, and big congratulations for your second place. All right, finally, we've got our world finalist, our winner for the 2025-2026 season. We've got Petrillo. All right, you are the world champion this year. You're able to overcome the second place in the North American finals. How do you feel?
Honestly, amazing. It's great to get revenge for nationals. But I'm really proud that top 3 was NA.
Yeah, I mean, we're a little biased in this side of the venue, I think, but fantastic performance. Let's give it up again for our top 3. And here again, once again, we got Daniel Dalby, AJ Petrillo, the top 3 of the 2026 season for the Dragon Ball Super Masters card game. All right, and that is it for our rewards ceremony. We've got a little bit of extra information for you guys. We've got a little developers conference, so make sure to check that out, and we'll be back.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters World Stage here at Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour 2026. We've had an amazing day of competition here as we're able to crown our world champion. But of course, we can't end the day without some exciting news about what's coming next. Today, we're joined here today with Ran Kitazawa-san from the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters Next, and Mr. Ikeda-san, the development producer for Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters, who will be bringing the latest news with us before anywhere else.
皆さんこんにちは、北澤蘭です。
Hello everyone, I'm Ran Kitazawa.
皆さんこんにちは。ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームマスターズ開発プロデューサーの池田です。今日はよろしくお願いいたします。
Hello everyone, I'm Ikeda, the development producer for DVSCZ Masters. Thank you for joining us today.
さて早速ですが、今日は皆さんに先ほど発表されましたブースターパック31弾インパクトビヨンドディメンションズについての情報をお伝えしてまいりたいと思います。
So today, I would like to reveal more information about the Booster Pack Volume 31, Impact Beyond Dimensions.
先ほどは超かっこいいキービジュアルとコンセプトレア、そしてスペシャルレアが公開されましたね。
Yeah, we just revealed a super cool key visual with some CO and SCO cards.
Yesterday's announcement was truly amazing. I never expected we even get to see the secret rares. We'll be seeing those again today, right?
はい、それではランちゃんお願いします。
Yes, so Lan-chan, please go ahead.
はい、こちらです。じゃん。
Sure, here you go.
はい、公開させていただいたブースターパック31弾インパクトビヨンドディメンションズのシークレットレアである、ゴジータとなっています。圧倒的な存在感のあるカードとなっておりますので発売をお楽しみに。
This is Gogeta, the SCO from Booster Pack 31, Impact Beyond Dimensions. It's very powerful looking. Please look forward to its release.
はい、そして実は 今回コンセプトレアも見れるんですよね。しかも全種類と聞いております。
And we can see the CRs too, right? Like all of them?
はい、今日はドラゴンボールゲームスバトルアワーということで、全種の公開は最速となります。
That's right. Since this is a Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour, this is the earliest reveal of all the variants.
こちらです。
Here they are.
Whoa. That's amazing. I never thought we'd be able to see all the CRs from 3031 in card form. What an incredibly beautiful shine.
こちらのコンセプトレアはベジット、ゴジッタ、ゴテンクス、それぞれの激闘をコンセプトにデザインされた、一枚一枚が超強力なカードとなっています。
These CR cards are designed around the intense battles of Vegito, Gogeta, Gotenks, and more, and each one is an incredibly powerful card.
こちらのスペシャルレア、コンセプトレアは展示スペースでも飾られているようなので、皆さんもぜひチェックしてみてください。
These SCR and CR cards are also displayed in the exhibition area, so make sure to check them out.
Just seeing all of these CR cards is honestly amazing enough. But could there possibly be more new information?
はい、これだけじゃないんです。今日は新リーダーを2種類紹介しちゃいます。
Yes, that's not all. Today, I'm going to introduce 2 new leaders.
That's amazing. What new leaders will be looking forward to in Series 31?
31弾は新リーダーが多数、参戦するんです。じゃあ僕から早速1種類を公開させていただきます。こちら、ベジット。
Many new leaders are joining in Volume 31. First, let's start with this guy. It's Vegito.
Whoa, amazing. Vegito is everyone's favorite, and that design is amazing.
このベジット覚醒するとさらにすごいんです。ランちゃん、裏面を見せてあげて。
はい。
This Vegito gets even more amazing when he awakens. Ranchan, show them the backside.
はい、皆様心の準備はよろしいでしょうか。
Okay, so everyone, are you guys ready?
こちらです。じゃん。
Ta-da!
Okay, this is a Vegito Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. But that's not all. Kaioken? He looks like an incredibly powerful leader.
はい、ベジットの圧倒的なパワーを凝縮した黒のリーダーデッキコンセプトとなっていますので、皆様今後の情報もぜひ注目してください。
Yes, this is a black leader deck concept that condenses Vegito's overwhelming power. So please stay tuned for more information.
Alright, so that first leader was already so incredible. But I can't wait. Can you please show us the next one already?
わかりました。ではもう一種も僕から紹介いたします。こちら、時の海王神アイオス。
Sure, let me introduce the other one. It's God of Time, Ios.
Ios, the God of Time? That's a brand new leader, isn't it?
はい、今回登場する新規リーダーの一つであるアイオスは自分の特徴神を持つエクストラを活用して戦う超トリッキーで超強力な黒のリーダーとなっています。
Yes, Ios is one of the new leaders introduced in this set. And she's a very tricky yet ultra powerful black leader who fights by using extra cards with the God trait.
覚醒後も見せてください。
Show us what she looks like after awakening.
はい、覚醒後はこちらです。
Of course, ta-da!
わあ、美しいですね。こちらのリーダーは熟練のプレイヤーが使いこなすことで進化を発揮する高難易度のデッキが組めると聞いておりますが、
It's so beautiful. I've heard this leader really shines when used by experienced players, and you can beat some very high skill challenging decks. Is that right?
はい、まさにドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームマスターズのプレイングが試されるトリッキーなデッキとなっていますが、その分リターンも大きく使いこなせば超強力なデッキとなっています。
Yes, it sure is a tricky deck that really tests your DBSCZ master skills, but the payoff is huge. If you master it, it becomes an extremely powerful deck.
I see. So Vegito and Eos, information on 2 powerful leaders. Thank you so much. Is what I would like to say, but since this is special Battle Hour stream, I think we can give us one more piece of exclusive information.
わかりました。それでは、超特別に未公開のシークレットカードをもう一種公開させていただきます。こちら。
Of course, only for you guys. I will reveal one more unreleased SCR card. Ta-da! It's Vegito!
Whoa!
ありがとうございます。皆様ご覧ください。スペシャルレアのベジットかっこよすぎませんか。これは言葉を失ってしまいますね。
Oh my god, everyone, please take a look. Isn't this SCR Vegito just too cool? It's just amazing.
はい、テキストもまさにシークレットレアにふさわしい強力な、内容になっておりまして、ぜひ手に取っていただきたい1枚です。こちらも後ほど展示スペースに飾りますので、皆様じっくりとご覧になってください。
The text is just as powerful as the card, so this is